Hello, everyone, and happy Halloween. Welcome back to the Social Pillar.
Woo!
As always, joined by the wonderful Ian, Thea, and myself, but also a couple of Collecticon GMs, assistants, helpers, organizers, wranglers of Dungeon Masters. Um, thank you guys for joining us. Ian, this is your game. You will be game mastering for us, dungeon mastering for us. So please, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jared. Hey guys, how is everyone? A big yell to start off. Woot!
Woo!
To get,
Nothing if not doing what we're told.
it's into the very scary kind of feel that we're going for. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the Social Pillar, everyone, for our cozy special for today. We're celebrating Halloween with several dungeon masters familiar to Sydney siders who've attended our Collecticon events around the area the past few years. As Jared just mentioned then, thank you very much. Hi, I'm Ian. I'm a Social Pillar host, one of the three, as your games master today for this amazing event of Strahd Dies Tonight. I'm going to pass over to my fellow hosts to introduce themselves, and I'll throw to each of you here. Jared, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jared, also known as the GM Chef. Yes, very excited to be playing a character for once, for once in a rare opportunity. So glad to be
your
here.
name, ancestry, and class for this one?
Well, for anyone else familiar with the Strahd universe, I am Esmeralda Davenier. I will be playing a ranger, and I am the one true apprentice of Van Richten, the great vampire hunter. Thank you, Ian.
Welcome on board, apprentice. I think on that note, I should definitely pass over to fellow host Thea. Would you like to introduce yourself on the heels of that introduction?
I don't know if I can on the heels of such an amazing introduction. But I am OMGM, and I am going to be playing. Who am I playing? I am playing Phaedriel. I am a. If I sort of emphasize here, I am a Behorned warlock. And I am fated to destroy great evil.
Yes. Yes, we'll find out a little
I'll
bit
do
more
whatever
about
I have to do so.
with a mysterious
Whatever it
patron, I
takes.
believe.
With a mysterious patron? No, my patron's not mysterious at all. I have twin fire. My patron is Twin Fires. I've been with them forever.
Forever. Okay.
Forever.
Welcome on board. I'm enjoying that one. I'll pass over to Tamara. Could you tell us a bit about you?
Hi, I'm Tamara. I will be playing a human druid, Jennifer Weathermay Foxgrove. Her mother was the mayor, so she's a little bit nobility, and she was trained by Van Richten.
Yes, indeed. Welcome on board as a druid as well. That'll be very interesting for this one too. So thanks, Tamara. And last but not least, would you like to introduce yourself, Stephen?
I certainly would. My name's Stephen. I run Lions Entertainment and make weird things for fun. Tonight I'll be playing Arthur Sedgwick, a stout halfling artificer. I'm of acquaintance with Von Richten, of course, and looking for my missing doctor friend who has, well, disappeared inopportunely, as quite often he does.
Yes, good point, and nice link to your backstory, which may come into this for each of you. So, okay, he's gone missing. We'll bring that up during the game. Guys, thank you so much. Very much looking forward to this today. Thank you, everyone, and thank you out there in the chat. Really glad that you can join us here for this. We hope you are enjoying this and you get a chance to you get to comment on this throughout the game, whether it's, cheering for our heroes, jeering the villains that come along here, or just generally commenting on what's going on. But for you guys, actually just opening for this day, because we're here to have some fun. What are you looking forward to, just as open table, to actually achieve in this kind of game?
I mean, that is an excellent question. I think all of us fall into the Forever GM category at times. So I'm really looking forward to playing another one of your spectacular games, Ian. Well, I've been fortunate enough to have you as a GM a couple of times, and it is always a wonderful experience. So I'm looking forward to playing with you all and playing a character. Although I seem to have got a history lately of playing characters that are not your favorites. I'm not your like favorite girl next door. So I'm looking forward to having a character who's a little maybe a little ambiguous in not so much in what they want to achieve, because I think that's fairly clear, but in how they might go about that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. Okay. I
Yeah.
know that we've talked a bit about, so I'm looking forward to that.
Mm.
How about everyone else? Anyone else want to mention anything they're looking forward to before we jump in?
Always a pleasure to work with you as a DM, Ian. Really love the games that you run. So as soon as you offered me the chance, I jumped on it. I'm liking playing a different sort of character. Generally, I'm going to be up front playing a Hexblade Warlock or some sort of warrior that's in the front ranks. So being a support character is something that's a bit different than I'm looking forward to playing around with as a concept.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. The backstory stuff that we've got for each of the characters is very interesting. I was thinking of yours as well. But the character itself as an artificer, basically doctor, is fantastic. I'm very keen to see how that comes into this kind of more as a steampunky kind of character as well. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. Thanks. And anything else, Tamara, Jared?
Yeah,
Anything you
I've
mention?
never actually had you as a DM, so I
Ah,
am
yeah.
looking forward to that.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to having you as a player as well. I don't know if I've run a game for you before, but I've played for you
Yes, you have.
before, which was a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to, yes, I hope you enjoy this one as well. And Jared, I know you've been looking forward to this for a while, you know, from a bit of experience. Anything in particular you're looking forward to for this?
Oh, just get back into it. Just feeling out Barovia again. Just the thing I am certainly most looking forward to though is your portrayal of the NPCs that I've brought to life over the years. I think watching someone else and their versions and their little idiosyncrasies of how each NPC plays out, I'm glad it would be you that's doing that for me today.
Jared, are you familiar with Curse of Strahd? I don't know if you're this.
Yes. It is the setting I've played a lot of. If you're any friend of the channel, you know that I use it in a lot of examples and metaphors, and because it was played for me very early on in my 5th edition career, so finding myself and my stride as a game master was pretty much played exclusively in that universe. So having run it several times since and done big things with it, it's so enjoyable to revisit. And yeah, I'm happy to see what it's like to be on the other end of the fear mongering and the fear mongering, not the fear mongering.
Yes. No, I'll do that.
The free flowing fear that will be coming my character's way.
So
man, I'm looking
basically,
forward
we're
to
following Jared's speedrun.
Yes, I think so. That's it. We've actually talked a bit about how Jared, because no one else here's played Curse of Strahd except for you a little bit, Steve. Is that right?
Yeah, back in 2.5 days, so it has been a fair amount of time.
Okay, a long
Okay.
time ago. So we've incorporated a little bit of how Jared's actual player knowledge can feature as a mechanic in this. And so we're actually going to use a little bit of that, let's say, very gothic kind of feature that he may be tapping into past memories that come through this, and we will use it as a mechanic. And it may work for him, and it may not work for him. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm so happy to be able to play this with you, mate, and all of you guys that you haven't had a chance to play this. I hope you really enjoy it. It's funny we bring this up here as well. So this is actually part of the inspiration for doing this today. It's also its 50th anniversary of Dungeons and Dragons, the role-playing game that started it all. And this is one of the classic games. I've played it ever since 2nd edition when they actually made it into a campaign setting, and I was in love with it then, and it's just grown over the years. Curse of Strahd 5th edition in particular was a really amazing step up and development of the world into a giant campaign. But we talked about the other night on Social Pillar, how do you make it a one-shot? Because that's how this started, to be able to do this with friends in a night, and that was it. So massive kudos and thanks to the original writers, the authors Tracy and Laura Hickman. I'm also a big fan of their Dragonlance series and campaign setting. So this was fantastic because it brought such depth and lore and a different flavour that a role-playing D&D game can be. Massive thanks as well goes out to some of the people who helped. How do you bring this into a one-shot game? James Hashek, who was with Wizards of the Coast and D&D and wrote this amazing one-shot of Strahd Dies Tonight. And also Sly Flourish, for anyone who knows the Lazy DM out there. Fantastic series of books and bits of information and YouTube clips. Check that out if you can. I'm also putting a big thanks to the artists who've done amazing work on some of the beautiful art for Strahd and for all of the characters, the castle, you name it, over the years. In particular, one of the originators for the 5th edition was Ben Oliver. That's one who graced the picture that we had posting this week on the cover of the original Curse of Strahd. Yeah, big thanks to everyone who did some art on this, because the artists don't get thanked enough for bringing this to life. So on that note, this game will have some spoilers, that's for sure. Anyone who hasn't played it before, be aware. This is what you're coming into. We're going to be playing a one-shot, so it's very much focused, like the original game, on investigating the castle and hopefully taking down the evil that is Strahd himself. It's a horror story themed around the thrill, of course, that we love horror, and that's why Halloween, for some reason, why do we like to do this to ourselves? The thrills, the scares, but hopefully also there's possible learning, uncovering mysteries, and maybe hope at the end of destroying an evil. It tends to be also an understanding of some of the things that drive us, which is some of the things that actually I like about horror. So this is going to be much more focused on psychological horror than just slasher, burn and kill and all that kind of stuff. But saying that, I'm just noting that this can also uncover some unsettling aspects of life that some people might find challenging. So I'm putting a fair warning out to anyone watching this. Today we'll touch on storylines dealing possibly with sexuality, with loss, with death, with blood, with violence, with the dark, with gaslighting of characters, vampires, and other supernatural beings and themes that may be alarming. So please, I'd make a note of this. If this was like a film, I'd give it basically an MA rating. That's what you're coming into. But please note, I won't be aiming for any kind of graphic violence or graphic sexuality or graphic mix of those as well. That's not the kind of style I go for. We're here to really have a sense of enjoyment of character, developing stories, and hopefully finding maybe some kind of redemption at the end of this. Opening down to the table, though, what does anyone else like to add to this, or feel that if you want to adjust anything or add to that caveat that's come through?
No, I think that you've covered it really well, Ian. I mean, I think it's important that when we are playing something like Curse of Strahd, because a lot of the games we play tend to be quite lighthearted, this may not be. It may also be wet moments, because let's face it, the 3-4 players, I can count 4 players that we are somewhat chaotic, just a tad chaotic.
Who,
Yeah.
us?
I know,
What?
right? One thing I didn't actually think about talking about before stream, though, Ian, is we still have the ability for chat to grant inspiration.
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
yeah.
We want that to
Yeah, we do.
continue.
Love the idea. What are you thinking, Thea, as you are more aware of it than I am? And also, on that note, I probably won't be noticing the chat at all. So I can hope
That
if you
is
guys can keep
good.
across it, that'd be fantastic.
We shall indeed. I think we should let chat grant inspiration once per person,
Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
unless anyone objects. That's just my feeling.
I love the sound of that, actually. Do you
Could we
guys like
make it
that
a very
idea?
small bonus? Like if we were to collect more than one, it could just be a D4 or something. And then the next
Yeah.
time we get it a D6 or something.
Maybe it could
I
be
like
used instantly when given.
Yeah.
You
So
have
if
inspiration for this role.
yeah, like that sounds
Yeah,
good. Like
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
or for that scene, whatever that scene is or
Yeah.
something.
Mm.
If it's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
next roll or where it can be, I love it.
Yeah.
I'll keep track. I'll just tick it off when people give inspiration. So if you
Yeah,
can call it
nice.
out there, if you're keeping an eye on that.
Absolutely. I will indeed.
Thanks, guys.
Inspiration for my idea, actually.
I mean, I'm
So that
inspired
might
by all of you.
be- So that's it. In terms of heroic advantage, if that comes up in the game, because we'll be playing with D&D 2014 rules, particularly, is what we're going to be focusing on. I love that we've got 2024 rules out there. I am certainly not fully aware of it yet, and we're going with a little bit of legacy today is very much about that. So we're going to go with the 2014 rules in general, but noting that we've also got a few specialized things for this game. The actual game rules are going to be a little streamlined for this session today, just to make it a little bit easier and more friendly to our viewers. And we'll also have, as I said, a 2014 rules focus. There may be some which we've tailored very much specifically for this kind of horror theme. On that note, this is a one-shot. We're trying to boil it down to these few hours we have ahead of us. There will be a countdown that will start at some point where an hourglass will appear, and our characters, our intrepid adventurers, will have 3 hours to explore this place, find whatever it is they can help them before Strahd comes for them. We'll be showing this on screen, and so guys, be aware when that happens as well. All bets are off, so just be prepared and let's see how you go. On that note, there's a couple of other things I just wanted to note that we'll be using. Gothic Revival is something that we'll be using for this game. So when a character would possibly die in this game, something deep within the mists that surround Ravenloft won't let you leave. You instead awaken from unconsciousness and gain a permanent lingering wound, and you're back in the game.
Okay.
Who knows why, but it is there. So we'll keep track of that as we go. That also may give you a point of stress, because we're going to be using the fear and stress rules from the Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft 5th edition expansion for anyone who would like to have a look at that. Check it out. It is amazing. And in this one, it'll be fear rules, where each of our characters has a seed of fear, something in their background that gives them a bit of terror whenever it comes up. I won't actually be saying that right now. If you guys want to reveal it, you can, but we could bring it up in the game. That might be more interesting. I don't know. What do you think?
Let's discover as we play.
Yeah.
So, excellent. That's lingering out there, and that's for fear, when something terrifies you that actually is possibly going to cause you fear that you may not have come out of this alive. There's also stress. And there's conditions under there where something just freaky enough happens that shifts your whole paradigm of the world or existence. When that happens here, that's also going to be a similar kind of saving throw. It's a wisdom saving throw, DC 15. And if you fail, then it might be something when you witness the transformation of something that you thought was one thing into something horrific, or witnessing the death of a loved one, or similar horrific events that may not affect you personally, but are just wrong or are terrifying in some other way. So if that happens, I'll be using something from actually the 2024 edition rules, and it's the new version of exhaustion. What that means is you'll get a -1 token, -1 on all d20 rolls until that you are out of the way of that terror. How does that
Easy.
sound?
Easy.
Exciting.
I think that's about it. Please let us know, Thea, probably, when we have that ding of the hour and we have a quiet moment, if there's anything in the chat that we want to look at.
Absolutely.
We will have a break after the second hour of our adventure in the castle. So we'll have about a 15-minute break. Then we'll get into the final hours. And before we go ahead, how about we just do a quick round the table as well? Any thanks or thoughts or questions before we begin? Anyone here? Jared, any thoughts?
Happy birthday to Sammy Slick's mum. He's going to go see her
Yeah.
for the birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy
to Sam's
birthday.
mum.
That's all.
Sammy Slick just gave you inspiration, by the way.
Did
Most excellent. So you are
Hey.
starting the game with
Hey.
inspiration.
That's right.
For,
Let's get it.
For what, though? For what did he do? This is.
I mean, just
Wow.
resisting,
Inspiring
obviously. Yeah.
I think that's fair. Excellent. Congratulations. He's ready to go.
Yes.
Excellent. Tamara, anything that you have, any thoughts?
I'm just eager to get into it.
Sounds good to me. We'll do that. Excellent. Steve, anything from you?
I would love to do a shout out actually, because Tamara makes some wonderful D&D dice bags and some interesting
Hey.
crochet items. I also make stuff. I
Hey.
do swords, armor, and all sorts of weird things. You can find me on Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Can you send a link through as well
I
after this?
absolutely can.
That would be amazing. Thank you. And for you, Tamara, as well, if you've got a link, please send it out. We'd love to support that too.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then Thea, anything from you to wrap up?
No, nothing else. Just a welcome. We've got a couple of new chatters, Cricket Juicers. If you're not what, welcome in. But everybody, all our normal players and watchers,
Hi,
thank you so
Cricket.
much for joining. Absolute pleasure to have you all
Excellent.
here. I am very much looking forward to the game. And I just want to say, as my shout out, I still haven't figured out my voice yet. So we're going to see what
Oh,
comes
that's
out. It's
yeah. Give us
process.
an hour to figure it out.
They change all the time.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe some French may happen, but then that is a little bit, is it not racist? I don't know. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what comes out.
We're acting. We're playing with role
It's
playing
portrayal.
here.
You know?
We're loving the characters that we have, and we want to do
Mhm.
them justice the best way we can. Big caveat out there for anyone who's done makeup, play,
Awesome.
acting. This is for fun. And so
Yes.
we're not trying to take the mickey out of people here.
Mhm.
In fact, if anything, being a horror story, there's very much a deep compassion we have for these characters. We hope you guys do too.
Absolutely. Speaking of
So-
compassion, somebody in our chat lacks compassion because our dear friend among mates has given Strahd inspiration to start the game.
Among
All right,
mates,
we can save that for the final scene. That was fine by me.
we'll be
Thank you.
good friends among mates. I'll be
Thank
talking
you,
to you
among
later.
mates.
Thank you very much. I'll be putting that on for Strahd at some point here.
We will remember
Yeah.
that.
Here we go. What happens when you get a bunch of dungeon masters in a game,
I
and then
know,
in
right?
the chat, and then in the
I have to find a way to make a call
Oh,
out of
Gummy!
that.
I'm welcoming Gummy. Hello.
Welcome, Gummy.
Joining us. I have seen your streams. You are amazing.
Hey.
That's the only
Yeah.
shout outs. I'm going to say I'm very easily distracted. You guys all know that, but please accept an apology if it is disruptive at any point.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, here we go,
Have some
guys. I think it's
fun.
time for us to jump in. There may be some audio coming through into the Roll20 that may not come through onto the stream. We'll do our best to see what we can do, but it's mainly focused on our fun, ridiculous, terrifying, and just joyful reactions.
Sammy, thank you so much for the gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you.
Sammy.
Sammy, we love
Wow,
you.
buddy. Good
Oh,
timing.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. You guys ready? Thank you, Sammy.
So
Thank you,
ready.
everyone.
I'm absolutely not ready. Let's go.
All right. I think we
What's
should
the
begin.
worst that can happen?
Sanguination.
We begin.
Oh, I hope the
Oof.
guys in chat can hear
Oh
that. That's
no! Now you didn't
amazing.
tell me the opening music was epic, Ian.
Yeah.
Hang on a
Chat,
minute.
can you hear this?
Chat.
Do we need to
Hold.
restart
Great.
it?
Hold.
Are we going to restart?
Hold. No, I can do this.
We can do it. We can do this.
I mean,
Pressure.
you can just restart the music, can't you?
I can easily restart whenever you're ready.
All
You
right,
just tell
everyone,
me when.
everyone, shush. Ian, go.
Everyone look
Chat.
scared.
Tell me if you can hear this.
Take a moment
I'm ready.
for you guys to get into character. Let it go, the world outside, away from where you are. As we enter the lands of Ravenloft.
Oh, this is epic.
This is so
Chat, I
cool.
hope you
Chat,
can hear
please
this.
tell me
This
you
is
can
so
hear
cool. Please tell us you can hear this.
Fear is a deadly friend to hold close. It grips your hearts unbidden as you endure this creaky carriage ride toward your destiny. Lightning streaks through the sky and thunder rumbles all around you and your companions, bound together in this quest against evil. Beginning on this carriage, racing towards Castle Ravenloft, a vision in the distance between the peerings of the little windows inside this misty carriage. You are travelling this breakneck pace with the strangely supportive but mysterious Vistana ancient crone, Madame Eva, curled up in the corner of the carriage, the only sense, if she lives, being the small puffs of smoke that drift into the flickering lamplight. As you consider her and look around to your other companions, you recall the moment you met them in a small tavern in Balaki to the west. Just yesterday, barely a day's worth of knowledge of these people, but following in the footsteps of famed monster hunter and a mentor to each of you, Dr. Rudolf van Richten, who'd ventured ahead of you with some of your closest comrades at arms to the castle in a last-ditch effort to kill the dreaded tyrannical Lord Count Strahd von Zarovich. And if they failed, for your group to follow up and finish the bloody task. But before you got a chance to leave the tavern and follow Van Richten, who had left you all in the night with your companions, a letter arrived, borne by a black carriage and a hooded coachman, and on his arrival all in the town drew away in fear. The innkeeper whispered it was the devil's messenger himself, and with trembling hands he took the letter from the black-robed, outstretched arm. With hands shaking, he presented it to you, the sealed document, and you read, "My friends, know that it is I, not your own wills, that have brought you here, but myself has drawn you to this land. Know that I alone can release you from this land as well. I bid you join me to dine in my castle, so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. My carriage here will bear you to my castle now. I know that your passage will be a safe one. If you ignore my gracious request and attempt to enter my home otherwise, know that there are those of you you care for that will endure the price of your intrusion. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd von Zarovich." Taking deep breaths to bring you out of your memories at that moment, you each survey your companions, of whom you're hoping to trust as fellow comrades at arms. Comrades of Van Richten, yet some people you barely know. We'll go around and introduce ourselves as you ride this carriage towards Castle Ravenloft. Start with Jared. What does your character look like to the others? Tell us a bit about how they feel about this situation and what they're about to face.
Sitting there with like a determined, stern look on their face, yet eyeing each and every one of them up and down, surveying, reading body language, and just getting a vibe for everyone without saying too much. Esmeralda is a pale-skinned woman with long raven black hair that's in lashing curls, wears a red headband or scarf across the top to keep it all out of her eyes, as she is prone to get herself in situations that involve combat all too often, equipped with sword and axe, as well as little bits of ranger magic as they've journeyed. And yeah, just a sheer determined individual sits there kind of eyeing you up, but not engaging in any conversation just yet.
Okay. Is there anything on her mind as she endures this carriage ride and prepares for what she's about to face?
Perhaps stealing a moment to internalize some thoughts, looking out the rain-spattered window of this black carriage, just watching the valley descend below us, seeing Barovia village in the distance, thin sort of wisps of chimney smoke rising up to where we're headed, the level of Ravenloft that sits on high above, ever watchful. I can't help but make an eerie, lingering feeling of deja vu.
That sits with Ez as she continues that ride, feeling like, is it that she's been here before, or someone, maybe she's somehow sensed?
Like I've heard an old story. It's almost like I know what's going on.
Thea, your character catches sight of Ez during this time. Would you like to describe a bit about how you look?
Yeah,
And how you
absolutely.
feel about being in this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Phaedriel is quite a tall, well-built woman. She is wearing She's got like a maroon shirt. She's wearing shoulder holsters with daggers and a crossbow connect, all within easy range. She gives an air of a well-practiced fighter. She knows where her weapons are. She knows her strengths, and she knows how to use them. She may not know when to use them, but that's just something that only probably Ez picks up on, but I don't know if the other two might pick up on. She has horns that sort of like lean forward a little bit, and every now and then when she turns her head, sometimes you catch like a reflection in her eyes. You know, when you see cat's eyes and they kind of reflect the light back, and you probably, of all the people in the carriage, have seen it every now and then, but only a little bit. You're not certain if that's something that you actually saw or just an artifact of where you are. She's probably sitting there thinking on something that she said to everybody as they were getting into the carriage to go forward, and just kind of mulling over and thinking. And it was like, tonight we're putting an end to a predator who's forgotten his place. Fear is natural, but never mind. I will protect you if you walk with me. She's sort of, you know, every now and then you think over what you said and you're like, was that too much? No, that was good. That was good.
There's a sense of kind of, it appears a steely confidence to many of the others around that she seems to be exuding.
Yeah.
As a hexblood, looking very different to many of the humans around as well. The horns in particular on your head, betraying your possible Fey heritage. No one's quite sure what that could be. You think about one thing about what drives you and what brought you here, or maybe you hope to achieve.
I think that it's very important for Phaedriel that she sees this as a chance to do something important and something that is meaningful. And there's that sense that maybe this is it. Maybe this is that one shining moment when it all matters, when it all comes to a head.
So there's a sense of serious fate that she's contemplating at the moment. Okay.
She has a sense that she is fated for something. Maybe it's Strahd.
Many of you sense that weight exuding from Phaedriel. And Stephen, your character, notices this as well as you continue this ride. Can you describe what you look like and what drove you to come here in particular?
Certainly. So Arthur Sedgwick is sitting somewhere in the middle of the seat, as if he doesn't want to be too close to the doors. He's a stout halfling, so he is sitting cross-legged on the bench so as not to have his legs dangling and looking like a child. He is also nervously tinkering. He's carrying a little lamp that he's fiddling with the shutters on, checking some things in his sleeve, and if you're particularly observant, you may notice a faint creaking or groaning noise, as if something under his clothing is under a great amount of stress. He seems very fixated on the lamp that he's fiddling with, trying to get these trapdoors he's put on it just to work perfectly. Seems slightly exasperated to be here. He doesn't really want to be in this situation, but he is quite used to cleaning up the messes of a certain gentleman and picking up the pieces and getting everything back together.
You have your thoughts rest on this certain gentleman you talk of. What is it about him that is important to you, and what is it that you hope for as you're heading up towards the castle?
Well, he is, of course, a very dear friend, but it is slightly irritating that he's once again run off into the night doing God's knows what with Van Richten and just causing another mess that I'm going to need to pick up the pieces of. But however, he is a very dear friend, so he is willing to come on this ride despite seeming slightly nervous about the situation to try and help his friend.
He seems a little bit focused on other things, fiddling with the lantern that's with him. Settles himself into that seat as Tamara, your character, notices that, and the other characters here. Tell us a bit about what do you present yourself as, how you look, and what is it that's driving you towards the castle?
So Jennifer is, she looks like she was once very put together, but many moons in the swamps have like degraded her clothes a little bit. She's a bit messy. She's got moss and flowers and things around her, and a lot of little pockets and things on her belt, which she very nervously keeps checking to make sure everything is there. You'll notice especially a particular flask. She needs to make sure that that's on her at all times. She's a very nervous girl, staring out the windows and then like staring back at her hands and clutching at her necklace. She is very anxious about what's about to happen.
Is there anyone in particular on her mind as she heads up towards the castle?
So her sister has followed Van Richten, and so she is very concerned about her sister's well-being.
Your memories are settling on your sister, twin of yours indeed. Two of you grew up together, almost had that link. Everything you did was pretty much as one. This is one of the rare times that she's gone away from you, even though she was impulsive. You're actually more feared for her life than you ever have been. As you're considering that, you're looking around each other at the inside the carriage. The lantern flames cast a wavering amber glow over the interior as you clock the deep, inquisitive gaze of the cowled and withered Vistana, Madame Eva. She slowly pulls herself forward, looking to engage you, it appears, and reveals a small card-reading tray on her lap in a black velvet cloth. As the crone speaks, her voice crackles like a dry weed's. At last you are ready. Cackling laughter burst like mad lightning from her weathered lips. She looks across each of you and she says, I offer you a reading that may help your destiny against the devil Strahd himself. Esmeralda, one of our kin, indeed.
At one point.
You search for.
I've got to come up with a voice.
Phaedriel's head like snaps around when they say kin. It's like,
Yes. I don't know, truly. I need to know why he's now gone off the deep end. I need to know why he's... This has always been his goal, I understand that. But to go in so suddenly, so recklessly, I mean, it was his life's work. I didn't think as soon as he found him, it would end, it would go so wrong. So I want answers.
Yes, we do not want to go wrong like him, even though it has in the past fallen to, say, what happened to your own limbs, perhaps.
It wasn't all his fault. I forgive him, and I do just fine.
Interesting, she says. And she then moves across to our next character here, looking across to Phaedriel with a bit of a glint in her eye. So, you are master of your own destiny always. Is that correct?
indeed.
Then what is it you possibly could hope for here?
I think you said it yourself. My destiny is here.
Ah, but it is tied to another, is it not? One more powerful than you.
One that may think they are more powerful.
She just laughs to herself. She moves across to look at Arthur Sedgwick. Doctor, what wounds do you seek to heal up in the castle?
I seek to clean up messes, as always. The solution is somewhere here, I can feel it, but it's always picking up after him.
You believe You may be able to heal his wounds, perhaps. Not necessarily the physical.
Always a long process. I hope that this adventure will be the one that finally completes the journey he's been seeking.
And her head snaps around, looking directly at Jennifer. And you, one who tracks with nature. Is it your twin you are after, hoping to help or best her?
I'm not complete without her. I need her by my side.
And what of this devil Strahd? What do you hope for?
If he gets in my way, then I will have to do something about that.
She cocks an eyebrow as you say this. Mysterious smile this time, not so much sneering as it had been earlier. She just kind of nods to herself and says, "You're all here on a most grave journey. Destiny is laying before you. I offer you a chance to look into that future, that fortune ahead of you. Do you wish this?"
As sort of gets a puzzling look on her face, as if you were leading to, like, you were reading her thoughts about how she's got this weird feeling about this strange apprehension. She's never usually nervous about these sorts of things, but there's an unease and an uncertainty. So yes, I wouldn't mind getting some clarity. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
It's a rare day that I've ended up knowing the path ahead of us, so perhaps some advice would assist. And Arthur keeps nervously fidgeting with his lantern as he's speaking, small clicking noises and creaks as he moves.
Only a fool turns down help.
And
Any
you,
advice would be nice.
she lowers her cowled head for a second as she contemplates what you said and shuffles the cards that are beneath her, looks through them for a second and says, "These will show you some destiny before you. I do not know what it will be that will be overturned, but your voice, your words here have helped shape them as well." She finishes shuffling. She hands the deck first of all over to Esmeralda. Would you wish to turn the first card?
Do I cut it? Do I what just do I blow on it first? Any sort of
Clearly
razzmatazz? Any sort of
you've forgotten our ways very much, have you not?
It's been some time. I told you once upon a time. But yeah, I believe it. Yeah, okay. If you say so.
Cut them if you wish, or just take the first one off the top. Whichever it is, reveal when you are ready.
I can't read it backwards. Y'all gonna have to tell me what it says.
As you hold the card up, one that looks of eldritch magic, I believe. Which one is that? Does it say?
Elementalist.
The Elementalist.
The 5 of stars.
She looks at this.
Clips.
5 of the stars, and as you do show that, a bit of a smile on her face as she sees the Elementalist on there. Of course, there is great magic, supernatural, in your reading to begin with. Elementalist is one who deals with the focus of very powerful nature itself that comes forth, going beyond what we know into the world of the supernatural. And for this one, the Elementalist speaks of aspiration, of heights, of power. Rising yourself up as far as you can to gain this power, or hopefully prevent it from taking you over. She places the card down in front of you all, in a position that you can see just in front of you. Do you see this coming up in front of you guys?
Yes.
Will do,
We
thank you.
have that. Amazing.
The first card there she places. This one tells of something powerful. Something beyond what we see every day, into the heart of the villain you look for. It tells of history, the primordial, what led to the evil's darkness. Knowledge of the ancient will help you better understand your enemy. This power you seek is an item, a book, a powerful book indeed. It can be found in a place of dizzying heights. I see far up, where ambitious can take view of the stars, and the stone itself is alive. As she rests the card there, she says, "You may find this there if you look hard enough." She then turns across to Phaedriel and hands the deck to her. Do you wish to cut or just draw from the top?
Phaedra, without sort of saying a word, kind of like giving a look to someone. It's giving a look as if I know your game, because Phaedriel has dabbled in this area before and simply turns over the top card without even like maintaining eye contact with the crone, and sort of doesn't even look at it, just hands it through.
She smiles as you do this, quite enjoying your courage, your confidence, maybe even arrogance, perhaps,
Okay.
as she turns over the card to show the six of swords.
6 of Swords. The Berserker.
Ah, she smiles to herself as she sees this. Such violence, such ambition in you. It dwells deep. It will not end until you have found what you have been yearning for. And quite violence will bring to its end, if not yours, perhaps. She turns the card over as she looks at this and places it down on the table in front of you as the second card.
As an
This
aside, that's so
card
cool.
here, this card here, it speaks of power, a force that will help you in your future. Maybe unbidden in its ways to help you. And as she looks at it, realizing that you've revealed it in a reversed position, it wasn't actually up in the she says, normally the power that it speaks of here is quite cruel, violent, self-absorbed perhaps in its own vengeance. Being reversed, this is more of a sense of duty, of absolution, a force for good perhaps, powerful, protective, and a symbol of great hope. This powerful thing you seek lies with the dead, deep below. I see mountains of gold coins. It lies below these. Not a holy place for this holy thing, but look deep down below where the dead lie under some treasures, perhaps, and you may find what you seek. As she places that down here, And I believe in a reversed position there, she turns over to Arthur.
Mhm.
Do you choose to cut the deck or draw from the top?
Arthur produces a small device after some rummaging, which very quickly shuffles the cards. Then he plucks one from the center of the deck, looking intently at the crime the whole time as the device whirs and clicks.
Why do you do this to me,
Carefully
Stephen?
comes
Now
one.
I
Where's
have
your
to actually
device,
shuffle the
Garrett?
cards,
Where's
man.
your device?
I think a shuffle will be probably enough.
Alright.
That'll do the
Right.
job, yes.
If it was a standard size deck of playing cards, but no, I have to have a big one with cool
Here's something I
silver,
prepared earlier.
silver stuff on the
And
back.
then
It was
And
such
then
a good
pulls
idea to
one-
use props when we
from the
did
middle.
this.
Pulls one from the middle.
From the middle
Yep.
of the deck, yes.
Alright, it's invisible. It's just going to appear, and it is, here we go, the
Hey.
Myrmidon.
More battle I see in your future. The Myrmidon, the one who glories in combat. Not as wild as the Berserker, but instead one who lives for the fight. She smiles to herself as she brings that before you. And she says, "This powerful card. Another ally for you. Interesting that it is the Myrmidon. It speaks of a powerful weapon that you will use to help destroy the creature. One that has the power of light within it as well, like the light of ambition of the Myrmidon to be the greatest fighter of all. This item of power is of strength. A weapon of vengeance. A sword of sunlight." She contemplates to herself as she looks over this, her hand moving over little wisps of what look like hairs across the bottom of her chin as she smiles to herself, and she says, "This one, the ambition of it. I see another warrior, a servant of light. One who wielded this in the past. It is hidden with him in his grave. The brother of darkness himself. The treasure lies with him." She seems grave for a moment as she says these words. But then that kind of look comes over her face as she then turns across to Jennifer. "Young witch, druid if you prefer. Do you cut or do you draw from the top?"
I cut the deck in the middle.
As you cut the deck in the middle, laid in front of her, she looks at you first time kind of gently as she puts it back on top in the order you preferred, and flips over the card that you see. "Can you hold that closer so I can see it, my friend?"
No,
Can you hold it closer to the
is-
Eldritch camera?
it is the monk,
It is the monk.
and
His
this
old eyes do not
artwork
see
is
as well as they
exactly...
could.
Yes,
This
these are the
artwork is
eyes.
exactly how I portray Father Donovic. For those who know, you know.
You know.
You know, you know.
I have a mini of a priest carrying a barrel of something, and it's great.
This is the Holy One. So representative of you as well, young one. And she looks at her for a sec. "Yes. Twin that you look for." She seems to, something comes over her at this point. I'm going to just stop for a second and get a couple of bits of details from you guys. Can I get each of your passive perception?
Indeed.
Oh,
13.
Thank you.
15.
12. Oh. Yes.
11.
Thank you.
I don't have the alert feed, do I? Wait.
You're good. I'm only 12.
I think alert gives
There
you
is-
like insane passive.
Definitely no sibling competition going on here. Definitely
is-
not.
Ez is the most perceptive naturally out of the group of you. Actually, taught as
Naturally.
well. Possibly even a little bit of taught. But not so bad for the rest of you too. On that note, though, I will ask for your passive insight.
Also 11 for me.
Okay.
I am 15. I am far more insightful than I am perceptive.
Okay.
Which actually makes sense. Someone who is a little self-absorbed,
And
once they
studying
actually
people.
clock it, they're good, but they just don't clock it.
Tamara, what was yours?
16.
16? That's amazing. So definitely reading people is a big thing for you. And for you, Jared?
Well,
How's well, you're more about what you notice in your eyesight, whereas this is for these
100%.
characters. Thea and Tamara, in particular, your characters are noticing about changes in people. You both notice as she says this, there has been a change in her reading and her voice. She seems to have a sense of graveness about her voice and a strange lilt there that seemed like uncertainty for the first time in all of her speech. I'll ask for one last thing before I get back to you, Tamara. I also use passive investigation, as not everybody is, of course, naturally gifted in the ways of studying their sight or their emotional reading. It can be much more the people who have the symbols of like formula going on around them all the time and trying to piece things together. So if we have passive investigation,
14 for Arthur.
13 for Jennifer.
13.
That was investigation. I am also 13 and sneezing. Apologies
okay,
for that.
every time you do
13
investigation,
sneezing.
you sneeze.
I shall
Okay.
sneeze. Yes, that's canon now.
That's canon. So on that note, that look on her face, Jennifer, you notice very clearly. She says to you as she looks at this card, it was the monk, wasn't it? I'm just going to get that for you on the screen before I start talking any further. This is a being of holiness, goodness, from a very simple way. Not airs and graces about this one. Clearly wanting the goodness for all, deep down in his heart. Or her heart, in this case. There's a duality with this that I see as well. It doesn't come just from this one, but one that it believes in, one that supports it. Much like you, there is duality. Much like the ally that you seek, there is duality. There is one that you need to find to help you in this quest. It sheds light on the one who will help you greatly in the battle against darkness and may shed more light upon his vulnerabilities. This being is a memory of a mother. Though of nature created, she who unwittingly gave birth to the devil himself. He came from nature, from one of good heart. She rests deep below, and you may find your help there. She contemplates this. Her natural confidence starts to come back into herself as she then shuffles up. She doesn't shuffle the deck, sorry. She cuts the deck one more time and then just quickly turns over the final card. This speaks of your enemy. No matter where you may be, if you approach this place, you will find him. She
The
looks
broken one.
a bright look comes on her face, her eyes open wide, and she says, "The high deck. Indeed. The broken one." She ponders this for a second. One as evil as he was not always a monster. Things he chose to do that also came upon him have brought him to where he is. But he may be irredeemable. He still has his vulnerabilities. As she starts placing the card down, in the very center of the cards that you have there, she seems to whisper to herself for a moment. Not anything that you can quite understand at first. But then she says, this one. Your enemy is a creature of darkness, whose powers are beyond mortality. This card leads you to him. He haunts the very tomb of the man he envied above all. She looks at you very quickly, actually. She says this, beware. You will find him there. She has a moment to herself and goes quiet. Do you say anything at this point?
I think Phaedriel kind of looks at her in I wouldn't say grudging respect. I would say it is an attempt at appearing to have grudging respect. We appreciate your guidance for what it is worth.
She raises her eyes from her lowered head position with a look has almost, is it a hint of a glare or is it of predatory malice? You're not sure. And she says, be careful what you say, for it may become true.
I think we both know how true prophecy can be.
She just smiles at this, and she seems to retreat a little bit to herself. You all witness this exchange as if something was going on between them there in some way that you don't recognize. But at this point, there's a rickety sound to the actual galloping of the horses that are leading this carriage, but also the wheels underneath, as you realize the carriage is crossing a rickety bridge to Castle Ravenloft. You find that you are arriving at under the gates, the gigantic gates around the walled Castle Ravenloft itself, carrying you across this bridge as it careens towards the courtyard.
Can I pull Jennifer aside very quickly, just as we're kind of crossing that?
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Yes?
This fight may not be your own. I have something for you. You may need this. And I pull out a small, it's very small, like tiny little carved, looks like it's carved in the shape of a fire. It's made of some kind of white, maybe ivory or something like ivory. Like it's tiny, like, you know, size almost of like a tooth or something, and hands it to you and says, this token will allow me to speak to you if we should become separated. I ask that you carry it so I can keep you safe. And sort of hands it to Jen.
Certainly.
Be careful, you're a gentle soul, and this place is no place for gentle souls.
I lean closer to Esmeralda. I suppose we don't warrant that sort of protection.
I hadn't seen it as a compliment.
As you say this, and Tamara, if you'd like to note down, if you take it, you have Phaedriel's token. Where do you keep Phaedriel's token?
I'm going to keep it in a pouch around my neck.
Okay, excellent.
Pedro gets a little warm glow seeing her put it somewhere like meaningful, just like, but doesn't show anyone.
Close to my heart.
Each of you were noticing this exchange going on here, that is, you were actually a little distracted with your keen senses of perception. You thought you caught something out of the corner of your eye moving in the mists just outside across as you're going across the bridge and just before you enter the walls. You try to focus outside the jolting carriage and you peer out and you realize it's not something that's in the mists. It's the mist itself. It appears to be growing and thickening and getting closer towards the bridge and around the castle itself, drawing inward. The rain seems to have come down more pelting at this point, constricting your vision to the very edges of the castle. The carriage then careens into the courtyard, underneath these giant gates that you see of this ancient stone, and into a large courtyard where thick, cold fog swirls around here. You see that it has come to a sudden stop. The horses barely making a noise as they have the wheels themselves have stopped clacking on these cobblestones. An arm, I believe from the actual coachman, has pulled open the lever to allow the doors open near you, directly towards the castle doors themselves. You see there's a figure just beyond your vision, about 30 feet away, hovering near the front of the doors. Can't quite make out here yet, but it looks like the coachman is waiting for you to disembark.
There's a faint clicking noise as Arthur touches something in his collar and a small hood extends over his head with a juddery clanking sound.
Nice.
He steps out of the carriage with his lantern raised high and just opens his lantern shutters so he can try and see who's waiting at the door as he steps down. More of a jump, really, as he's a halfling, but he lands fairly softly considering.
Yeah, you do that gentle little splash into the water below, and you notice that there's, I think actually, what's the range of your lantern? I've got a feeling. Oh, you've gone off audio?
Sorry, my lantern
Ladies and gentlemen, we love
shines.
Yeah. When I turn on my lantern, I can't speak.
I've been silenced, help. So I shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet.
Okay. With the shutter, you can direct that so it goes into an actual angled view of basically about 45 degrees. So it's quite narrow. You can do that. It still goes up to 30, but it does limit it, so that means others may not see it. Is it currently shuttered, or is it open wide for everyone to see?
Opening wide, it is fairly dark out here, so straight up I want to see what's happening. The lamp opens and shines very bright light towards the figure.
It makes you feel a lot safer as well, having this bright light all around you. Illuminates the carriage near you, all the cobblestones, and you realise with the mists, it is obscuring your view. I'll give you a perception check, but because you've got the lantern, normally I'd give you a bit of advantage with that. On this one, it'll be a straight check.
Okay, so that is a perception check. Try and get that to roll. Perception is that one. That is a 6.
Oh.
I'm fairly sure I'm in a castle.
You know, the thick cold fog is swirling around this courtyard as you feel that dismal rain falling on your skin. Sporadic flashes of lightning lances around the weeping clouds overhead as the thunder shakes the ground for all of you. Through the drizzle, you see the torch flames are fluttering on each side of the keep's main open doors. And there's warm light spilling out from the entrance, flooding into the courtyard. High above, you do notice there's a round window with shards of broken glass lodged in its iron frame. And then it's covered by the mists going by again. The silhouette of this figure, with the light behind it, is obscuring who this could be. You need to get closer to be able to work out who it is. What did the rest of you do?
I think Phaedriel went to get out of the carriage first, but just happened to be beaten to the punch by Arthur. And so as she sort of stands up about to get out, for a second her eyes glimmer and it's almost as if there's like a white fire in her eyes and there's a flash over her body. That is me mechanically casting mage armor before I even get out of the carriage.
Good to know.
Lasts.
Are there any components to it, or is it just automatic because of your...
Just automatic because of my pact. Yes,
and
because
except for that little glint that we saw.
That little glint of the eyes, yeah. And sort of like maybe a flash of unnatural reflection on her hair as she sort of gets out. She's got short black hair. I don't know if I said that. But yeah, just a slight... You'd have to be looking to pick up on it, but if you were looking, you would definitely pick up on it.
The only one noticing this is Esmeralda. And she glances at the corner of her eye, sees as this little aura appears across you, and the little glimmer in her black hair. Esmeralda, you notice that there's kind of a shimmer. Her hair kind of turns, is it transparent? You're not sure, or is it white? There's a sense of like, almost like you could see the outline of her skull for a second, and you're not sure why.
Very Looney Tunes.
Oh, I love this.
Yes. And so, you step out of the carriage?
I step out of the carriage, almost like sort of putting a hand down to kind of shield Arthur from the rain, but in a ever so slightly patronising way.
Pat, okay.
Yeah.
Arthur is wearing a full rain hood at this point and just looks slightly puzzled for a moment, looking up at Fedrel, and shakes his head and continues peering into the mist and rattling his lantern because it's not quite working the way it's supposed to.
Fedrel sort of steps a little half step in front and sort of like looks around as if waiting for someone to address her or invite her in, or basically acknowledge that I'm here. Hello, guys.
You appear to be obscuring my view at the moment, Fedrel.
Oh, Arthur. A pause. Of course. I apologize and steps sideways but gives you side eye at the same time.
Does she say anything else, or is she just looking to see if someone's
She's
gonna
just
invite her?
looking and waiting to see. You know when someone walks into a room and expects, that person who expects to have a seat at the table, expects to be acknowledged. That's kind of the way she steps down.
Roll a perception check then.
I get to roll a dice. Alrighty. Oh. That's a nat 1.
Okay. You're very dismayed that this figure you think clearly is someone not of importance, and so you're looking around for something a bit more audacious for you coming to this here. The Count is not himself here, so it's actually annoyed you a little bit.
Of course. This is the start of a fated meeting, and what I get is a servant?
You hear both Jennifer and Ez, you hear a slight tisk come out of her lips. What do you guys do?
I'm waiting to be the last out of the carriage. I'm checking all my pockets, making sure I've got everything. Where's my flask? Got my flask. Okay.
As you notice that Jennifer is going over all the things and very calm.
I think you're more than prepared there, child. Can I have your hand for a moment, please?
Okay.
And as will whip out a little, what looks like a little makeup container, but pulls a blunt short bit of stick, and then quickly dabs some very black looking paste, and I'll draw a sigil on her hand and close her fist and be like, let's do this as quietly as we need to first of all. I don't think we go in announcing our presence. We've been invited, but wherever possible, I think it is best that we stay on the low down. Now let's go.
Jennifer quietly holds her hand to her chest, seeming to appreciate this gesture. As you step out, Ez, and so do you, Jennifer, the carriage door shuts with that last look from inside of Madame Eva and the light of her pipe as well, kind of looking at you. A look of mix of kind of like is it a smile on her face, also of wonder, concern, intrigue. It claps shut. The entire carriage clacks, the wheels turning, and the horses start riding off around the corner to what looks like maybe around into maybe some kind of place for storage.
It would seem they store the old woman.
And round the back.
Or storage?
Or storage.
Who knows? It's out of your view in any case around the courtyard as you come back and realise that there's this figure still standing there, just beyond your view.
Phaedriel will everybody's now out of the carriage, glance at everybody and kind of walk forward towards the figure.
You will follow her?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to.
I wanna catch up pace, walk alongside you, be like, give me your hand, darling.
Arthur
Very
seems
reluctant. Sorry, go Arthur. No, you go.
So Arthur seems to want to stay very close to the party, just kind of not wanting to be by himself out in the courtyard. He is nervously looking around with his lantern extended.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jen is just going to be behind the two biggest people.
Phaedriel sort of offers her arm to Esmeralda and says, "Of course, take my arm."
Just gonna grab the wrist, flip it over the right way around, and be like, honestly. Dabs a bit of what looks like ash and beeswax, and just again draws the same sigil on your hand, and be like, please, let's just be smart about this.
You need beeswax?
Oh,
Ah.
oh, very cool.
Snap.
Can we tell
you.
what the sigil is?
Roll an Arcana check if you have it, or perhaps would that be right, Jared? Roll an Arcana
Definitely.
check.
Oh, that's much better on that dice.
That's a 22.
Oh, very
That's
nice.
a 24.
They probably realise what that would entail. Can you describe that, Jared? What that does?
I mean, if any of you have adventure partied with
Halloween party.
with a ranger before, or
Oh, wow.
with other nature-based magics, you would recognize the spell Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
And then I'll go to Cedric and be like, hey buddy, you reckon I can grab your hand for a second?
Arthur looks incredibly suspicious, but nonetheless, tiny little high five coming up towards you.
A quick scroll there, and then just dabbing the last of it on my palm, and then I'm gonna wait to activate it when we start entering, like literally the moment we all enter in. Like, I don't want us leaving wet friggin' boot prints on the ground. We are going in dark.
Sounds fair.
You may also notice Arthur's examining the sigil, and a small lens drops out of his hood to really get into that and see what he's trying to figure out what it does. I have no idea. I don't think I have the arcane understanding for that.
Oh, okay. Do you have Arcana as a proficiency?
I do, but flavor-wise, I don't think, as it's not a mechanical device, you wouldn't know. So it's just a pretty tattoo that my friend's given me.
You look at it and you realise, oh, this may be some of that more mystical ranger magic or whatever it is, or something a bit more primal than what you studied as well. Like this could be a superstitious luck charm, perhaps. You're not sure. So
Holy superstition. Gosh.
it's interesting. As you ponder this, you go ahead.
It may not be mechanical, but I'm sure she has a good reason for giving it to me. You know what?
So you ponder this as well, and you lean forward. You get closer to these front doors, these giant doors in front of you as well, and the figure becomes more apparent in the light of Arthur's lantern. You see a being appear in front of you. It's an elf with brown skin and long black hair that hovers near the great doors, quiet as a cat. He wears a grey cloak over black studded leather armour and has a polished scimitar hanging from his belt, otherwise looking quite formal, as if for, perhaps, the court of a royal being. "My master is expecting you," he says with no emotion.
And we're expecting your master. Lead on.
He gives the slightest of nods to you as he helps escort you inside. You realise that this rain has really been affecting you, but it is so nice to actually be indoors for a change and even away from that cabin. Let's see if we can change the music here as well, the background.
As Esmeralda lays enough of a clear look on this guy, once the mist does reveal who it is, there's this strange dull ache that begins to wash over her mind, a little bit of a ringing noise in her ears, and she swears that she hears like a faint screaming somewhere deep down in the valley, but maybe it was just the howl of a wolf or something. But there's uneasiness about this aura about this man. Churns her stomach slightly.
You get that feeling as well coming over you. Both Jennifer and Phaedriel notice there's a bit of a peculiar look coming over the face of Esmeralda at this point as you enter. You're continually focusing on your charge. This kind of butler-esque character that has appeared in front of you. The ornate outer doors of the castle hang open, flanked by the fluttering torches of the torch sconces nearby. You see that the 20 feet inside the castle is a second set of doors. It appears to have overhead, actually, in the vaulted entry foyer. It is not hard to see what look like ancient guardians of this room. 4 statues of these gnarled, Gothic-styled dragons glare down at you, their eyes flickering in the torchlight. Passing this, however, leads you into a large, another entry room you can see, which looks like has an incredible staircase. However, it's clearly something that hasn't been well attended in many years. Cobwebs stretch between the columns that support the vaulted ceiling of a great dusty hall, dimly lit by sputtering cork torches in the iron sconces. These torches cast odd shadows across the faces of 8 stone gargoyles squatting motionlessly on the rim of the domed ceiling above you. There's cracked and faded ceiling frescoes covered by decay, and their image is very difficult to make out. There's double doors of bronze standing closed to the east. To the north, a wide staircase climbs into darkness. A lit hallway to the south contains another set of bronze doors, through which you hear sad, majestic organ tones, you think you hear.
That's cool.
He seems to just continually lead you forward into these rooms, ignoring any kind of changes that you have to your appearance as you move on, and you're led through into a larger room. Do you follow him?
I follow him.
I'm going to follow, but sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you over the music there, Ian.
You can
I'm
turn
going
it down in
turn
roll
it down.
20.
Ah, excellent. I'm going to follow, but I'll be running the lantern around the room. Is there any invisible creatures or objects in the area, or is the lantern a revealing infusion?
Good point. I believe this is an ongoing effect with your amazing lantern. What does it actually reveal? What powers?
It reveals any invisible creatures or objects in a 30-foot radius. We flavored it so I have the beam, and I'm just playing that over the place to see if there's anything invisible that I can spot in the area.
You quickly cast a wary glance around you, and everything around as well. Maybe those gargoyles, are they something visible about them, or maybe a bully on those doors? Through the windows, you can see the few of them as well behind you at the doors that you've come through. Thankfully, you've not seen anything invisible lurking in the corners of your vision. You feel a little bit safer for the moment, but you definitely aren't really enjoying the organ music going on in the background.
I am going to use my thing that I think I can use at will. Eldritch Sight, which is essentially detect magic. Let me double check. I
believe
have
you
so
can.
many things. Yeah, I
I
can pretty
believe
much
you
do
can.
detect magic at will.
How
So I
does
just
it
want to sort of
manifest?
Yeah, so as I kind of like look around again, my eyes kind of flash with that cat-like reflection, and it almost looks like there's a fire behind my eyes, like one in each eye, like twin fires. And I kind of like look around, but again, you would have to be looking at me to see that happen. But it is, yeah, you don't. It's a disturbing thing to see because people's eyes don't normally do that. but it's also very much this kind of like for Phaedriel, she totally leans into that otherworldliness, not quite uncanny valley kind of stuff that
Okay.
she's got going on.
Then I'm going to go with that because it's like it's only if people are looking at her, but also
Mm.
because you did mention there's a sense of performance that she likes to be seen doing the stuff that she does. And
Yeah.
I get a feeling that with passive perception, Esmeralda definitely notices this
Yeah.
as you kind of like also kind of like showing this monster hunter what you've got. As you see her eyes flash with this kind of look. And for a moment there, you see on her face with her eyes like this, that her eyes seem to sink in like into two dark pits of coals, but at the very depths of them is this piercing red light in each of the eyes, and it seems to see through you for a split second, and then it's gone. You notice that as Phaedriel looks around this room now, this enhanced vision, you are quite taken back. Almost an audible sigh comes out of you as you get this gentle sense of magic across the entire venue. It's subtle, but it is there. It's a mix of abjuration, protection magic, transmutation, a bit of necromancy you feel of the death magic that is woven into this place, and some conjuration. This place is imbued, and you get a bit of a shiver up your spine, realizing this is beyond anything you've seen.
Be on your guard. There's more than what you see with your eyes.
You pass through this hallway as torchlight flutters against the walls of this vaulted hall. To the east, an arched hallway stretches for another 20 feet, ending at a spiral staircase that goes up and down. Next to the hallway, a suit of armor, oiled and glistening, stands at attention in a shallow alcove. But to the west, where your charge leads you, there's large double doors that silently hang open, with a steady bright light escaping through the opening where the swells of the organ music are heard. As it leads you through into there, I believe there should be something appearing before you now. Is that coming up for you?
I've got the entranceway still.
Just got the entrance at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can get this for you here. All right, how's that? Entry space?
Still entranceway, yes.
I see. I see what's going on. Well, let me try this for a change. You have come into a large room with three enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminating this magnificent chamber. Pillars of stone stand against the dull white marble walls, supporting the ceiling, shadowed in this darkened room. In the center of the room, however, a long, heavy table is covered with fine white satin linen. The table is laden with many delectable foods. Roasted beast basted in savory sauce, roots and herbs of every taste, sweet fruits and vegetables. Places are set here for each of you, with looks like delicate china and silver, and at each place is a crystal goblet filled with an amber liquid with a delicate, tantalizing fragrance coming from it. The strangest image is a massive crystalline and wood-carved hourglass. It's at least 3 foot tall, and it hangs above the center of the table that draws your attention. While taking that in, you see at the end of the far west wall, beyond the floor-to-ceiling mirrors, stands a massive organ. Its pipes blare out a thunderous melody that speaks in tones of greatness and despair. Seated at the organ, facing away from you, a single-caped figure pounds on the keys in raptured ecstasy. The figure suddenly stops. Can we see him do that? I think we can. A deep silence falls over the dining hall as it suddenly turns to stand and face you. As it grasps a goblet of wine that is near it here, It takes a long, lingering look at all of you. I believe you may see it now, this figure, as it stands before you. A pause, looking at all of you from easily 30 feet away, not speaking for what seems like an eternity. Jennifer, you hear the sound of what could be a wolf in the distance. A sudden fear grips your heart. Is it nearby? Is it a threat potentially? Reason seems to escape you for a second, and I need you to make a fear saving throw.
Is it just a D20?
Wisdom saving
Oh,
throw.
wisdom
If you
save.
can make, yeah, thank you.
21.
You manage to steel yourself. You are here on a very singular purpose. Would you like to describe how you steel yourself against that fear?
So I take a few deep breaths and I grab my flask and I take a sip from it and put it back and just,
Okay.
trying to hold myself together.
Take that nip there, which a couple of you notice actually that she has a drink from, as he just watches you with a bit of a small smile that comes to his face. And suddenly he speaks. I am the ancient. I am the land. I am Count Strahd von Zarevich. Gaze upon me and tremble, foolish hunters. The walls of Castle Ravenloft are my domain, and here I reign supreme. Wish to hunt me down, like your ill-fated Dr. Van Richten and his petty band. So be it. We are but 3 hours from doom, shall we say. I grant you this time to explore my castle, uncover its mysteries before you confront me. He twists his hand, and with a small gesture towards the large hourglass, the sands begin to trickle into the bottom bell. Let's begin that, Jared.
Nice.
Boom.
With the sands of time run out here, so too will your lives. Welcome to Castle Ravenloft. Welcome to your doom.
Okay.
He laughs quietly but menacingly, without any sense of joy, more of malice. And then in an instant, he is surrounded by mist, disappearing into darkness. Your time has begun. What do you do?
Thea, you are coming through crackly after your little hiccup
Am
with
I?
reception.
Yes.
Mm.
Oh no. Oh no.
That is quite spooky, though. So
Okay.
Thea's a
Yeah,
red
that
Hold the
is
dread.
quite spooky. Am I still very crackly? Because I actually have something to say.
No.
All right. Okay, so it's all going to
Oh,
go
it's
a
back.
bit strange.
Oh,
No,
no,
it's not.
Second.
we had you
Yeah.
back for a moment.
I've got you back, mean. Bleh. That was me, not. No?
I'm going to take this with Steve while this is happening too.
Can we have a very quick intermission? And I'm
I think we
gonna
should.
reckon-
I think we
Yeah,
do.
I'm
Before we get
so
into the meat and
sorry.
potatoes.
I'm having some issues here. I've even
Let's
got
do
a
that.
speech.
Okay.
If you
I've
pause
got
for a
like
sec.
meaningful
Yes.
word intermission.
Before we say any further,
scene, and
Yeah.
I'm
I'll go
gonna
with it now.
restart stuff. Alright.
We're done.
Okay.
Am I
If
good
she's
to
a-
go?
We're going to take a
All
break.
Right back.
Because clearly
We'll be
it's
right
slow down
back.
and there's a delay as well.
Yeah.
How about 5 minutes? Would that be
Yeah.
enough time, do you think?
Let's take a short break.
Alright.
Don't go anywhere, guys.
Go for
We'll
it.
be
Break
back
for
soon.
5.
All
We'll
right,
be back
I'll
soon.
be back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Brief technical issues and a little intermission. Hope you're doing well. The clock is ticking in. Take us away.
Excellent. I actually do need 1 second to note a couple of things down, guys. Jump
That's
in.
okay.
How are your characters? Actually, dive into this moment as he has vanished. Talk amongst yourselves. What do you do this very moment? And go.
Something spooky and unreal has happened. There's a small click as a pistol appears in Arthur's hand, and he's just kind of sweeping it around the room looking for a target.
Yeah,
You
can we have
notice-
like a low pan shot of all of us just like reaching for our comfort item or weapon, whatever it may be, and just go one by one
Lantern in
around?
one hand and pistol right next to it.
Yeah.
The Gothic Avengers moment is what we're having right now.
Absolutely.
All around. As you look around and peer with that. What are you all bringing out as you do this? He has his pistol and his lantern. He's looking around.
I'm gonna bring out my spell focus, which is my wand.
Oh, I love the props, by the way. You guys are amazing. That's so cool.
She's pointing around looking there.
Yeah. Phaedra's eyes, again, kind of just glimmer a little bit with that sort of, what am I doing a K-pop hand for? They glimmer with like this reflective light. And she sort of looks around, but like goes to reach for the crossbow, which is kind of like in a back harness kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But basically just readies. You know when you look at someone and they're like, this person is balanced, poised, ready for a fight, and also looks like she was about to say something and is really frustrated. Like it's that you were going to say something that was such a cool comeback, and then you can't. And it's just like.
Fair. Okay. And Ez?
We'll pull out a short sword from under a long coat that they wear. Just a dim light begins to emanate from underneath, and then as it's completely unsheathed, a soft glow of moonlight emanates out from this moon-touched short sword.
You do that and look around, noticing the figure of this Strahd, the devil itself, has disappeared. With the lantern light that we have from our doctor, Arthur Sedgwick, you realize that the elf that was with you as well has gone. You did not notice him disappear. He left maybe during the villain's monologue of Strahd himself there, but now it appears you are alone. What do you do?
So I guess it's a game of cat and mouse at this stage. Only question is, are we the mouse or the cat?
Oh, we're the cat. Clearly.
Well,
That's the right
you might
attitude
be.
to have.
I'm feeling very mouse-like right now.
Jennifer, we're here to protect you. You'll be fine if you stay with us. I think we need to look around. I think we need to find and defeat this villain. He's been hiding in the shadows for centuries. Now she's getting into that whole, this is what I was going to say to you, but you're gone, so I'm going to say it to my friends. Hiding in the shadows for centuries, feeding off the innocents. Now your time has come. I think back to our crone. How may we defeat this creature of the night? If it was as simple as walking in and casting him out, it would have been done by our friends. What do we know?
We also need to find them. Strahd mentioned that they were here, so they must be somewhere around if he hasn't killed them already.
They're alive, I can tell. Total face
Jennifer
confidence.
looked very afraid at the thought of her sister have been killed.
Arthur just kind of rolls his eyes, not really taking the time to hide it from Fedrell. Just sure, and I'm gonna start looking around the room, just having a closer look, see if there's anything. He is focused on some things that are hidden. He's assuming that Strahd is a devious you-know-what, and wants to see if there's any unobtrusive exits from the room, using his lantern and keeping the pistol kind of drawn along with it.
Okay. You have a look around the room, checking over everything you can see in front of you. This feast was clearly put out here as an enticement for you. It does smell delicious. You don't detect anything unnatural about it from what you can see. Looking through, the pipe organ is quite a magnificent creation. That's something that's been put together as well, an invention that someone has made here. If it was a different place, you'd want to have more time to investigate this. But right now, as you look around the room, you don't notice that there are any other major entrances or exits other than the grey bronze doors that you came through. As you see Arthur focusing on this as well, there's a great bone-chilling wind that rises up and roars through the hall, putting out all the open flames. It is
Arthur
now,
immediately raises his lantern and opens the shutters fully.
and his blasting of light does come out through here. You hear the splattering of rain outside, but his light definitely helps as you no longer have any other light sources other than that, and probably, I believe, Ezra's sword, which is a glow of moonlight. Is it about 5-10 feet radius around?
15 feet bright.
That's quite a bright lit sword between the two of them, at least. You do feel a chill as you hear in the distance. Esmeralda, you pick up this. In fact, so does Jennifer and Phaedriel. Excuse me. A slam. Sounded like of metal on ground, or maybe the portcullis gates have closed, solid shut. And then in front of you, the bronze doors nearby close as well.
It begins. So what do we know? Like, we...
Are you saying this out loud?
No, this is Thea.
Okay.
2 players. What do we know?
I'd say if we keep it in character, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
And you don't have to keep voices on if it makes it easier.
We-
Just so you can talk.
Yeah, we do know from the reading that there are a few places we could head to. Where we think those are is a whole nother question. So we know that we need to head up high. We need to head to where a place of death is.
Yep.
We need to find an ally, and we need to find places of rest and memory. So
So I feel that we've got a couple of goals. We could either split up into 4 separate missions, which I don't recommend.
What could possibly go wrong?
Massive shakes of the head for many of all of your companions, in fact.
Yes, Pedro, why don't you go off ahead and we'll go search elsewhere.
I'll just head on off. So I think Phaedriel is going to sort of like, well, clearly we don't want to play his game, but I think we must, to a degree, follow his rules and turn this around. Clearly he thinks he is smarter than us. Clearly he is wrong. There is something here we must find, and a fool and arrogant creature such as he would not think we capable of finding what can defeat him. So I suggest we follow his lead. Play the game for now. Let the cat think that he has the mice fooled. Like, this is all. She thinks she's being so clever, and it's just not. So profound, and it's just not.
Probably Yeah, go ahead.
In other words, I'm hearing we just keep an eye out for the chinks in the armor, the mistakes, the where he fills his intelligence, wherever he thinks he's getting his brilliant ideas.
Exactly. Strike him where he's weakness. That's what I said. I think we need to seek out one of these things. Should we head to the heights or should we head to the depths? I think those are our choices.
I have concerns that, let's say, woman was in the carriage when we boarded. How can we say she doesn't work for Strahd?
But if she does, why should we not play his game and beat him at his own?
I admire the enthusiasm. Well, I suppose there's only a limited amount of up. Going upstairs would seem to be the easiest thing to follow.
At this
Right.
point, both Esmeralda and that would be Jennifer have this feeling that you have this sound that's coming from somewhere, just a kind of like almost a hissing sound. You're not sure, and your eyes are immediately drawn or reminded of the hourglass nearby, and you see the stands getting fuller and fuller down the bottom. You realize your time is running out.
We have to act.
All
Can't
right.
just sit here.
Can I go up and inspect the hourglass? Is there
You realize
anything different about it?
you'll have to probably climb on the table. It's about 2 feet above the table, floating above in between the chandelier and the table itself. You can do so, taking a moment to get a chair or two to help you get on the table, and your wet and soiled boots creating a bit of a mess on the actual table itself. I just want you to roll a acrobatics check as you're doing this.
Uh-oh.
11.
You have a moment where you almost fall, but you manage to hold yourself, and you realize it's within reach as you put your hands to it and passes right through it. Phaedril, you realize there was that sense of illusionary magic, and yet it's not something you wanted to share with anyone at that point.
It's an illusion. You have to move.
I kind of figured that out.
Yes.
Well, I say we go upstairs. There's only a limited amount of up, and who knows how deep the tunnels into this castle go.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's up and work our way down.
Yeah, push towards the stairs, towards the... I'm assuming there's no stairs in here. Push towards the doors and...
With a quick
Just
look
take-
around,
Yeah.
you don't see any stairs in here. I don't know if you have any implements or items on you that may help as well with your directions around here. Just putting that out there. But I will, as the doors open up in front of you, as you head into the hallway.
You said there was stairs in the hallway that headed up?
Yeah.
Spiral staircase?
Just on the opposite side of this hallway leading into the dining room, just opposite, there's actually a passage leading to some stairs going up as a spiral stairway. And then down to your left, actually, where you came from, that large hallway with that dusty cobweb set of stairs. That's a grand staircase. It also leads up. You realize the spiral staircase leads both up and down.
Well, I'm going to start just striding up, heading up the stairs. With this assumption that, of course, I'm the leader. Of course, they'll follow me.
The spiral stairs, I hope.
Yeah, spiral stairs, yeah.
Good.
I'm going to pull a few things out of my pockets and you hear me mumbling, and I'm going to cast Locate Creature to try to locate my sister.
Ooh.
Excellent idea. How does that manifest? Would you like to describe how this is cast? Checking on the components, particularly if there's verbal, somatic, or any materials she pulls out to try and focus her perception.
So you see me pull out a bit of fur, and you see me make some hand movements over it and mumble a few words, and just casting Locate Creature
And focusing on
on
Gwendolyn
my sister. Yep.
to see if you can focus where she is. This has worked for you before very easily, particularly when you're more close to nature in natural wilderness. In towns, you found it a little distracting, but in old castles or ruins, you haven't really. It's been a little bit more challenging. Is there any check to make to see if this works?
It is concentration up to an hour. Spell can locate a specific creature known to you or the nearest creature of specific kind. As long as you have seen creature up close within 30 feet at least once. There does not appear
Very
to be
familiar
any
with your
kind of-
sister? Yes.
I would hope.
There does not appear to be any kind of check.
Interestingly, you're finding it challenging. There's something about the nature of this place. You feel that you are constricted. You feel don't have that sense of perception automatically that this spell would bring to you. That kind of comfort you've had from casting this before, of being able to call out, and even if you couldn't sense someone, knowing that you were at least aware, you seem to be limited to the room itself as you try to push further in. I need you to make a spell casting check. Use your spellcaster ability check and make a d20 roll and add that.
Okay. My save DC.
Yes. No, actually, not the save DC, but where it says the attack roll, I think it is spell attack, if it's that.
Spell attack. Okay.
I call that also a spellcasting ability check. That will be the same bonus.
Okay.
You can do it as an attack. That'd be the same thing, actually, if you want to. As in the, spellcasting attack. If you click that, that might be able to do it for you too.
23.
Ooh.
You focus strongly on this, calling upon the spirits of the nature around you, the earth. Those that have been here in the past, maybe souls who have been in this place before, to try and aid you. And for a split second, the imprison you feel that you're in opens up. You get a very uncomfortable feeling of the spirits in this place not being natural very much anymore, not of living spirits, but one who have passed, those who linger in a place of ghostly images that seem to almost take you over. You try to focus through all of these. And what's the range of this locate creature? Do you know?
It is. It just says range area self.
Which basically means I think within...
Sorry, 1,000 feet. 1,000
Oh,
feet.
1,000 feet? Okay, then. You focus so much through all of these fearful, almost terrifying images as well, just to keep focus. Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. And for a moment, you feel presence upwards, far above you. Somewhere up there.
Okay. And that is concentration up to an hour, so I'll be keeping concentrating on that.
You feel that you have that focus on you right now. You see that look come over Jennifer of, at first there was an intenseness and a focus, almost sweat coming to her face, and then suddenly a calm comes over her and she opens her eyes again.
Jennifer, are you all right?
My sister's up.
Then
we
let's
need to go upstairs.
That would seem to be the way to go.
Right. We head up the spiral staircase. Well, I head up. I have every expectation that the others will follow me.
Right behind you.
Phaedril confidently starts walking towards this tower stairway, with the others following directly behind her. You notice that there are torches that are lit, fluttering in the sconces of this spiral staircase. There's a chill wind rushing down this circular stairway, seeming to kill the very heat of these torches as you walk by them. You start making your way upwards in this staircase, feeling a bit of a cold chill as you're going through this. And eventually, but realize you come up at least a level as it opens out to another landing, and there appears to be a doorway nearby. This more of a solid wooden door with a little bit of iron hinges around it. All is quiet.
I'm going to kind of...
And the stairs continue up, by the way.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of, I guess, detect magic again, see if I can pick up anything that is particular on this level. Like, I want to get I want to do a vibe check. I want to get a sense if it is worth investigating here, like spending some time, or whether we should continue going up.
Okay. Does this penetrate walls, detect magic?
That is an excellent question that I should know the answer to.
Or doors, perhaps?
I think
The
it's just a
spell can
range.
penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 foot of wooden dirt.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good to know. So you cast this spell. Again, that little flash of light comes to her eyes that you see, Esmeralda, as this happens. With all of you in this very small passageway as well, you're all much closer together. You will notice, hang on a sec, I just have to find out where we are. Here we go. You don't sense anything other than the power of this great, subdued yet potent magic infusing this entire place. There is nothing focused that you can tell around here.
Jennifer, do you sense your sister here, or do we need to continue up?
Up. It's very far up.
Let's go.
Well, we do need to climb all the way to the top.
Okay.
Does the spiral staircase continue up as far as we need to go?
I'm going to be
It
using
continues
my
upward.
wand as like a dowsing rod as to what direction she is.
Okay, and that means it's like instinctively she's still holding it and it's pointing upwards at this very point here.
Yeah.
You notice, Arthur, that this is a stairway. It looks like it continues up. You feel from the sound of things probably continues for a while. You'll find out as you move up the stairs. Cold wind again coming through here. Light of the torches not giving you as much heat as you would hope. You find yourself at another landing. Bit of the cool air is really affecting you. It seems a bit stronger here as you go upwards. And another wooden door, quite solid again here. This one looks a bit more worn, right in front of you.
Jennifer?
Further up.
Do I get
Further
any
up it is.
Keep
do I
going
get
up.
pings off my magic? Like, is anything changing as we go up? I detect
As you
magic.
look through this portal over here, as you can tell as well, looking through into the other rooms. Let's have a look at that there. Where are we? And you feel as you're staring into the room beyond. Just going to grab that here for you.
I hope someone's keeping track of how far up we're going.
It's gone up 2 levels so far,
Okay.
but I won't say any more. You guys can track that. There is a similar sense that you get from the feeling below.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sense anything much more beyond here as well, same as what you've had.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Phaedriel is like an impatient kind of person. He's just like, let's go. Has now kind of glommed on to Jennifer as, right, we need to focus. Jennifer knows we've got a sister to find. There is talk of needing to find an ally. Good enough. Let's go.
There's a slightly mocking tone as Arthur bows to Jennifer and after you. Phaedriel, sorry.
Phaedriel doesn't even pick up on the mockingness. It's just like, of course I'm leading.
It leads upwards. Looks like to another room here, but it's a change in the stairway that you had.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, it actually opens out to a larger landing, about twice the size of what you've seen before. And the stairwell stopped here, but you see just to your right continues upward in a new stairwell.
Okay.
Just opposite you, though, is a doorway, similar to before. It's a large landing, about 10 feet wide and about 20 feet long. That cold draft of wind rushes down the spiral staircase at the north end of the east wall and whistles through mournfully in this room before streaming down the stairs to the south where you're coming from. You notice that there's an ornate square rug covering the floor to the south. And set into the west wall is an iron-bound wooden door just on the northern part of it with a wooden trapdoor set into the floor in front of it. Hanging on the north wall above the trapdoor is a framed portrait of a handsome, well-dressed man with serene yet penetrating gaze.
Do we recognize this man?
I would like you all to roll just an investigation check. If you don't have that, roll intelligence.
That is a 15.
That is a 20 maths. 21.
20 maths.
20 maths.
I have 20 maths in. 18.
20 maths.
12.
12, okay. Let me have a look at this here for you just in a sec. There's a familiarity to this figure straight away. It didn't appear to you all at first. Anyone who rolled 13 or higher, that would be Arthur, Jennifer, was it?
No, I rolled 12.
12? Sorry, Jared, Thea, what'd you roll?
I got a 21.
Okay.
And I got 18 maths.
Okay. 18.
Nice.
Excellent. I think I just need to find this for you. There is the image itself. It is of a younger version of Strahd himself, it appears. It's clearly, or is it younger, or is the flesh more vibrant, alive? Perhaps this was done of him in life. He looks like a regal, if a little arrogant, warrior lord you see in front of you, wearing similar clothing but in armor here, quite strongly built, standing imperiously as many nobles would do in a more archaic style of painting, with a kind of reddish tint to the armor itself and a symbol of what looks like wings in the center.
This is sounding quite familiar to one of the cards earlier. Could I have a closer look and see if I can lift the painting away from the wall, check behind it?
Yeah, have a look over, roll an investigation check. Are you touching it, pulling it back, anything like that?
Yeah, going to touch it, see if it'll move away from the wall. I'll roll the investigation. That is a 17.
Heads across to take a moment to test it out, see as well. And you realise that the picture frame is bolted to the wall after you spend a couple of rounds actually looking over it. You realise that this entire frame and painting itself has been carefully attached to the wall so as not to be removed. But if you do, it's clear you'll destroy the painting itself. However, something odd is noticed, that everywhere you move, it seems the eyes are following you.
Do the eyes appear to be part of the painting, or as if someone is behind it peeking through?
You look at it clearly and it looks like the painting itself is undisturbed. There's no kind of holes in the eyes or any other part of it. You look again and it looks like it's fine. You don't notice anything more about it.
Well, I can't speak for all of you, of course, but I believe that harming anything Strahd likes is probably a good thing at this time. Should I destroy the painting and see what's behind it? If there is anything, of course.
Phaedriel's already like lit up a little flint with like a little flame going, sure.
Jennifer, what do you think? Does your sense tell you anything in this direction?
What does my sense tell me? It doesn't lead to my sister. My sister's still further up.
Esmeralda?
I feel it as a little wanton destruction, but I mean, it's early in the game, right? Why don't we antagonize him slightly?
Bedrell, you look very enthusiastic about this job. Please.
So is that my sister's moving, or?
This is where it's pointing out.
Your sister's
Okay.
Is that
So your
towards the
sister's-
painting, or?
So the sister's moving above us.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Jennifer, you seem concerned. Your focus is not with us. I need you to focus in the here and now. What is it you sense?
She's moving around above us.
Do you have a sense of urgency? Is she in danger?
I don't think I'd be able to tell that through the spell.
Arthur has gotten slightly impatient. With another click, a short sword emerges from his other sleeve and he slashes the painting.
Nice.
He slashes the painting?
He does.
Okay. A big slash at the painting itself. Would you like to roll an attack roll to see
I will do
what the
that.
damage is?
Actions. With the short sword, that is a +5, giving me an 8.
Oh my gosh.
No.
We are not rolling well.
I am not.
In this
Early
small-
days.
In this small area, with your lantern just nearby, he quickly pulls out his sword and he reaches up to slash at the painting, not realizing the distance actually in this area is a little bit more narrow than he's used to. Hits the frame of the painting itself as well, actually the stone right next to it, and doesn't clangs off, it judders your arm straight away. You suddenly get this sense of the eyes as well. Are they moving, following your movements at that point here? You get this very strange feeling about you at this point. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom
Can I
saving
just-
throw.
Also say that Hoju has redeemed inspiration for Arthur, just in case this is necessary.
Ooh, thank you, Hoju. That is your one
That is a
inspiration. Yeah.
10. I think I will indeed redeem that. What is the...
Fair. Fair.
So is that another
been
D20
used.
roll?
It's been used. That's your inspiration for the game. I love it. At least for this hour. We'll do it each hour. That's okay.
Thank you, Hoju.
Thank you,
Coming in
Hoju.
clutch.
Is that an advantage roll?
No, you just roll again, and we'll take the higher of the two.
Wisdom. Where did you go? Not there, clearly. Wisdom, there it is. I clicked it just a moment ago and now it's vanished because I'm not that bright. There we go. Oh, well, a 10.
Oh my
Looked
gosh,
like a 10 or a
exactly
10.
the same.
Thanks for shooting.
Oh my goodness.
A flash of insight came to you with your friend, the detective, as well appears to mind to like focus as well. Remember your training. Remember your training. And the eyes just
Don't
seem
remember
to
your training.
focus, and you realize this painting is important. It's not to be damaged. It's to be taken care of. You have the charmed condition at the moment. Would you like to put this down?
Well, on second thoughts, it
And
is a
even more.
wonderful painting and we really shouldn't touch it. Let's continue going upstairs, shall we? And I just confidently walk off towards the stairwell and just admire the painting on my way past. Masterful brushstrokes, masterful. Let's continue on. Your sister, wasn't it, Jennifer? Upstairs, shall we?
Do I pick up on this? Do I note that there's something a bit off with the vibes?
I think that's an insight check if you'd like to roll with that. Is that Esmeralda, or is that you saying yeah as well? You'd like to see?
No, I'm curious. Maybe I'll do whatever. I don't know.
You can roll insight.
I'm like,
as well.
I'm a 7 because
That's a big attitude adjustment. Like from
Let's
like
see
being
what's-
impatient.
See what Ez rolls in the meantime.
I'm going to swap my D20s because this one is not working. I need a new one. We're going for...
It's going to be a 16 maths.
Ooh, that's better.
Let me just check.
16 maths, you say?
A whole 16.
Although Phaedriel looks at this and says, yeah, of course you shouldn't attack a wall. That's not a good idea. And just doesn't think about that any further. Ez notices there is a clear change to Arthur's attitude towards this. He seemed almost robotic for a second as well and just seemed to pull himself in. No, we should move on. It's a beautiful painting. I really like this. And it's completely different to how he was talking before.
All right, I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Let's spend no more time on this.
I'm going to keep an eye on him and follow
stairs.
him. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just keep following him.
Okay, he's headed up the stairs.
Yeah.
And you all follow him?
Yeah, I think
Jen very eagerly follows him because she wants to get to her sister.
I think Phaedriel kind of tries to keep close to Jen in this kind of like almost hovering. Oh, okay.
I'm going to be annoyed out of game later if there was something important behind there. You realise this?
Phaedriel's not the best leader in the world, but she really wants to be.
I'll be striding up the stairs with his lantern raised.
That was a real cough, by the way.
96. I just need to adjust a couple of things as I realise something just happened. Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Something just happened.
Whoa, hang
What
on.
do you mean something just
Can't
happened,
do that,
DM?
Mr.
What do
Dungeon
you
Master.
mean?
What do you
It's like you're
mean?
rolling dice and not telling us
Yeah,
what's
that's
going on.
exactly where I went. I was just like,
We're onto your tricks.
just looks down and goes,
So with all honesty,
something just
would you
happened.
like some honesty or would you like me just to keep going?
No,
I
keep
enjoy
going.
the mystery.
You do you.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
do you.
You head further.
I am going to clip this though because
So we're up to level
DMing.
4.
You, I believe, let me just double check. I just need to make
Yes,
sure.
I've been tracking. We're on level 4 now.
This spiraling staircase goes up another level and is dark and dusty. Continuing forward with the cold coming right through into this place. The 60-foot diameter roof that you come up to. In fact, I might actually bring you across to that now. Where are we here?
It's exciting. Thank you, among mates. We will indeed keep going.
You find yourself on a 60-foot diameter roof with its
Oh.
battlements. Is that coming up before you now?
Yes, I can see
And
that. Looks
that is awesome.
fantastic.
A slender stone bridge with no railing spans the gap between this tower and the slightly taller tower to the north. To the east, the higher tower of Ravenloft Castle thrusts skyward with no apparent opening at this level. And black, boiling clouds hurl rain down from above. The mists continue to restrict around you. You realize that as you're standing in this alcove at the end of the stairwell, you're getting the very littlest cover as rain is splashing upon you, this deluge.
Jennifer.
What direction is my sister in?
As you concentrate carefully to focus on this for a moment, it seems that you've lost track for a second. I need you to roll another spellcrafting check.
Okay. Oof. $21.
Ooh, wow.
Your focus and your love for your sister shone through any kind of fears that you have, ignoring the kind of howls that you've heard in the distance and any kind of like spirits of the past. You focus ahead. You sense somewhere nearby. Is it down? No. It's just nearby, ahead, pointing towards the other tower across the stairwell, across the bridge you can see, leading into that entryway that you can see in the other large tower.
Yep. I blindly head towards it.
I put my arm out to stop her from heading across that before we've checked it out. Jennifer.
No, she's over there.
There's time. You cannot go in blindly. This is not
This
a
is
safe
my
place.
sister.
We'll be
I
there
have not
shortly.
done anything with. I have not been without my sister since I was born.
Do you want to be without her forever?
Or her to be without you.
You must take care. And I'm going to check out I've lost my words. This
Bridge?
thing that goes from where we are to there, bridge.
The bridge?
Yes. Yeah.
Specifically, I would like to check for traps, please.
And I would like to see if it's real and if there's any sort of magic on it.
There's the bridge, or
Yes.
the
bridge and then up to the other tower.
With a flash, you notice. There's the tower next to you, the really tall, thin one, which has no entrances there you can see. You get that same sense of the magic that you're feeling around this whole place. But it is real. And the bridge leading across to the other large tower, where there's a door. Actually, it's an open entryway. There's no door. There's a sense of darkness with this little pulsing reddish light that is coming from inside there. You get a sense of that same kind of feeling. There's no illusionary magic around here. It is all very real. There's something powerfully magical you feel. Something with a sense of power inside that room.
Okay, and the traps for Arthur?
Arthur, you're in investigation, was it?
Yeah, would that be investigation? I'll do that.
The traps, yeah, we'll go with that. Or thieves' tools if you've got that.
24.
I mean, actually,
That's nat 20.
investigation is looking around.
Oh, nat 20. Amazing.
Okay. You carefully look around this place. Looking not just for traps, but any what looks like could be hidden places that are kind of like
Yes, I will be using the lantern as
things.
well to reveal anything invisible.
Okay.
Anything invisible here, which even this with the constricting mists around the area and clouds and rain, within your sight you can see, peering through that rain, no sense of anything being hidden by invisibility you can see here. You don't sense any kind of like traps or anything dangerous that you can see mechanics around this area. It all looks quite mundane, old, uncared for a little bit, but definitely very solid. All these stone buildings around you.
Okay, on that investigation, you say the tower closest to us is the tallest tower. Does that have any sort of opening or entryway at all? Anything invisible or not easily spotted?
I'm going to get you to roll a perception check, and I'm getting you to roll at disadvantage because of the heavy rain and mist.
Reasonable.
See how you go.
Alright, first roll was a 19.
It's a good
Second
roll.
roll was a 5.
It's very difficult to see. You can see there's no clear entryway. You can see the very point of the top of the tower is one of those like points, not a turret like these two towers have. That pointed roof as well is enshrouded in clouds and darkness. There's no obvious entryway into this tower that you can see up nor down. As you look, heading over to the edge of this tower, looking downwards, you don't see anything as it goes into the mists. No entryway.
No traps.
Where's your sister? To Jennifer.
In the other tower.
I'm going to keep Jennifer kind of close behind, like, you know, when you kind of loop your arm around someone and kind of hug them behind you. Guess I'm going to head across the bridge. Yeah.
I'm not going to resist a grapple.
Yeah. Consensual. A hug is really just a consensual grapple. Let's be honest.
I'm just going to shoot Esmeralda a slightly exasperated look and just follow along with my lantern held high ahead of us.
Esmeralda or Phaedriel?
Esmeralda. Because you're heading off across the bridge already, so it's like, well...
I'm Phaedriel.
Yes, I know. I was talking to Esmeralda. Well, staring at Esmeralda. It's like,
Yes,
can you believe this person?
Oh my God, can you believe this?
I mean,
Can you believe this humanoid?
Oh my God.
Look, let's just follow. Time is of the essence here. We do need to make some decisions, even if they aren't the most important.
You head across.
Yeah.
You find who's the leader as well?
Me. Definitely Phaedriel's in the lead.
I think is Arthur right behind her? Is it Arthur or who else?
No, it would be me.
Jennifer's
Maybe
right
you?
behind her, then Arthur's kind of following, looking suspiciously around the place, of course.
I'm
Phaedriel-
clinging very tightly to the back of Phaedriel's clothing.
Okay. As they lead forward, behind them, Arthur and Ez getting ready for whatever's inside. You find yourself coming to a large spiral staircase that goes around the inside of this gigantic tower. Let me move into that here. I can find that.
Ooh, this is cool.
The spiral tower is quite large indeed, going upwards, but at this very level and going downwards deep, way down, it looks like, possibly to the ground floor at least of Castle Ravenloft. Mosaic floor along this to add a little bit of touch of colour to an otherwise dark, cold, empty tower. However, something you notice as you step onto the spiral staircase, that reddish light flares that you saw earlier, and you notice that there's some very large object in front of you. And the full immensity of the tower now, as you look down, gives you a bit of a moment of vertigo as you realize it is open in the very center. And for those of you not happy with heights, this could be quite concerning. But it's not that really takes your view. Is there a new image that's appeared in front of you? I'm not sure if it has. Where are we? Here we go. Let's try this. You now see the full immensity of the tower, and the spiral staircase circles as all up to its height. I believe it continues above you. 60 foot wide at its base. It's come a little narrower as you get towards the top. But as you are near the pinnacle, you see that there's a large crystal hovering in front of you, seemingly shaped like a heart, pulsating with red light. And above the heart, the stairs continue upward. Can everyone roll initiative, please?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, boy.
Just as my snacks arrive, of course.
22.
5.
5.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
What's your dex, Arthur?
Dex is 17.
Okay, you go first.
Okay.
I'm just going to quickly check that some windows are closed because I've just heard the rain pick up.
And what was yours, Jared? Sorry, what was yours?
22.
22, so you're
I shall
first, I
return
believe.
momentarily. Be right back, everyone.
And Thea, you got natural 20, is that right?
I'm dirty 20.
A dirty 20. No
Dirty
worries. Let me just check on this.
Yes, I have the most pathetic cough in the world. I got Poteki, and it's a little spicier than I anticipated.
Okay. You feel there's a strange presence in this place. We're going to go with, of course, Jared when he gets back first. But yeah, there's definitely something. There's something pulsing within the depths of this light, really gently at first. A light.
Gently.
Get ready for what you're going to do. We'll just wait for Jared to come back, but have a think about this before we go ahead. I'm just going to check something quickly.
I will. Do I get a sense of threat? Like, do I feel that there is an imminent threat to myself or my companions?
With what kind of sense are you thinking about? Is this with your insight, perhaps?
Yeah, this is sort of an insight. It's like, okay, we're here. It's my vibe check, and I think vibe check is insight. Yeah, I love vibe checks. D&D 2027 vibe checks. Yeah, so I'll give it a check.
Okay, good. That's where it goes to. All right.
12 plus 17. I got a 17.
Okay.
For my vibe check.
It's a tough one. You feel that at this case because you've never seen a crystal heart before to know how it actually responds to things. So maybe not with any kind of natural instincts. Maybe you need to rely more on magical ones.
Can I make an Arcana check?
You can, or if you want to use, yes, you can make an Arcana check. Go with that.
No. Yeah, 12.
Okay. This would be like a natural kind of feeling, so it didn't take you an action and it won't cost you a reaction. Just the initial sense of looking into this place, you feel it's odd, but you haven't felt anything out of the ordinary in terms of danger yet. And as we go into this round, first of all, Jared, Esmeralda goes first. What does she do? Roll. Do you spend a moment to take a perception and look around? Go for it. Roll perception or investigation, whichever's stronger for you. You do. There's no mist here as well. You get a straight check. If you have advantage for, what is it for? How do you get advantage? I'll call that. Are you wearing them all the time? Because it does give you a headache over time as well if you do wear it for a long period. It's like an hour or more. Give it a free action. That's your free action to flick them on. You're still carrying the weapon, which is okay. You flick them on. Go for the advantage. Give it a go.
Yeah.
You look at these as well. In terms of what danger could be, again, it's a crystal statue of a heart. You're not sure what that could mean. However, you're feeling like you feel this odd sense. You've seen this before. Is this some memory that you wish to try and evoke to see what this could be? This will be your action, absolutely. Can you describe what happens when suddenly a memory you tap into suddenly starts to come over you? What does Esmeralda look like?
I'm so sorry, but the stream has lost Jared's audio.
Oh, okay. Thank you for picking up, guys, out there.
Hello,
Just
I'm back.
describing that she is focused. Can be heard now?
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone.
Ian, see Jared, but no sound from him.
Okay.
As focuses for a second and takes up a stance and is kind of like peering around very carefully with her eyes. Can you roll a wisdom saving throw?
Sure.
In case anyone can't hear it. You
No,
just said, sure. He's back.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm 100%.
You're back.
I knew what it was. Wisdom save is going to be an 18.
You focus carefully to sense around you. It's a
Thank you,
flash
Smack.
of a memory of someone you're not sure who it could be. It's someone shorter than you think. And it looks like there is a figure nearby that it looks like you're someone trying to grab onto to try and help them stand aside as the image, as you look across, sees this pulsating heart. You sense danger from this, and you sense the whole tower has danger about this, and it quickly comes over you, and then it's gone. That's your action. You have a bonus and a move. What do you do?
I will perhaps snap back to my normal posture. I'll have my moon touch sword in one hand, my hand crossbow in the other, and maybe take a few paces. Are we at like are we on a landing?
You're at the landing inside the doorway. That's it so far.
And we're a portion of the way up this tower.
You haven't left anywhere that the landing. You're on the landing. That's it, and it continues around.
I'll take maybe like I'll put 1 foot on the first step, and there.
Okay. You see, as snaps back, doesn't say anything, looks and puts first step leading up or down.
Upwards.
Leading upwards. Thea, your turn. You see this. What do you do? As the quickest on next.
I pick up on that sense of danger, do I?
Roll. You did roll an insight check. What was your insight?
It wasn't good. It was like 12.
No, you just see that Esda's doing her usual ranger thing, so that's great. What do you do?
Okay. Well, I don't pick up on danger yet, so I'm not going to take on my form of dread yet.
Okay.
I'm going to pull out my crossbow.
Free action as part of an attack, or just getting it ready?
Just pulling it out. So if you'll allow me, that is an object interaction.
Yep.
Pull that out. And I will ready Eldritch Blast, but I'm going to hold my action until I see a threat to anyone in the party.
Done. Excellent.
So it's quite this sort of like, I've got the crossbow out, but there's also like this kind of eldritch light around it.
Mm-hmm. And suddenly this, what color would it be?
It's white. So it's a white kind of fire, but it's got the, blacklight has this kind of weird, like if you look at blacklight in the corner of your eye, it echoes. It's got that kind of feel to it.
A few of you notice this as well, as this crossbow has this kind of sense to it, an aura almost, like as you look at this here, that white light comes across this. Do you move at all?
I don't think so. I think as long as I'm in front of everybody else, like I want to be able to sort of put myself in front of them, between them and this glowing heart.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you do, so you don't really move too far. As you prepare this, there's a sudden crumbling, crunching, ripping sound, and you see the crystal heart in front of you pulse with light. You swear you see the crystal actually beat and move by itself, and then the entire tower shakes around you, and you are barely able to keep your stance. I need everyone to roll a dexterity saving throw.
100% put my arm out in front of Jen. Like, you know when you're in a car and you stop suddenly and you put your hand in front of the person in the passenger seat for a seatbelt?
You mummed me.
Yeah, I'm mumming. I'm definitely mumming Jen.
That would be
Okay.
a 9 for other.
5. Actually, do I get advantage because I was being mummed by...
Well, here's what we're going to talk about. Tell me what you rolled first. So that was a 9 for you, Arthur. Is that right? And a 5 for you, Tamara.
5. Yep.
Jared, there?
15.
Sorry, I also 15.
15, okay. Jared, Thea, you manage quickly to push yourself up against the back of the tower and try to hold on as this thing sways and moves and like it's being shaken from somewhere. The beat of the heart seems to have brought this to life. At that very moment, Arthur, Jennifer, you were not prepared for this. You both lose your footing. And right now, you are careening over the edge of the tower as it tipped forward for that moment. And both of you are falling. Unfortunately for Arthur, nobody tried to do anything to help him there, and he is falling down the center of the tower.
Sorry,
At the same time, Tamara, Jennifer is just about falling when our hand is reached out to try and stop her from falling. So I have this suggestion. You either keep your roll, both of you, or in fact, it's going to be you, Thea, making this decision. You will now take a disadvantage to give Jennifer advantage on her roll.
100%.
Do it. Roll your
Yep.
roll, and you roll your roll. Amazing, heroic
Alright.
move there.
So if I was at disadvantage, I just
Yeah.
got 18 on the dice, which is 22. So I'll keep my original 15.
15. Good save. Lucky there.
I rolled 7.
Okay. It was
Oh,
unfortunately.
oh.
You feel like the little bits of some of her older cloak rip off in your hand as
Jennifer!
both Jennifer and Arthur cry out, falling down to the bottom
Ah.
of this
Yeah.
tower. I need you
Ouch.
both to now roll a second dexterity saving throw to try and stop yourself from falling the entire way as you go down.
That is a 13.
Okay.
10.
Roll.
Roll indeed.
Arthur managed to fall 2 floors before he stopped himself.
No.
Jennifer fell 3.
Ah, no.
You're both now clinging down. Actually, you've been smacked into some of the landing itself of below levels there. So you'll take half damage. And I'll just get that up and running.
Jeez.
Did that roll?
Yep,
Mhm.
10 damage.
Mhm.
That's for you, Arthur. You take 5. And you take 6, Jennifer. It's bludgeoning damage. I don't think anyone has any resistances. It was thankful that you have experience to manage to slow your fall. Many normal people, common folk, would have possibly died at that. But you are now actually about 2 or 3 floors below. And we now come to your go, Arthur.
Mm.
As you are on the ground prone, what do you do?
All right. I'm going to stand up.
That's half your move.
That is entirely fair. Could I free action try and do an Arcana check on the Crystal Heart?
Yeah, Arcana would be free action. Any knowledge checks would be free action. Roll for it now.
That is a 14. I'm rolling really badly tonight.
You definitely sense a sense of magic about this. It is very powerful. You think transmutation magic of some kind, but beyond that, you're not sure of the details. You do know that it is powerful. That's a free action. You don't have an action.
I'm going to use the other half of my movement to try and head back towards the level with the others, staying very close to the wall and trying to keep myself stable. From where I'm standing, would I be able to take a shot at the Crystal Heart? Because it's just annoyed me.
I imagine it would have. Just firstly, what's your speed? In fact, I might get everyone's speed while we're doing
My
that.
speed is 25 feet, so 12 feet.
Make it
with
12.
half movement.
Thea? Jared?
30. Stand.
30.
30.
Okay.
I've got little legs.
Racing up the tower. Moves
Is that
12
the
feet
other
as he
times?
pulls himself up. Please do an Irish accent for the rest
Oh,
of this. That would be
no.
fantastic. As you race up this tower as well, getting as fast as you can. It's like you only get a little bit of a way as you pull out. Is it your crossbow? Is that what it is? Or
Pistol. So it's from his sleeve. It just kind of extends out an after and appears in his hand as he tries to take a shot at the the heart.
Gets it ready. What's the ammunition that you're using?
That is standard ammunition, I believe. Yeah, just bullets, but I have the infusion on this pistol, which is able to ignore the reloading effect on the pistol.
Oh, fantastic.
So
He
I can
acts
just keep firing it.
incredibly quickly, basically, as he gets this prepared here. Can you roll an attack roll as you all hear a tremendous cracking sound as his pistol shoots straight towards the heart there?
That is a 12 to hit.
It fires just at the side of the heart itself. Damn, you've missed at this occasion. Do you get an extra attack?
I don't believe so. One attack per action. I'll see if I've got any bonuses.
Get ready your bonus action, because next is Tamara. Your character's go. Get your go ready, just as he has a look for his bonus actions.
Yeah, that ends my turn. All good.
And we cut straight over to Jennifer. What do you do as you are prone 3 floors down?
So I will use half my speed to stand up.
Okay, you are up now.
Do I have to roll for concentration on my spell?
Yes, you do, because you took damage. It will be a DC 10. So roll for a concentration check. Is that a Constitution roll? It is. Is it a Constitution save or check? I think it's a check. It's not a save. I think.
Yeah, to maintain concentration, be a check.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just did a save. Hang on. I'll do a check.
Yeah, do a check. Get that reroll.
Also, sorry, Ian, can I do a bonus action healing word on Jennifer as I run up the stairs as well?
You peer down as you've already started running up the stairs, giving you an angle on Jennifer, and you quickly, what do you say with your word? In fact, what is the artificer? What is the artificer patch that you give her?
That's right. So he is still using the pistol. He rummages around inside his coat for a moment, puts an extra cartridge into the gun, and appears to shoot Jennifer as he's going. He's taken his shot at the crystal, reloaded something, and gone bang straight towards Jennifer as he's running.
Arthur!
And trust me.
And that was a 19 to keep concentration.
Jared, if you can do your duty.
And that's healing 7 points for Jennifer.
As this little patch of what looks like a splat of almost like a paintball basically hits her, absorbs into her straight away, and suddenly you feel this sense of rejuvenation straight away as this happens.
I realize smugly yeah, that's right.
Something may have happened at this moment, but we'll get back to that in just a second. As we now go to a new round, I believe. That'd be right.
Hang on. Before I finish my turn, since I saved the concentration on my spell, where is my sister?
You do a new spell, is that right? Oh, you kept the concentration?
I kept the concentration.
Fantastic. You focus and you get a sense of upward from here.
Does it seem to be directly towards the heart?
No, it seems to be beyond it.
Okay. I would use the other half of my movement to try to move up a bit as well.
If you don't mind, I'll call that either a bonus action or an interaction with an object. Which would you prefer it to be?
With interaction.
We'll go with that. Okay, cool. We'll do that from now on as well.
Cool.
You've done that and you focused on there. As we get to the top of a new round here, let me just check. Okay. Then Jared, what does she do? As she sees her 2 friends down below, both have gotten up and seem to be recovering, and you see Arthur has shot at the heart.
I know he missed, but was there any reaction from the heart? Do I see it glow brighter? I don't know.
Because of you get this flash of my insight as soon as it does that, and it brings back that memory you just had, and you realize these memories, whoever it was you were looking through, also tried to attack the heart and managed to crack it at some point.
Okay.
What do you do?
I want to fire a shot with my hand crossbow, but I don't really want to move much closer. What sort of range am I looking at? Because I'm on a 3120
Great
range
question.
on my hand crossbow.
It's about, remember I said about 60 foot wide, and this thing's floating in the center. It's about 10 feet wide, this thing.
Yeah.
So you're at the edge on a 10 foot wide area. There's about 10 feet between you and it. So actually you're pretty close. You're basically point blank.
Okay. I will just fire at it with my hand crossbow, I guess.
Esmeralda quickly pulls out the hand crossbow, takes a quick shot with this with an action. Do you get 2 shots with that? Or do you have
That
reload?
was going to be my next question because it has the reload ability, reload property.
Mm-hmm.
Loading does require a free hand.
You have a free hand.
So I do not have a free hand. So we're just going to take the one shot for now, I guess. It's going to be an 18.
If you drop whatever's in your other hand, you'll be able to do that.
I mean, I can free action stow my... I haven't drawn any other weapons, so I could free action just stow my sword. So I might do that.
Okay.
And then while I'm down there, pull another bolt and crank the hand
I'll give
crossbow
that
again.
because it's part of the attack. Okay.
First hit's an 18. Do we want to resolve that?
Hits it. A crack forms in the giant crystalline structure. Can you roll damage, please?
Absolutely. It's going to be 6.
6 damage?
6 damage. 6 piercing.
Let me just check something for you. A little spider web of cracks actually has spiraled out from it as well. From there, you have damaged this thing. What else do you do?
We will just bear down on that singular point. However, that
How do you know that? Do you say that to anyone? Oh, no. Okay. Shoots again. I need you to roll a d20.
Okay. Just a d20 for fun. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing to do with anything else.
It's a 6.
Twang! The crossbow is now defunct as the strings that hold it together to fire the loading mechanism is gone. You have to spend a few minutes to refix this up, or you won't be able to use this.
Cool. I will pretty much stay where I am. I don't think I want to do any bonus actions. No, I think I'm good.
Get ready for the next turn. That'll be coming up. Thea, that's you. And guys, get ready for your goes. You notice this straight away, Phaedriel. What do you do on response to that?
Well, immediately, this sort of like seeing Esmeralda firing at this heart, not to be outdone. Phaedriel kind of does like a ever so slightly showy hand movement, and she's been holding this Eldritch Blast, and for flavor, it just kind of flows around and throws it, but obviously, like mechanically wise, new action. Eldritch Blast towards this thing, towards the heart. Now, mechanical question: do you have? Do you roll a separate attack for each blast? Because I have 2.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right. So that is a 26. And
1.
22.
Finds exactly the point where Esmeralda's bolt hit. The second one is not too far from it, but in fact, you followed a fracture line and shot near that one, hitting that point to hurt it even more. Can you roll for damage for both of those? The Eldritch Blast, you hear the crackling of thunder. Is it quite loud, the Eldritch Blast?
It's very electric sound. You know, the sound of the fireworks that is just like that sort of
If flashes there lighting up the tower.
So the first one is an 8.
Okay.
And the second one is 1. So for a total of 9 force damage, I'm pretty sure.
The second shot, even though it hit there, you see it only did a little bit of a crack on there, but it still damaged it. The first one did a big amount of damage. You see that nearly half the side of it is cracked.
Nice.
Do you move? Is there anything else you do?
I don't think so. I don't think I need to go closer to it. I don't have anything bonusy. How do I not have anything bonusy? No.
Time's running out. Do you do anything?
No. I'm good.
At the end of that, the tower, suddenly, as you see the crystal beat again, the tower tips, shakes again, and you all need to make another dexterity saving throw.
Nice. A 23.
Okay.
Nat 1.
Oh my god.
Jennifer, you're too far away for me to help you.
No. And what did you roll, Steve?
A 5. I am standing very close to the wall just in case this sort of thing happened, though. So hopefully that helps. I am not
Okay,
rolling well.
He
I'm
did
say that.
say he was
beyond.
being
You can
very
say that.
careful.
And Jared, what did you get?
16.
Okay. Again, it looks like Phaedriel and Ez, with their experience in strange occurrences, have braced themselves for this. I will give it that also as Arthur said that he was pushing themselves towards the back. I'll give you advantage on the saving throw. Would you like to roll for that?
Sure, this
On this
can't possibly
case,
go wrong.
Jennifer, with yourself, with the nat one, I'm going to go with that's an auto fail in this one here. As you tip over the edge again, and you are like, "What is this tower? This is terrifying." I need you to roll a second dexterity saving throw.
They've not been good for me tonight. Oh, 18.
Another save, which is good. Stephen, what's your second saving
Yeah,
throw?
my second roll was a 14.
You manage to, thankfully, even though you almost fall, you are right at the edge, but manage to hold on for dear life.
Pull out a tiny crowbar and slam it into the stairs and just hold on really hard.
Yeah, okay, and he's holding onto it with this. As you all three of you see Jennifer again go down a couple more levels here. You made a good saving throw with that one. You take half damage from that, which would be 1 rounded down. You managed to, thankfully, not take too much from this. As you are all recovering from the shaking of the tower again, on the level above, there's a flicker of light of something for a second there. As you see that there's a figure standing above you, the level above, with a smile. And I don't know if you want to make a note to anyone about this, if you notice that there's someone up there. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll bellow out. I don't think we're alone in this tower.
For anyone who has a look around here, we'll make it with natural perception. You see this being in front of you, standing there, familiar, looking at you with a mocking kind of like smile. And he doesn't say anything, in fact, as he just looks at you with the sword drawn there, then puts it away, and then dissipates into a whole flock of bats, as then he flies off out the tower right at the top and out of your way.
My goodness.
It's now your go. Arthur, it's your turn. You're not prone, you're standing up.
Yeah, I'm going to put my crowbar away back under my coat and start running up the stairs as far as I can. As a bonus action, I would like to take a piton out of my kit and hammer it into the wall to hold on to in case the tower shakes again. And
do you do that first, or do you do it after your action?
After I've run up the stairs as far as I can move.
You do a whole move that takes you up another flight.
And I'm going to hammer a piton into the stones and hold on to that just in case the tower moves again.
You've got proficiency in that, is that right?
I believe so. Right tools for the job is an artisan thing.
Go with that. Yeah.
I have tool expertise, so yeah, my proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check I use my proficiency with a tool.
Do that then. Actually make it a tools check, or whatever the closest one would be. I'd probably say dex or strength, whatever is better for you.
Yep, fair enough. So if that does happen again. So for my action, I think I've got something I can do here. Let me see.
Do that. Get ready, Tamara, for your go. As you can see, straight away, Arthur has raced up as far as he can get and then braces himself for impact by chipping away. That's a point into the tower where he can try and hold. That's your action you spend doing that to hold on.
Hoping that was a bonus action if I can do that and still cast a spell.
I think it's probably going to be an action.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Is Jennifer in range of my healing word? That's a 60-foot range.
She's within 60 foot, just, actually, yes.
Yes, so Arthur looks carefully at his pistol, pulls out another one of the same pellets and shoots at Jennifer.
Because of the large range, actually, an erring, basically, ability of this to actually hit straight where Tamara, his character is Jennifer. Another splat hits you on your head this time, actually, Tamara, as well. But it seeps onto here, and you feel this kind of warmth kind of come across you, and you feel some of your healing abilities come back, and it heals 9 hit points.
And that is an almighty bang as if he is really firing the pistol towards Jennifer. So as far as you lot are concerned, for some reason, he's just shooting at her for fun.
Arthur!
You see
Trust
her,
me.
she's covered in what's this kind of like glowing golden yellowish kind of like fluid of some kind as well that just seems to disappear quite quickly. That's your go. Did you roll for your check as well?
Which check was that, sorry?
We'll make it, if it's not a tool proficiency check, I don't know if they have that on D&D Beyond, make it
No.
athletics or an acrobatics, and we'll make it an expertise, so you get an extra +3, I think.
Yeah, so +6 total. I'll do it on athletics because that's my best one. That's an 18 +6.
You
24 math.
There's a giant, nice, awesome, like, this bolt, you've actually pinned yourself in there and you're holding on for a grim death, basically, as soon as that comes in. That's the end of your turn as we move over to Jennifer, who is prone on the next level down. What do you do, Jennifer? Feeling healing power, thankfully.
Yes, she's feeling very good at the moment.
Mhm.
I'm going to get up, and then I'm going to dash and go as far up as I can.
Cool. You use both of your actions to move. It takes you up 2 floors straight away,
Okay.
so you've got that firmly. That's your action and your move. Do you have a bonus action as well?
I don't have a bonus action that I want to take at the moment.
No worries. She is pelting, racing up there, trying to rejoin you all before this thing happens again, and hopefully safely this time.
Does she reach
is
Arthur at that point?
Is there any kind of railing or anything?
No,
I can
she's
grab
one level
onto?
below Arthur. What's that, sorry? Anything you can hold on to?
Yeah.
I make it at the end of this, you have a look around and realize it is literally the bare stone and it's the wall itself. If you want to lie prone and just hold on, you can. It means you'll be prone at the beginning of your next round. I just realized as well, because you were prone and you stood up, you've moved 1.5 flights that you've moved up because you had to use half your movement. Okay, cool. So, do you go prone?
I do.
Okay, cool. You're holding it. It'll give you advantage on your check as it gets to the beginning of the next round. Ez is getting ready for the next move. Thea, get ready for yours. Ez, what do you do?
I will stow my crossbow for later repairs. I will also reach for stowing and drawing. That'll be. Do you roll that as one free action, or do you do it as written?
If it's part of an attack, then I'll give it. Because basically, if you stow something, that'll be the free action, and as part of an attack, you can do a draw. I think there's usually a feat associated, but I have no problem with it at this level. So you stow something, you can draw as part of an attack.
I'm not going to attack with what I'm drawing.
Okay. But as part of use, then we'll make it.
Okay. So as I actually, let's see where we go with this. I will stow the crossbow, draw not my moon-touched short sword, but rather my rapier. As it's drawn out, I will flicker into my other hand for my attack, the conjuring of my very own Eldritch Blast. It is not light and cool, but rather a sort of sinister orange and black swirl, and I will utter a sort of ignis conjuration and activation for my flame touch sword, bring that ablaze and sort of heal, catching the light. Yeah, catching the light that comes off of it with my other hand, and that colors my Eldritch Blast as I fire that to the
and an Eldritch Blast then doubles the light of the flaming sword in her hand as it races towards this. Roll for, is it 2 or 1 Eldritch Blast you get?
I get 2.
Go for it. Roll.
Chuck that one. It's a 23 to hit on the first one.
Smacks into the crack to make even further cracks from there. Second one.
I rolled damage for that one. Do you want the damage? Or do you want all of it at the end? Damage for the first one is 7.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
Flicking a second spark is a natural 20.
Whoa, crit. Double damage. Double dice damage, guys. Roll 2 dice. Or you can take the first one as max dice and the second one you roll and just add it to that.
We'll just do twice the dice and make it nice.
Cool. Sounds good.
That's 10 flat damage.
Okay, then. This huge shattering crack across the crystalline glass and of this thing. You notice that some of the crystal has started to fall off, tinkling down onto the bottom of the huge flight of stairs that are here. And you notice that there is this reddish liquid dripping from the center of this thing as well. The light is pulsing, this reddish light now, as that starts seeping out of it. Is that the end of your move?
I think it will be.
Time's ticking.
Yeah,
over.
that's me. That's me.
Okay, Thea. As we move on to Phaedriel, how does she respond to that?
Quick question. If I were to pull out a seemingly mundane broom and speak a word of command to such seemingly mundane broom, would that be an action or a bonus action?
Usually for kind of magic stuff, I like to call it a bonus because it gets to use a bonus action and it is something like it's a word. So I'll give that a bonus
Cool.
action to this mundane staff.
Yeah,
sure.
I pull out
What's the
this.
word?
It just looks like a stick that I pull out with a kind
stick.
It's like a little brush that you'd use to clean up, but and I speak a word in a language that other people don't understand because I just made it up. And my broom starts to fly, and I point it towards Jennifer as my bonus. So it's going to head off towards Jennifer to catch her because clearly she is too clumsy to manage on her own.
Okay, right.
As with my other hand, I'm going to cast 2 Eldritch Blasts towards the heart, if you will allow that.
Absolutely will allow that. As that happens as well, you notice the broom fly down, and it now hovers right next to you at Jennifer, and you realize you could grab onto it at some point.
Yep.
Do you want to grab onto it now?
Yes,
Excellent.
please.
You are holding onto this. So that'll be your reaction. I'll make it so that you grab onto it nice and forcefully, so your reaction is used. As Thea, Phaedriel
Just put
brings
the
out.
witch on a broom.
So the
I saw the hat was perfect for it. So
Yeah.
if you
so it is a 26 and a dirty 20 for both
both
of those.
hit, so then can you roll damage for both of those as these
absolutely
white
can.
bolts of
If I
blast
can find my dice.
light shoot towards it here?
So that is an 8 and a 5, so that is a 13 force damage.
All right.
More of the crystal starts pouring off this as well, and more of the reddish liquid that is like viscous and reminding you of blood is dripping in the center of this place. There's about a third of this heart still there pulsing, this crystal going on there. And that's your go, I believe.
That is my action and my bonus, indeed. I mean, I could try running. I could start moving towards it, like just my movement to get up towards it.
You are actually the closest pretty much you can be because it's floating at this level that you guys are at. For the other two further downstairs, you're coming up towards it. But for you, Phaedriel and Ez are right on, same level here.
Yeah, then I'll stay
You
there.
can go higher if you want. It's up to you. That's your go.
Above it. I might actually move just up a little bit, just so I'm above it, shooting down.
How far? How many feet?
I'll take my movement, 30 feet, whatever that is.
That'll be up to the next level, and you're just above that next point actually coming through here. I'm trying to see where that is. 2 seconds. You realize that it actually looks like you are almost about to enter into what looks like a room at the top of the tower.
Okay, I'm going to go in the room. I'll just stop there.
You're just above it there, and you see this is where that figure, possibly Strahd, was before. You're standing in almost the same position as the tower, and the heart makes another giant burst of a beat, and I need all of you to make a save. Tamara, you do not need to make a save as you hold on to this and everything around you shakes. You are actually floating on this thing in the air like this, going, oh, what do I do with this? Not falling at all. Thank God for a rolling chair, that helps. So you've got you. As Stephen, you are got an advantage because you're holding on to your thing there. Thea, Jared, your characters, it's a standard roll. Can you both, all of you roll?
Another deck save?
Nat 20.
Another deck save.
Nat
Phaedriel's
20.
ready
Nat
for this,
20.
basically. Actually holds on to the just the level above.
Yeah.
Was it a nat 1?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay. Jared, did you have inspiration at all?
Yeah.
Yes,
use
you
it.
did have inspiration. One of
Probably,
our
hey.
wonderful chat gave you inspiration. Thank
Would
you,
you like
Yeah.
to use it?
chat.
Yeah.
In fact, I think
Right.
Mav
That's why
gave you
I
that.
Oh yeah,
Save
Mev
us,
probably
chat,
gave it to
save
me.
us.
Oh, that's
Just
a lot
wanted to
better.
remind you.
Me too. Jeez.
For a second, your foot slipped off the edge and you quickly just roll and do a pivot in the air with some old Vistani dancing coming back to you as well from those times. You managed to keep your balance with a bit of a move going on and get your feet again. Nice
Don't.
roll. As that happens, everyone managed to keep themselves safe.
Nice.
As we come to you, Steve, what does Arthur do at this point? You see that the heart is looking very damaged as well.
All right, I'm going to stay holding on to my piton at the moment because that's a secure place to be.
You're
Let me
prone.
see.
That's okay. Yeah.
I'll stand up and keep holding on to it.
Okay.
But I intend to stay there, so the movement's not that relevant. Let me see.
Yep.
Yeah, so Arthur rummages in his coat once again. There's actually a bag of holding hidden inside his jacket, by the way. That's one of my
Of
items.
course.
A
So
pocket
his
of
arm,
holding.
his
His
arm
arm
disappears
disappears.
almost entirely into his cloak somehow, and he comes up with a small metallic tube and what looks like an arrow. Sticks it against the wall, clank, loads it. There's a massive spring in there, and points it up
Nice.
at the heart to fire. So that is an acid arrow. It's a +7 to hit on a spell attack. And that
It
is
fires through the air.
Oof.
I don't know what that rolled.
Damage by the
did
looks of it.
roll an attack.
Yeah, damage.
No, that's
Okay.
the attack roll. The first one is a 9.
Oh yeah,
Rolled a
that's
nine.
good. Well, that's not
no.
great.
Aw.
Oh no, because that's
That was
awesome
more-
damage.
That was more impressive in my head.
Smashes against the roof of the tower, just in between the roof and, as well on the side of the wall, basically, and you hear the actual canister shatter as it hits the wall, and acid starts dripping down the side of the wall here, burning some of the lichen and some of the stuff that's on the inside of here, but it missed your target. What do
I
you do?
think D&D Beyond is against me at this point.
Arthur! Can you shoot
what do you do
anything other than Jennifer?
Apparently not.
Nice banter
Don't
to
have any
lighten the
bonus
moment
saves.
between the two of them. He steadies himself just in case for the next one. Then is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, and I use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on myself. So looking up at Fedrell, he loads his pistol
Or is it
pointed at his own head and pulls the trigger. Wait, hold on.
And this big
Phaedriel.
burst of yellowish kind of liquid across him as well. But you feel the healing ephemera start to hit you as well. For
Once
healing of
Phaedriel
6
looks at
points of
Ez
damage.
and he's just like, what?
I don't
As
know.
you'll react to this, Tamara, it's your go. Jared, Thea, get ready for your turns.
Am I able to move the broom myself?
What do you want to move it towards? You tell me.
I
You
want to go
try
up.
I
wanna
want the
go-
broom to come to me. Like once it picked
Okay.
up Jennifer,
Well-
I want it to come back to me.
Okay.
That'll be on.
The interesting thing about a broom of flying is it's never actually attuned to. There is a command word to get it moving, which is great.
Oh.
So that means you're technically not attuned to it, which is great because it
Oh,
means
no.
you don't have to worry about it. But that means Jennifer's in control of it. So Jennifer, what would you try to go upwards towards them?
I'm going up towards the heart.
I'm
How
going
close
to
to it
say,
can I get?
as it's the first time you've done this, it's a bit odd. So I'm going to give you your spellcraft ability check to try and control it for the first time.
Oh no.
The way we've been rolling tonight.
No, no.
No, 26.
Hey! Nice.
This kind of like gentle glide moving right up. You are now right beside the heart, near face to face with your friends. Actually, your colleagues are on one side and the heart on the other.
I am going to throw an acid arrow at the heart.
You fling your arm out, call some words out of magic, of power, as you cast this in front of you. With a 16, that hits. Can you roll for the damage if you want to click on that?
8.
As you, would you like to describe how you destroy this harm?
Okay. So, using my wand, you see a green arrow just come out of the end of it and go straight up into the center of the heart and explode in a blob of acid,
Nice.
just destroying it
Nice.
from the inside.
Bloop.
It shatters across the side of the stairs on the other side, just near where Phaedriel actually is. You're on the side of where Ez was at that point. It's below where Phaedriel is because actually she's been a little further up. So it's more against the side of the tower below those stairs. As you do, blood splashes everywhere from this and then seeps down to the bottom of the tower. The light of red dissipates from here. The glow of Esmeralda's sword is actually contained. Actually, you put it away as well. So only the dim light of
But I got a flame sword now.
is going on. Oh, yeah, good point. The flickering.
I got a bigger, brighter sword.
Flaming. What's the range?
Sorry,
Can you
my
tell me
sword
the
is
range?
like
Just
brighter
bright
now.
up to 40 feet, so...
Wow, this
better.
illuminating, brilliant blaze of flame from this holy sword, or basically this flaming sword as well, has lit up and takes over the lighting of this place, along with the light of a little bit of the lantern light that's still seeping out next to your friend, Arthur, further down. As we come to the beginning of the next round, Jared, what does Ez do?
Next round, but it's dead. What the hell?
What do you
Is
mean
that the
we're
end
in
of it?
initiative?
I
What?
don't know. You do.
All right, so let me
Actually,
just...
Insight, you are the first in the round and you've had memories of this.
Can we just
You know
take
it's
a
destroyed and
moment
the
to
tower is safe.
check in? Like, are we... Yeah, I'm certainly confused. If anything, Esmeralda's thinking, well, if it's gone and it was beating and shaking this tower, I feel like we need to get out of here ASAP, but we haven't found what we've come for.
You know, actually, with that little sense of memory that you had before, you feel you're safe now. You're safe for a time at least. This tower shaking has ended. Do you communicate this at all?
Yeah, I think if anything, I would want to just take inventory of everyone and just sort of see how everyone's doing, because we got people grabbing onto stuff, people grabbing onto things that are flying around with some substitutionary locomotion business going on.
Roll a perception check. Actually, can you just see where everybody is? Do you call out or do you say anything?
I just want to say, just checking with everyone. Y'all all right down there? That we didn't do that very pretty.
Still alive.
That's good.
We're fine.
good.
The tower has. You all notice the tower has stopped shuddering. It is deathly still, like it was when you walked in.
All right. Maybe we just gather our senses for a moment here. That was rather supernatural. If I've ever seen something supernatural, I'd say that was it.
Yes.
Do we want to all gather on a land like the landing we came in on? Like,
I feel like we
that,
need to
are we
get
that far
everyone all
apart
back
that we just
together.
need to condense for a moment? Or do you guys want to come up to me?
I think we need Arthur to get back up to us because I think the three of us. So Jennifer's on the broom.
Yeah.
Arthur's still hanging on for grim life to his pigeon on the wall, leaning out. Is it safe to come up yet?
Oh, actually, how much do you weigh, Arthur? You're only small, right?
Yes, halfling.
We could probably pop you on the broom.
Yeah.
Jennifer, go pick up Arthur.
Jennifer's not paying attention. She's going further up looking for her sister.
Oh no, I gave Jennifer the means to move by herself. Oh no.
She is now flying towards Phaedriel because the only way out from here is through the stairwell into there's actually a floor into the level above. Do you allow her past in the way? You're right next to it.
As I go past.
Yeah. Can I kind of snatch it out from under her so she falls down next to me and I have my broom back?
Do you allow her to take it back there?
I'm happy for this to be opposed.
No, I want to get up the stairs as fast as possible.
Okay, so basically, I'm going to get you both to roll a grapple check.
Cool.
Acrobatics
Skip
or
battle.
athletics?
What do I want?
Whichever's stronger.
Do I want
Uh,
athletics or do I want Where's acrobat? Why isn't acrobatics on here anymore?
Might have to scroll. Just check to
Acrobatics
see
is
if
at the
it's
top.
No? Oh, there we go. I'm just having, I'm going acrobatics 100%.
all right.
Yeah, no, I didn't
Please.
do well.
Neither did
Jennifer's
I.
spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak on this one. So unfortunately,
I got a
four.
6.
That
Yeah, you
beats
beat
4.
me though.
Beats it.
So
No, I beat
Yeah.
you, but this has got to be the most clumsy looking thing.
Come back here.
I'm still not used to flying the broom yet, so even just grabbing it, I've fallen off.
Oh, jeez.
okay,
So
okay.
Jennifer's trying to kick Fairdrell, and Fairdrell just grabs the leg and hauls.
You've fallen off. You're not prone. You're still standing, actually, but Jennifer. But yes, Phaedriel has claimed it back in her hand. As you realise, Arthur's making his way up. Is that right?
Yep.
You easily
Don't
make
leave
it
it
up.
up there. It's in the stone now.
There's no. It's there. Do you have a contraption to deep your tongue?
Possible, but with the force that I put it in, I don't think it's worth the time to try and
He's not
remove
even
it.
worrying about it too. I can see he races
I have
up the
more.
stairs.
There are plenty in here.
He joins Ez very quickly as the two of them start making their way up. Ez, do you as well?
Yeah.
You start heading up to join the two facing off against each other. Phaedra with the broom in her hand and Jennifer there. What do you do?
And actually, I just realised I didn't do a con check to see if I'm still concentrating on
For the extra
locate
damage?
creature.
Do it now. Roll a constitution check.
Oh, sorry, D&D Beyond is fighting me.
D&D Beyond, stop fighting.
D&D.
Stop it.
He's fighting
D&D
everyone.
Beyond.
Don't get me
D&D.
started.
Oh.
15.
Bye, Steve.
Oh, bye, Steve.
15. You managed to... Oh, okay. Hopefully he's back soon. There he is.
Hi, Steve.
His camera's playing.
You
His
managed to
camera's been
save
taken over by Strahd.
and managed to keep that
Give it back,
focus again,
Strahd.
even that damage. So you're still feeling that sense that there's above you.
Hmm.
Jennifer, don't go without us. You need us to protect you. Where is your sister?
She is up there.
All right, let me go first. Hug behind. Off we go.
Two of you start making your way up. Shall I keep going while we're waiting for Steve to
Yeah,
come
I'm
back?
still
Yeah.
here. It's just my
Oh, good.
camera has been
Oh,
disabled.
good.
Bear with me.
He's been
Um,
here the whole time.
I'll keep Steve in front of me, and I'll take the rear.
Okay. You have that flaming sword as well behind, which is
Yeah,
giving you all a sense
just
of warmth and also
illuminating everyone's path ahead of me. I'll keep it raised high.
the shadows of those in front of you are kind of like creating silhouettes on the walls as you move up into the rooms above. You do come out into what looks like a large room. It opens out, the stairs end at a dark and dreary room. Let's see if I can find that here.
I may have to disconnect and reconnect. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Oh, no. Bye, Arthur.
The
miss
Halloween
you.
spooks of technology continue, ladies and gentlemen.
It actually looks kind of artistic on stream now.
Yeah, we've got this
Okay.
fractured representation of
Yeah.
everyone.
This is what happens when our minds start to fracture and split
Wowie,
between realities.
wowie.
As that happens,
Why are
you
Jared and I the only ones that have our actual faces?
Ah,
We have
no,
like very artistic angles
'Cause
of
we're lucky.
Ian and Tamara.
because we're lucky, I guess.
so
Who's
On
the
that
main
note-
character? We're the main character. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
keep going with that. I like it. Should I continue and
Please.
just set it up? The stairs end at a dark and dreary room. I believe that may have appeared in front of you, or is it just the top of the
Oh, it's
tower?
not the tower.
Top of the old tower there.
Top of the tower, Gial. Top of the tower.
Top of the tower.
Let me just change that vision for you just slightly, if that can work. As you hear the rain pelting outside the side of the tower here at the moment.
Such a comforting sound.
So
You
nice.
see this,
Ah!
a dark and dreary room. What is that?
Sorry.
Ah.
Stephen
What
needs
it
to be added to
No,
the
I got it. I got
channel.
it.
Oh, there he is.
I
There
got it.
Wow, so much quicker.
Wow. Not like we're letting our characters influence.
I don't know what you're talking
Not at
about.
What's showing for you guys at the moment?
Sorry, everyone.
Top of the tower
We
still.
still have.
Uh-huh. Ooh,
Oh, now
wait.
I've got
But
something else.
hang
Something
on.
else is showing. I don't know what this
Alright.
is, but it's pretty.
It's spooky.
That is a dark and dreary room that you've come into with
Ooh.
manacles
That again.
attached to the walls. In the middle of the room is a wood-framed bed fitted with leather restraints. At the foot of the
Kinky.
bed rests. Not that kind of game.
There is
restraints-
definitely crossover between D&D players and another community. Just saying.
It's not going to Dungeon Masters. This is a
The
whole other
Venn
game.
diagram is a circle.
Yeah, this is good.
True.
At the foot of a bed rests a closed iron chest. It's sculpted with an emblem that you can't quite make out from here because it is very dark. It's the light of the flames flickering behind you. Your silhouettes are illuminating this room as well and covering up some of the areas a little bit. You see there is a wooden ladder. 2 seconds. There is a wooden ladder also leading up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. Thin streams of water are dripping through from the deluge of rain above, and the trapdoor's rotting wood forming a puddle around the base of the tower.
I can see perfectly well in darkness.
I have a super bright lantern, just looking around the room as always.
I'm
That
going
opens
to,
up. You have a
connect
look.
with my patron again and detect for any specific magics in this room. Obviously, I'm going to get the background kind of like, so I'm trying to use my detect magic in a noisy environment. I get that. But is there anything particular that I'm picking up about this chest?
Let me just check for you. Sorry, I'm just trying to get something on the screen for you so you can see it. Cool. As you look over and you get that little glimmer in your eyes once again in front of you, you sense that there is some sense of the general sense around you, of course, as you've seen before. You sense an image as well. Actually, you see the image on the front of the chest. I'm just going to bring that up in front of you for you so you can see it. Hopefully that will come up for you in just a moment. It's a symbol that looks like what looks like some kind of ancient dragon of some kind, across a crest of something behind it. And there looks like I might make that a little smaller for you all. Is that still coming up for you?
Can't see anything just yet, my friend.
Hang on a sec. I will bring that up for you. And now, there's this symbol.
Ooh,
That's
there we go.
An ancient sort of style of design of a dragon, it looks like, with wings outstretched and these strange, more like bird-like claws. In front of this seal, maybe a noble seal. You feel like you've seen it before. You see that there's that symbol inside as well, that little oval section up the top. It looks like a silhouette of the tower of this actual castle that you're in.
Interesting.
You also sense, Adriel, there is something of great power inside this chest.
I would like to check that for traps first, I think.
Would you like to make an investigation roll? You get, of course, advantage. You get expertise on this.
Yep. So the right tool for the job gives me my proficiency twice. So investigation is 9 plus 6. That's a 15 total.
A base look at this as well. Let me see. You see that the chest is locked, but you don't sense any traps on the chest at all. All you notice is it's a generally solid style of lock.
Okay. I would like to attempt to pick that then.
Sounds like a plan. As you see Arthur get down on his knees, quickly focusing on his thief's tools, which is like a Swiss Army knife thing. As he tinkers away at this. Would you like to roll a thief? actually looks something a
we
little
have.
bit like this.
Oh, that's
Um,
cool.
It
Oh, I have
has
a
a couple
lock I
of
can
things
work on if you'd like.
Please do. But I would like at the moment if you could roll your Thieves' Tools check to see how you go.
Absolutely. Would that be on sleight of hand?
Um, I'm surprised they don't actually do it on this on D&D Beyond, but go with sleight of hand.
That's how I do it.
Let's give
Yeah,
it a go.
that's how I do it.
That is a 21.
Woof.
You've watched Arthur with skill manipulate a few little devices little things that are sticking out of this as well on this device. Choosing a couple, no, they're going with this one. Trying it for a second, listening in, and it opens.
Beautiful.
Let's just see if I can replicate that. Hold on.
As you're doing that, do you open it?
I will indeed open it.
There are no traps set off that you notice. There are no trap effects that you notice. It opens up with a bit of a musty smell coming from this. Clearly hasn't been opened for a long time. The first thing you see is this bejeweled gold crown, beautifully made on a silk pillow. This old, sort of like slightly mildew-stained, nice work,
Nice.
pillow that it's gently resting on here. Beautifully designed crown, clearly worth quite a bit of money, you think, and probably from an ancient royal dynasty of some kind. You also notice as you've opened there is what looks like a large book of some kind, very big, in fact, pretty much taking up a lot of the size of this chest.
Alright. I'd like to probably do an Arcana check on the crown to see if it's something dangerous or see if it's anything magical at all.
Okay. You do an Arcana check, and anyone else is looking over him. Do you guys do anything while he's looking?
Yeah, I look as well and kind of nosiness. I nosiness in, if that's even a word.
That is a 9.
Okay. You've actually got Detect Magic still going, I believe.
I do,
For this
yes.
room. So you look over this at the same time. Is anyone else, Tamara, Jared, you guys looking at the same time?
I'm gonna keep an eye on our surroundings, our perimeter.
Okay, you're
Let
keeping
them
an eye
have
on
their
this.
safe space to do their investigation.
Okay. You notice that.
I want to do a history check to see if I can tell where the emblems come from.
Roll that history check now. That's straight away you can do that.
I'm just going to take a quick break because my dog needs to go outside for a second.
Go for it.
That's
You
okay.
do you.
13.
You recognize you've seen this symbol before. You think it was actually on the doors of the very castle you walked in on. You don't know exactly for sure, but you do think it's linked to Castle Ravenloft and maybe Strahd himself. While you're looking at that, Stephen, Arthur's looking over this. Your roll was not particularly high, I believe. Is that right?
It was abysmal. It was a 9 with a +7, so
Okay.
9
Alright.
total with a +7 bonus, yes.
By looking at this crown, you think it's beautifully made. If there's any magic on it, you don't see any kind of glyphs or anything that would recognize, like any kind of like that. Anything you studied. It doesn't show any kind of magical residue on this. So you're not sure if it has any at all.
I will also go and let my dog out if I may have a moment, but I'm going to
go
ask
for it.
Fedrel to let me know if she detects magic. Sorry, 1 second.
No, go for it. Tamara, what were you doing? You're checking the symbol itself?
Yeah, to see if I
Okay.
knew where it came from, yeah.
You had that feeling for a moment, like you felt like you had seen it before. And as you're looking at that and considering it and thinking it was downstairs, you catch a glimpse of the large book underneath the pillow as Arthur's had a quick look over this as well, studying it. And you notice that the edges of that symbol are on top of the book as well.
The old lady mentioned a book.
You did.
Ez, do you think this is the book that she told you needed to find?
Is this the first you've heard that there's a book in there? What do you do?
They did say that there would be some sort of pages of this dark one. This, I believe, having looked over the notes of Rictavio when I found his hideout, this symbol did come up time and time again. I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken, a family crest.
I will give it that you know, because of your studies as well, this is the symbol of the von Zarevich family.
Sweet.
And it is on, you saw it on the castle gates, you saw it on the chest, and you see it on the cover of this very large, dusty tome, bound in thick leather with steel hinges and fastenings. It looks quite old.
Is the book locked itself? You know, oldie books can have their own locks and latches.
From here, you'll need to take the cushion out and take it out to have a quick look at that if you wish.
Yeah, I'll I reckon we just put this crown on the bed.
Arthur's got it in his hand at the moment because he's studying
Okay.
it.
Let's take the pillow out, and then we'll, I think, Pedro, if you're with me, we lift this book out together and we place it on top of the pillow as well, or like on the bed, and just maybe glance over it together.
Yeah, did I get a sense of anything malevolent from this?
As you've looked over it with your sense for the Eldritch, you notice that there's that similar feeling from the entire town and the building castle again. But there's a sense of power within this. You suddenly get almost like a flash of pain inside you. Or was it a feeling of elation? You don't know what that is, but it was very palpable. There's something about this that is triggering you, that it is important.
Okay. Yes, for once I'm going to go with Ez.
The two of you lift up this as Arthur's still studying the crown, and Jennifer's nearby, keeping an eye on things and watching as they lift it onto the giant book onto the bed. You see that there is a latch where it can actually be twisted to open it. Do you open it?
I feel like Phaedriel's impatience is like, yep, open this.
Phaedriel quickly pushes away a little bit, maybe, of Ez, and then actually quickly goes to the latch to and pull it open. The brittle parchment, some of it crackles and falls off as you actually open it here, realizing this is very old, and you see that the parchment pages could fall apart if you're not careful. What do you do?
Take care.
You realize there's a number of pages through here. Might take a few minutes to go over and to read. Do you want to go through that?
You want to read the left page and I'll read the right? Save us half the time.
Two of you read this.
Good idea.
You're holding it there, actually, is with your eagerness, Phaedriel, to have a look over this, and there's something within you. You feel a sense of there's power that is coming upon you by reading this. You see that most of the books is written in a curious shorthand. It's very odd, and a lot of it is very illegible. You can't make sense of this. However, and some also stains and age have made most of the work illegible. But you see there are several paragraphs you can make out over it's about 10 minutes that you take to read this. Arthur and Jennifer, what are you doing as they read over this? Are you watching as well?
Did Phaedron detect any magic on the crown with the spell?
She did not, and she just simply... How did you tell him this, Phaedron?
Offhandedly, as if it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough. I guess Arthur has a shiny new hat and places the crown on his head while he watches them, and just kind of keeps looking around the room to make sure nothing's creeping up on us.
It's rather large, this crown. It just fits
A
on.
new collar.
You've got your hat and other things as well. It helps hold it on, basically, thankfully. It's heavy. It's made of gold, mainly, as well. So that's beautiful. It does make you... it does weigh on you. Heavy is the head that holds the crown, for sure, in this case. But yeah, clearly there's nothing else that seems to be happening with this. You've got a little bit of a
That's fair.
sense
I'll
of
be-
royalty about you now.
I'll be right back.
He's
As
got
Arthur-
a crown.
As Arthur's enjoying his new loot, Jennifer, what are you
direction
doing?
is my sister in?
It's above you.
Okay, I'm going to the trapdoor to see if I can open it.
Okay. You see that there's
I'm
actually a
far too
little lock
distracted
on
to
there
stop
as
her.
well. You can try to open that lock if you wish. Do you have any tools to open it, or how would you like to try and open it?
I don't have any.
Oh my
He's
goodness, I love
bejeweled.
that
He is
so much.
becrowned.
He is beauty, he is grace. He will shoot you in the face.
That's awesome.
I'm giving you inspiration for that.
Yeah.
I would like to
Yeah.
as well. I think that's
Let me
great.
read- Redeem.
That's awesome.
Done.
I don't really have any tools or anything that could open the lock,
I'm trying to smash the
and
lock.
I'm going to be very impatient about it, and I'm going to shoot it with my pistol.
Okay. Would you like to make an attack roll?
14?
At point blank range, you see, actually, you guys only hear as she shoots the lock, blowing it off and putting a hole through the rotten wood as well of this thing. The trapdoor is ready to be opened.
You know I have lockpicks, right?
You were busy.
I do look fabulous though, don't I?
Absolutely. And I'm going to push my way through the trapdoor.
Okay, it opens upward. So as you do try to open this as well up there, and it opens up, the rain actually comes right down upon you as you do this. And a face comes out of the rain, leering at you. A familiar face. A face that fills you with shock as you see her appear in front of you. 2 seconds, I just need to sort something out here.
Oh, you guys can't see it on stream, but Dean Dog has made an appearance.
No.
Yes.
Bother.
So weirdly enough, you can see his toy. I promise you that there is a dog on the other end of this that is attempting to drag me across the room. Ah!
Alright, what do you see in front of you at the moment?
She is just behind the family crest.
Yep.
There is a female, very familiar figure in front of you. Along with her, there appears to be another figure leering down at you, the two of them. But it's the first figure that really takes your notice. It's Gwendolyn. She's rain-soaked. She has her shortened hair as always there. She has tattered remains of her clothes. And there is a leer on her face and fangs in her mouth that absolutely terrify you when you see it. I'm going to call this a stress check. Can you make a wisdom saving throw?
My
Okay.
favorite. 8. Huh.
23!
Oh no, just her. She only is the only one
sorry,
who
my
really
mistake.
sees this for the moment. All good. With 23, you quickly steel yourself, realizing this is your sister, and that overwhelming need to nurture and protect her comes over you first. You don't feel that kind of shock, but you know something is very wrong. As she
Yeah.
sees you, and she says, "What took you so long?" And she launches an attack on you. I need everyone to roll initiative, and it's an ambush round.
Ah! But I just started snacking.
No time for snacks.
You'll have time when it's not your go, actually.
No time.
See?
No
Oh
time for
my
snacking.
god. Terrible. 4.
As you take this in, it's giving you a moment of shock. Anyone
6.
else's initiative? 6.
I'm snacking.
20, finally.
Hey!
Dirty 20, but still a 20.
Still 20, Jared? Very nice. These. Wow, okay. Steve, Arthur is first to go as he's enjoying this heavy crown on his head as well, and the bang of the gun, and seeing Jennifer there and giving her the advice of the lockpicks seemed to just unfaze her. She opens it up, and she's staring at something there that you can't see, but there's a look of shock on her face. This is a large room, so I'm just going to give you a bit of an insight to what the room is like so you can see where you are. You're actually probably more towards the other side of it. And 2 seconds, if I can find where that is here. Here we go. Yeah, the size of the room is, it's about 40 feet in diameter across here. Little trapdoor above you, of course, leading up. You're actually the bed's in the center. She's off to the side where that trapdoor is. You're just over on the side of the bed on the far side of it. So it's about, I said 40 feet diameter, so it'll be about 30 feet to her.
Okay, well, I can only run 25, so I will do that with my pistol prepared to fire at anything that looks slightly upsetting up in the trapdoor there. So with a click, Arthur's pistol extends out of his sleeve again, and he's ready to shoot as soon as I get close.
You move that 12.5 feet across as well, just kind of around the bed. You're small enough to easily kind of maneuver around this there. So you just get an angle on looking out and seeing 2 silhouetted figures that you can't quite make out here. She's in shock. You see them there. I'd like you to, actually it's passive perception because you're not using your action for that. Let's just check.
So perception is 11.
It's silhouette. You can't quite make them out. She's just in shock. They've got a little bit of cover from this. Do you want to take a shot at them, whoever they are?
If I do take a shot, it would probably be random, but we're in a castle where everything is trying to kill us. I think it's a reasonable assumption for Arthur to shoot, so...
Okay.
Can I roll an attack and then maybe do a dice roll to decide who it hits?
Let's do that. Roll your attack roll at these silhouettes that you see in front of you.
The way I've been rolling, this could go great.
It could be very interesting.
17 to hit. That's pretty good, actually.
Okay, so let me just check on that for you.
Quickly
make a shot. What is the actual ammunition that you're using there?
Standard bullets.
Standard bullets. Okay. All right then. You realise that they're not wearing much armor at all, whoever these are. The first shot heads straight towards this being. Left and right. It was the one on the right was her. The one on the right was him. I'm just going to roll a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
It's him on this side, the left-hand side.
Lucky
that you shot, the
shot,
closest one to you. And you, what did you roll to hit? 17?
17 to hit.
Okay, let me just check something.
Do I get a bonus on my fancy headwear?
In fact, it's weighing you down a little bit, but I won't give you a penalty just yet. Oh, that's an interesting noise. That's 2 hours are done. Jared, if you'd like to do your thing. So, you get a feeling that 2 hours have passed as we now get to this. It hits it. Basically, it looks like it would have hit its head as well. And it looks like it was a glancing blow on its head there. How much damage do you do?
I will roll damage. That is 14 piercing damage.
Okay. It doesn't look like it did as much as it could have done. But you did wound it, definitely. And it makes this horrible hissing sound as that happens. Is there anything else you can do? And everyone get ready or goes.
Yeah.
This was an ambush round. I think they said not an ambush round. We're just going with it. Go.
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's me done. I've only got 1 spell slot left at first level, so I won't use that at the moment.
You shot that, and then Jared, it comes to your go. What do you do?
Where are these guys relative to where we were? Because were we not like by the bed
You're in
reading
the
the book when all of this
You're in the
was
centre,
happening?
yeah, by the bed, which means you're about 20 feet away from that trapdoor.
Yeah, and they're up on the through the trapdoor on the level above us.
They are, yes, about 10 feet up.
Okay.
Haven't had a chance to fix your crossbow
You've
yet.
seen Arthur run across and shoot.
Okay.
I
Just
have a
shoot up
crossbow.
through the trapdoor?
Yes. The angle, you'd need to move closer.
Yeah. Okay. I'd probably just... Yeah. I'll run up and without like hogging that entranceway, whatever angle he's get, I'll try and get on the opposite side, see if there's a target I can see.
Yep. You head across over to the left a little more because
Yeah.
actually no, he was on the left. You go more to the right.
Sure.
This one actually, Jennifer's going to be a bit more in the way. They'll have a little bit of cover with this, but you're pretty confident. You see the two figures there. Your passive perception's quite high, and you see those two figures in front. I would like you. Do you have what are your favorite enemies?
Undead,
Yeah,
humanoids, were-rats, werewolves.
a lot of supernatural beasts for Gothic campaign for sure. For this one, with your passive perception, you see these figures were human once. One's a dwarf, you think, in fact, the male one, but they're both bedraggled, they're both pale of skin, they are lifeless, their fangs betray, they are vampire of some kind, that your feelings immediately raise. What do you do? This is an initial, you don't even need any kind of action with that, you just know.
All right, let's hit him with the old bonus action Hunter's Mark.
Yes, which one?
I'm gonna go the dwarf guy.
Yep.
So just gonna remember how all that works. So Slayer's Prey, is that different?
That's giving you, I think, an idea of what their vulnerabilities are, I believe. Is that right?
No, so Slayer's Prey is a bonus action. I designate one creature I see. The first time each turn that you hit that target with weapon, it takes 1d6. This benefit lasts until you short rest.
Similar to Hunter's Mark.
Basically a Hunter's Mark, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. You now have it marked. This.
Okay. So bonus action. That.
Oh, I need you to roll a history check right now.
Give me a 2.
Yeah, you've no idea who this is.
No.
Go for it. Roll your attack.
We'll go with an Eldritch Blast.
There's so
Immediately.
much lore that would be coming out if only we weren't rolling.
As a big orangey Eldritch Blast fires out from her hand. AC?
16 on the first shot.
That's a hit. Do you want to roll the second one as well?
Yeah, we'll just target the same guy. So we'll hit him with
Yeah.
the natural 1 on the next one.
Oh wow! Okay.
So just one set of damage goes through.
I'm going to
for
get
a
you to
total
roll
Jennifer!
a dexterity saving throw.
Sort of 1 damage.
Jennifer!
I gotta do a dex?
Dex
I knew
save
I
of
was the only
16.
person.
I want you.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Jennifer,
No.
Okay.
thank
Never
you.
So,
just provided inspiration
Unfortunately,
to whoever
just at
needs
the moment that you were firing this towards this dwarf creature, after the first one was such a success, Jennifer slightly shifted and it starts going straight towards her and blasts her instead. Can you roll damage for the first and then the second?
Oh,
And is it force damage?
Yes, my first roll was a 1 on the damage, the one that hit,
Wow, okay.
and then my natural 1.
Oh no! Oh no! Yes!
Oh, roll another attack roll. Roll another attack roll.
Another attack roll.
This is for her. Yeah.
Alright, that's going to be an 11.
What's your armor class, Jennifer?
15.
Better than 11, that's for sure.
It doesn't harm her, thankfully.
Thank goodness.
It's
Thank golly goodness.
So it like banged off your armor, whatever that you're wearing as well. Your cloak is burnt off because of that eldritch blast, but you are unharmed. Is there anything else you do?
Adriel gives Ez a nasty look, like serious side eye.
Is you do
my
anything
job.
else?
Oh no. Oh wait, no, do I not get that 1 damage? I should have had another d6 on top because I just did that thing.
Add the d6 on
I
top,
did.
that's the first
So that's
damage
another
you've done.
1.
Thank God.
Just so that we're ticking off all the maths
She's
right now.
so frustrated as it's like clearly just a bit of like the skin of
This
their
would go so
head.
much better if we didn't suck at rolling dice.
As the two of them jump down into the room, the male dwarf character, feral look in its eyes, races towards the one that attacked him first, Arthur. this diminutive halfling to grab at him. And the other one grabs at Jennifer. And she says, "Sister, be one of us," as she grabs at you. The first thing that happens...
When's my turn? When's my turn? When's my turn? When's my turn?
grabs with her claws to attack you. And hits armor class of 24. Actually, this is a opposed grapple check. Can you roll athletics or acrobatics to try and avoid?
This
Athletics
is a
or
non-consensual
acrobatics?
hug.
It's a non-consensual hug.
Non-consensual hug.
What was that, Tamara? Sorry?
12.
You are both drawn to and also repelled by whatever the hell has happened to your sister here, but you suddenly take on this as she grabs you to her. And as she comes forward close to you, you smell there is something wrong. It's not the usual warm fragrance that she has as well. Being, sisters, there's something cold, there's something dead around this, which is terrifying to you. And then she bites down onto your neck.
What?
Armor class 21.
21 will
Dad,
hit me. Yeah.
You take 6 points of necrotic damage as she starts sucking your blood away from you. You are stunned by this. I need you to roll another... actually, this will be a fear check this time. Can you roll a DC 15 wisdom check?
We're going to die before we come across Strahd.
14.
Hopefully not.
Can I give her my inspiration to reroll that, please?
How do you give it to her? What do you say to try and inspire her?
That's not your sister and you know it.
Roll again. I'll give that to you. Nice work. Fantastic.
Okay, 26.
Hey!
Shake out of it immediately, realizing this as well, as you take 6 damage. And what's your maximum hit points?
52.
That it's now 46.
Okay.
Ooh.
You are feeling weakened from this attack as that happens. Arthur, as that happens and the dwarf comes towards you doing exactly the same thing with a feral look in its eyes and reaches toward you, it tries to grab at you. Can you do an opposed grapple check?
That's on athletics.
Or acrobatics, whichever's better.
Athletics. That is a 15.
Unfortunately, it was stronger. Pulls you close to try and bite you. And you take... no, sorry, that's an attack roll, I believe. Is that the attack roll? Yes, that's an 8. So that means...
No karma class.
No, basically, you are literally fighting it here as it's trying to bite you. Like this, and you are fighting it off with everything you can. That is their go. These 2 vampires are attacking you. As we move across to Thea, what do you do in response to this? Oh, you're on silence. Mute.
You're muted, Thea.
Yes.
Let me try that again.
With mine.
Yeah, let's try this time with effort.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone else get ready for your next go. Get ready for it.
Okay, so bonus action. I am going to
Yes.
assume my form of dread.
Okay.
So what everybody sees is Phaedriel looks at what is going on with Jennifer, what is going on with Arthur, and her eyes go white. And her horns kind of grow out and little flames appear on the end. Her skin kind of flushes through as if it is being hit with lightning, like reverse lightning, and it goes a darker black color. Her clothes kind of become a little bit sort of amorphous. And she's scary looking. Like she's a badass now. And pissed off.
None of you have seen this before, as suddenly you see this change come over her. As you're probably the best to see her, as these 2 are still currently in the grasp, the embrace, the dark embrace of these 2 vampires. This look over her, she kind of like moves forward and down. This pale pallor kind of comes over her skin. Hair starts to actually sag from what it used to have this life before. And those dark, pitted, dark kind of like pits in her eyes appear again that you saw earlier, and these reddish kind of like lights piercing white at the very center of it, staring out with almost like a skull-like grimace across her face. What do you do?
2 Eldritch Blasts, one against each of the vampires, just sort of like kind of Spider-Man, like on each of them.
Shoot
For the
towards
2
them
that are
immediately.
attacking the people that she has decided are under her protection.
Can
So
you
this is
also
again-
roll, after that, can you roll your temporary hit points that you gain because of this as well?
Certainly did. I've got 6 temporary hit points.
Fantastic. Okay, cool.
All right, so this is against Jennifer's evil twin.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to hit.
AC?
It's an 11.
It blasts against her and hits her.
Oh, it does.
Surprisingly, you see
Yeah.
these things do not seem to care about themselves at all and are just after the blood and the flesh.
Well, it's only going to do 2 points of damage, but because
What kind of
I
damage
have
is it?
force, I'm pretty sure. Eldritch.
You notice that it does damage easier than the main weapons that others have been using.
Nice. All right, so that's that. But also, and this is going to go for the dwarf if I happen to hit him as well, I need a save from... I need a wisdom save, DC 15, or it's going to be frightened of me.
Interesting. Okay, DC 15 was it?
Yep, DC 15.
Wisdom save?
Wisdom save, correct.
It sees this as well, and it looks confused for a second like this, and then it tries to bite again. It seems like it wasn't phased, unfortunately.
All right, so that's that one. Then the second Eldritch Blast is a maths 23 to hit.
Easy hit. Excellent.
7 points of force damage, and again another wisdom save to see if this is the dwarf on.
This is the dwarf.
Yeah.
Blast into the side of the dwarf like this, and it clearly did very good damage against it here. Anything else you do?
It needs to give me a wisdom save, DC 15 as well, or be frightened of me.
Oh, is this both of them get to
Yeah,
have
so
to save?
anything I hit when I'm in my form of dread has to save, or it is frightened of me.
Okay. It suddenly sees this, like, looks at you, and then it looks terrified. It actually looks this vampiric creature. You couldn't expect this, but it bows down like this to you and is like, what happens when it affects it?
Good question. It is frightened of me. So frightened condition, can't approach me. I believe it has disadvantage and a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and it has to use its movement to move away from me.
On its go. Fantastic.
Yeah.
No worries. Literally right now, it puts Arthur in front between you and it straight away like this to make sure that you're not in sight of it. But you know that it's affected. Your fear of the form of dread has affected it very well. Any movement? Do you go anywhere else?
I kind of want to walk towards the two of them. Like this big kind of like form of dread, flames out of the eyes, flames off the ends, just kind of like model walk, foot in front of each other.
Okay, then, starting to walk with very clear purpose towards these creatures as we go to Tamara. Jennifer has her sister there trying to suck the life out of her. What
God,
does
that's
she
a toxic family relationship.
do? That's not,
No, right?
not good.
I am gonna look at her. I'm gonna go, sister. What's happened to you? And I'm grappled at the moment, aren't I?
You are currently grappled. It will
So I'm gonna
take... I
try
make
to
it a
break out of
move. Or an attack. No, it is an attack. You need to find an attack to be able to get out of it. Roll an athletics or acrobatics check to try and remove from it.
Okay. My athletics is bad, so I'm gonna do acrobatics.
Oh my god.
That is the 16.
She rolled Nat 20.
Da!
So, try
she's
as you
still
might.
holding on to- Yep.
Try as you might. The fear of what is going on here has overtaken you to a point. You'll manage to fight that off, but you can't fight her off yet. That's your action. What do you do?
I'm going to vampiric touch her.
Oh my.
Turnabout is fair play. I know you are, but what am I?
Now,
So-
is that an action to do that?
It is, yes.
You used an action to try and push her
Oh,
off.
okay.
It does take an attack to do that.
Fine. Oh, we'll bonus action hex her then.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. What does Hex do? Can you explain how that appears and what it does?
Okay, so hex, you place a curse on a creature you can see within range. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. You can also choose one ability. When you cast a spell, target has disadvantage on ability checks with the chosen ability. I'm going to go with Dex.
Okay.
If the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to
To
curse a
switch
new
it to
creature.
another. That sounds awesome. Your Hex has come across. How do you Hex your sister right now?
So you see my hands start to be wreathed in like black smoke, and I push that towards her, and you see it just surround her in this haze of black. Is hex.
And this black haze comes around her and she looks at you and says, "Why, sister? Why me?" That's
You
what she
bit
said.
me.
You can see that she's not happy about that. That she'll go because you can't move. You're moving to 0 at the moment as you're there, but you've cast that ready to go. And just as that happens, a shadow moves nearby you all. And stepping out of that is a figure that is very familiar.
Uh-oh.
He smiles. He says, "I can't let my pets have all of the fun to themselves." And looks towards Esmeralda. And moves towards her. And
Uh-oh.
is now within range of Esmeralda. And that's the end of his go. At least right now.
Uh-oh.
It's a new round. Arthur, you're first.
Round.
As you
It's a
realise you
new
have another figure has joined this, a very diabolical figure. What do you do as you have this dwarf in front of you?
Pistol's not much good in close range, so I'll keep the pistol in one hand and extend the +2 short sword from my other and make an attack.
Okay. Do that.
That is a 23 to hit.
It's so close, easy to hit from this range. You easily smash into this dwarf who doesn't seem to care about himself, other than that fearful creature that's now behind you. What damage do you do?
That is 9 piercing damage.
Again, not as much. Is it a magical weapon of some kind?
It is a magical weapon. It's a +2 short sword.
Fantastic. Pierces deep into it, and he howls in pain with this damage. Nice work. What next?
I
Do you
don't
just
believe I
second
get
attack today?
No, I've only got one attack at this
Okay.
level, alas. And my bonus action is basically Healing Word, which isn't much use at the moment. Let's see. You can use that.
Get ready for your goes, guys. Whoever's up next, Jared, I think it's you.
Yeah, that'll do for now.
That'll do for now. Okay, as you get prepared for this right now, what is going on here? That was odd.
That was odd,
Oh.
says the DM.
That's much better. Okay.
How bizarre.
How bizarre, how bizarre. As this happens, Strahd is now 5 feet away from you, Esmeralda.
So,
He
Yeah.
looks at you and says, "You can see this is pointless. It would be wise for you to join me. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw."
where's
Yeah.
the fun in that?
Wisdom.
Wisdom
Oh,
save
no.
19.
What can I do?
For a second, there's a feeling that, as despairing as this feels, it makes sense. You don't know how you'll be able to survive. You haven't even found your mentor. and you shake yourself out of it from your training, remembering the fear and the charm effects that they have.
Get out of
And you
here.
shake it off. And
Shake
it's
Backhanded
now
reaction.
Shake it off.
you shake it off, and it's now your go, Jared. How does Esmeralda respond to this failed attempt to charm her?
Let's open with a double flourish of flame tongue rapier, shall we?
Ooh, okay.
Unreasonable.
Ooh.
So we get 2 attacks per action
Mm-hmm.
at level whatever it is. So we're gonna
Yes.
do these guys. That's gonna be 25 on the first hit.
Okay.
Let's roll for
That
damage.
is a hit.
That is certainly a hit. Let's roll for damage. That is 9 points of
Magical
rapier
weapon
damage.
Very nice. That hurts him.
Didn't seem to
Admit to the side.
roll. Did not seem to roll my extra flame damage.
Do it now. Go for it. Just do it as a
so
dice
it
roll, I think.
should be 2d6.
2d6. 2d6?
Just
Yeah.
chuck 2d6 down on top. So fire damage of 10.
Very nice. Fantastic. He shies a little bit away from this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Burn,
Is that
baby,
your
burn.
first attack?
That's first attack. Second attack is
Esmeralda
a
is
natural.
lashing out. Is it a natural?
It's a natural 20.
Yay!
With a fluid flourish, and as he winces, I don't hesitate. Do not let him breathe nor recover from that. Another
Mhm.
deep gouge.
Mhm.
So that's going to be 2d8 plus 4 plus 4d6.
Mm-hmm.
Do the 2d8 plus 4.
Yep.
That is 13.
Okay. Pierces deep into him. A human would have been killed by this kind of stab, but he's clearly has not been living for a long time and is not surviving that way anymore. 9 from the piercing. Is that right?
13 piercing from the rapier, and then
Yeah.
12 fire damage from. Oh no, I only
Wow.
rolled. Sorry, I only rolled 3d6.
Ah,
Oh no.
13. 13
no.
fire damage.
13. It's 26
Additional.
damage. Very nice. That's excellent.
It
As
is most
suddenly-
excellent.
It's a deep pierce into Strahd as you and the flame burns that area for a second as he rips away from you, appalled at what you have done. Is there anything else you can do?
I was tossing up between Slayer's praying him, moving my target with my bonus action, and or just using my bonus action to hit him again, because I have
I'll let that one.
2-weapon fighting. Did you give me the feat 2-weapon fighting?
Doesn't
I don't know if
everyone
it's
have-
there.
Everyone has
everyone
it, but
can
no,
do
you
it.
gave me the
Everyone-
fighting style. Yes, so I have the
Yeah.
2-weapon fighting style, so I
Fighting
get the ability
style.
modifier
Not
as
the
well.
feat. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Which means you get to
would-
add your
it's
ability.
just a
damage
it becomes a
as well.
normal attack. All right, let's just go one more, shall we? Just one more.
Yeah,
for the
okay.
road.
That's good.
Why not?
It's a natural one. Okay, so we're done.
Oh no, Ez!
I need you to
Oh,
roll a
greedy.
dexterity saving throw.
You're greedy.
No.
That's right. That's a 13. It's not too bad.
Yeah. For a second there, you overreached with your super confidence with your last hit as well. And
Hungry.
for a second, he moved out of the way with preternatural speed, almost you losing your balance, but you managed to hold yourself up at the
Yeah.
last moment. Is
Alright.
that the end of your go?
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn. No more confidence.
Very nice.
I'm good now.
At the end of this, he just gives you a bit of a snarl and a glare, and he says, I look forward to our next meeting. And he
No.
slinks away from you incredibly fast, up and out through the, what's it called? The trapdoor into
Does
the
that
web.
provoke an
above.
attack of opportunity?
It does not.
Ah,
He
bugger.
moves
Ah,
with
he can
speed and grace that
clean.
you do not know that has come from him. While the other two see him go as well and launch back into their attacks.
Ah.
Jennifer, first of all on you, you are still held.
Mm-hmm.
As that happens, she tries to bite you again.
This is so like in character for Jennifer though.
Armor class of 11. You
Uh,
are fighting her off. Actually, it's opposed, so if you can roll your acrobatics or your athletics, but I have a feeling you might be okay. Fingers crossed. Nope.
4.
Okay, sorry about that. Unfortunately not.
Jennifer! All right. what
This
have
is my sister. I
Uh,
don't want to hurt her.
I do.
I'm
Oh
incorrect.
my God.
Sorry, I'm incorrect. You're already grappled.
Mm.
She rolled an 11 for her attack roll for her bite. You have fought her
Uh,
off. She does not
Right.
hit you. Her second attack at this time, she is still in range of. No, she simply says as well, stop resisting me, sister, like this, and just simply grabs your arm and tries to claw her way into your arm.
Ah.
It's a pure attack roll.
Ow.
Armor class
Ow.
of 23 hits.
yep.
That's not the damage. That's incorrect. Let me just roll the damage here for you. And I add 3 to that. 6 damage. This is pure slashing damage.
Okay.
She's staring at you as well. There's a haggard and a desperate look in her eyes, and you think there's a moment of sadness, and then it just comes over with bloodlust once again. As that's happening, and prepare for your goes, Steve, the one in front of you, is freaked out. It simply pulls away from you at this point, and as it starts to move away, you realize you have an attack on it.
I will try that then.
Okay.
So there's an attack that is an 18 to hit
It hits.
with 13 piercing damage, magical.
Okay. That is a huge wound on it. It does not look well. And so at this, you can see that it still managed to move out of your range from here. And it uses all of its movement to go out the trapdoor and out of sight into the rain above of all of you. It's gone. That's the end of their goes, as we then come across to Thea.
Oh, well, that changes what I'm going to do. 'Cause it's not really worth sacrificing everybody else for one critter. Oh, you know what? I didn't mean to do that. I pressed the wrong button.
That's okay. What are you trying to do?
I was actually trying to see what a particular spell did, not actually cast.
Oh yeah, use it. That's
spell.
okay. I'll wait till you say it as well. This is it. This
Yeah.
is what I want to do.
Yeah. All right. Look, we're just going to Eldritch Blast again. I know, very unusual for a warlock to spam Eldritch Blast.
So weird.
But we're going to
It
Eldritch
works.
Blast Jen's sister, because I think this is a toxic relationship. I think we need to establish some boundaries. I think we need to use some very clear statements
Through
here
force.
about
Yes.
we
okay.
need to be forceful. I
Okay.
feel when
I
you
feel.
do this,
Feel.
So both of them are going to go into
God.
the unpleasant sister.
Okay,
one is
roll
a-
your attacks. Do you get 2?
Yeah, cool. So one is a 28
That's
and one is a 10.
incredible. Both hit.
What?
Both hit.
Nice. Okay.
Not caring about being hit. These things. They are desperate feral beings. They're.
Let's squish
Jared, by the way, Esmeralda has worked out what these things are now.
Good.
These are not full vampires. These are recently
Spawn.
turned vampire. Spawn has witnessed that this is the sister of Jennifer. It's been very recently turned, and they are not very strong.
So that is 14 force damage in total.
Like, blasts into her, and she cries out in pain as that happens.
And also, can I make her make another wisdom saving throw to see if she's going to become afraid of me?
You certainly can. Let's
Once
see
per
what happens
turn.
there.
My form of dread rocks.
That's great.
DC 15.
She is terrified as she suddenly spies you after that blast hits her, and she cowers automatically back from seeing you at that point. Anything else you want to do?
That is. Oh, I don't have any bonus actions that are any good. So, yeah, that's it. That's me. I'm just gonna keep walking towards Jennifer and the toxic sister.
Okay, toxic sister.
Yeah.
You start heading through towards her to end your turn as we come to you, Tamara. Seeing this with your sister, this is a terrible place to be. What do you want to do?
Would I know if there is any kind of cure for someone who has just been turned?
You have studied this, so I'll give you an Arcana or a History check, whichever's stronger for you. Or Nature, if you have that, actually.
So Arcana 18.
You know, you feel a sense of sadness come across you. She's been lost. She has been turned. She has died and reborn as this thing. These memories of the studies with Van Richten have come across you as well here, and your sister. You know that there is only one course from here, and the redemption through some kind of holy light, which will burn them into oblivion, or to try and destroy her yourself.
You see a realization come over Jen's face. And she just says, I am so sorry, Gwen. And I'm going to... Can I still attack her while I'm grappled?
Yeah, it doesn't actually restrict you at all from attacking her. If you try and do something with a ranged weapon, I'd give it a disadvantage. If it's melee, you're fine. That's it.
I'm going to pull my moon sickle out and
Little gleam around it here, almost like sparkles of light.
it's gonna go across her throat.
Roll your attack.
That was not a good attack, that was 7.
That one misses. That slash as well. As you see her trying to move away from you, she hasn't quite moved away, but you miss. Is there anything else you can do?
The only bonus action I have is hexed. She's still hexed. So
You don't have
That's
two
right.
weapon fighting?
She'd need a separate weapon to be able to do that as well.
I do have a dagger.
Do you want to use that as a bonus action? I'll give it.
Okay.
You quickly whip that out and try to slash her with your offhand with the dagger.
No. 9.
Okay.
I really don't want to kill my sister.
This is
Apparently.
the worst for you, actually, to stop to try to actually do this terrible thing, but you know it's the only way forward for her salvation. As we come to the end of your round, do you try to move away, knowing it may provoke an opportunity attack, or do you stay close with her?
I'm going to try and get away from her.
All right, then. You move. Where do you try to move to?
So I'm still...
Under the rain,
basically-
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm basically in the trapdoor, so I'm going to try moving down the stairs a little bit if I can.
You have to move around the side of the tower to get around to the stairs again, so you can do that easily as she tries to slash at you with an opportunity attack as that happens. Armor class of 24 is a hit.
Yep.
With that, you take an extra
Jen.
8 damage, slashing damage. But you do get out of her range, and she is away and now by herself, cringing from this terrifying aspect that is coming towards her. As it comes to a new round, as you've moved around towards the stairs, Steve, we come to you with Arthur, seeing that the other ones has left, and so did Strahd himself. There's just this one cringing here. What do you do?
Just checking something. Sorry.
That's okay. I think we're going to take a break at the end of this battle as well. We'll do our 15-minute break before we kick on to the next part.
Okay, no, that's fine. Alright, because I've seen the bullets aren't really doing much from the pistol, I'm going to run across to the creature that was Gwen and attack her.
The creature that was Gwen, I like the reference. So you do this. What do you attack her with? Is it a magic?
That will be with
weapon?
the short sword +2, yes.
Give it a go. See how you
That
go.
is a 14 to hit
It's an easy hit on these creatures that do not
and
kill.
9 piercing damage.
Hurting her painfully as well. Anything else you do?
I do have my pistol out, so I'll use my bonus action to retract that into my sleeve and pull out my dagger.
Okay. Go for it. That'll give you an attack. Go for it.
Okay.
Is this a normal dagger?
This is a non-magical weapon, though.
Okay.
That is a 14 to hit
It's a hit.
and
Total
8
damage?
piercing damage, so...
Wow, that's pretty good. It's still resistant, but it's still pretty good hit for you as well. As you finish, we move on to Jared. As you've managed to avoid being taken over by Strahd, and you see that these things are fleeing. What do you do?
How far away is the nearest one, and which one is it?
You're actually quite close because you were right near the trapdoor. You're actually 10 feet away.
All right, I'm gonna keep put my focus back onto the dwarven-looking one. I'll pull out my.
That one's run through the trapdoor. It's gone.
Through the trapdoor.
That one's gone.
It's out of sight. Yeah.
Okay,
And it was
so
terrified of Phaedriel near you as well. Looks like it's out of here. You think it's not coming back.
just Jen's sister then?
Yeah. The thing that was Jen's sister.
Okay. I'll put my Slayer's Prey on them and...
Bonus action?
Yeah, that'll be my bonus action, and then I will... I guess draw... No, I'll just... Yeah, I'll attack with my flame tongue, or rapier.
You see this focus comes upon Ez again as she sort of like leans forward with this and with a martial stance stalks towards this being and slashes quickly twice. Would you like to roll your attacks?
Yeah. Yeah.
Every time you say flame tongue, I'm imagining you're like trying to lick it. So,
Yeah. So 24 to hit on the first one.
That's
no, this is a horror game.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Damage on that is 8 weapon damage and 5 fire damage.
Okay. Good damage to it with your magical weapon too. That helps. Would you like to roll your second attack?
Second attack is a 19 to hit.
Is burning across here. I'm just going to make a quick save throw. And she is on fire as well as this starts flaming. Second attack was a what?
Second attack 19 to hit.
That's a hit. Damage?
9 weapon damage and 8 fire damage.
Okay. She is looking in a really bad way. As basically,
I'm trying to make it quick. It's not the weapon for quick. Painless deaths.
And you can see that the flames have now started in 2 places upon her. She's in a bad way as it comes to her go, and she takes damage from it immediately.
I didn't even roll my Slayer's Prey damage.
Oh, do you want to do that now? Please do.
Please. So that's another D6 for the one attack that the first attack that I hit on it. So that's another 2.
Yeah.
Just plain
2?
damage. Yeah.
Can you roll 2d6 for me?
Of course.
It says no, I can't.
7.
Right?
7.
I'm all out of D6.
Yeah.
The flames are taking her over here, and she is screaming like this as this happens.
No.
And she immediately races up, like not using the ladder at all, just using her hands on the stone, and climbs out into the rain outside.
Does that provoke an attack of opportunity as I'm in melee?
Which means you and Ez get an attack of opportunity. Actually, are you close enough,
You can go
Tamara?
first.
Are you close enough as well, Jennifer? No, you moved away.
I
You
moved away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah,
I'll
first
attack with
do.
the short sword. Yeah, why not? Twist my arm, why don't you? That is a dirty 20
Dirty 20? That's a hit.
with 9 piercing damage.
Nice.
Would you like to describe how you take her?
Oh, gorgeous.
Oh no.
As she turns to run, I just say, sorry, Gwen, and stab her straight through the heart from the back.
Oh.
She cries out in pain at this, and then soundlessly her mouth stays open as this happens. There's a sudden kind of flaking to the rest of her skin as the flames overtake her. She slumps off your blade, landing on the ground in front of you. You see a certain, almost like her energy is being pulled away from her. The skin starts to kind of melt away, sucked away the energy that she has, as the flames then overtake the remains of Quadrilla.
I rush over to her body and I just cradle her.
You see there are other flames there as well. Do you try to put those out before you cradle her?
Yeah.
You take that moment just to bat them all out there, and then you come over to her and just hold the still body of your sister in your arms. And we take a moment here. Then we should have a break for about 15.
15 sounds good.
Summer moment hits.
Sounds good.
Guys, we'll see you out there in a mo, and then we'll jump right back into this in 15 minutes time. 7:45 we'll make it. We're just on 7:30.
Beautiful.
See you guys very soon.
Sit down. See you guys soon.
For the culmination of this game. See you soon.
Shoo-shoo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're still tuned in, if you're here for the first time and you've been wondering what that break thing was, we're doing a spooky Halloween one-shot. It's going great. We're all alive still, but tragically have lost a companion. Ian, take the helm once more as we descend into the final hour or so of this spooky Halloween time-based, time-limited one-shot.
And just before we do, Tamara, you now have inspiration from the chat.
Yay!
Thank
Hey,
you, Denizen of the
yes.
Dark.
Great timing, actually, because of what's just happened.
Mm.
We start back at the top of the tower. Jennifer is cradling the body of her beloved twin sister, lost to the darkness, and now thankfully brought to peace and rest, hopefully, in an afterlife. She is quietly focused on taking care of this moment of grief. Would you all have a moment just to take care of yourselves? Do you, Phaedriel, as head over to her, or do you head over to the book to finish reading what you are about 2/3 the way through?
Ooh, torn for a moment. But in the end, Phaedriel is about fate and about what she is fated and destined to do, so returns to the book.
As you're thinking of this, as you see this terrifying face that has come over Phaedriel is still there, do you let it go now?
I do. I drop that. So you see sort of the horns retract back to their normal size. Skin sort of returns back to skin color. The flames go away a little bit, but there's still a lingering. Now that you've seen the form of dread, there's almost always an overlay in when you look at Phaedriel's eyes, you can always see the fire there behind.
You've noticed this as Phaedriel heads back over to the book. Can I get you to roll as a monster hunter? What are your skills that you are more boosted at when it comes to hunting the monsters that you find?
As an action, I can choose a creature I see within 60 feet, learn about its immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities.
There's that. I know that if you've got a particular favorite enemies, you get advantage or a bonus on skill checks, on very particular skill checks to know or to track, I believe, or something like that.
Yes.
Do you have that ability? I can't recall if this...
So that is part of Hunter's Mark. My favorite enemy does give me advantage on survival checks and intelligence history checks to recall information about them.
I'm going to get you to roll that right now.
The intelligence history check?
Yeah.
Very good. With advantage. With advantage, I get a 14 and a 14.
Okay, cool.
Nothing to add to those, so thankfully they were decent.
It was unnerving what you watched in Phaedriel coming over that change that she had. Clearly a link to whatever patron of power that she has. You don't quite know what that is. There's unnerving to you about that. That's all I can say. In any event, Phaedriel's headed across to read over the book. What do you do? And Stephen, if you'd like to think about what Arthur will be doing.
I guess I want to console Jen in some way. Jen, did you take any damage in that tussle? Yeah, are you okay, darling?
Losing my sister hurts more than the damage I've taken.
I understand.
With your passive perception, as you see that there is a fresh bite wound in her neck, pierced there that you clearly see is vampire bite. It's not meaning she's going to turn, but she's definitely had some of her life taken away.
Has anyone suffered any levels of exhaustion?
Not a level of exhaustion.
sake, did Jen fail the spook check? The spoopy check?
A spooky check.
No.
No, I don't think so. Actually,
Okay,
you can see that she does not seem to have been affected by the fear.
Okay.
You notice that clearly it's the grief that has overtaken her about this, and she seems a bit more, not more stronger or confident in just dealing with her emotions in this moment that you're. As you're doing this and looking over her, Arthur, is there anything you're doing as you see that there's a little moment of respite after the battle?
Arthur will take off the crown, and he's feeling quite heavy, and stash it in his bag of holding. And
Suddenly
seeing that
feels
Esmeralda is...
Yeah.
Sorry?
Suddenly feel much lighter that it's in your bag.
Yeah, that was really giving me a crick in the neck there.
Yeah.
So seeing that Esmeralda is taking care of Jennifer, I'm going to go and assist with reading the book.
Okay. You head across and you can see that there's a few of the pages are a little difficult for Phaedriel to manage on her own, so you're kind of like gently, the two of you, working them over. And Phaedriel, as you're doing this, you're beginning to understand a lot of the story that's happening here. I'm just going to show this to you now because I believe that there should be something that's come up. Is that right on your screen?
I have the Tome of Strahd, an ancient work by Strahd, a tragic tale of how he came to his fallen state. Oh, boo-hoo. I'm a vampire. I was in love.
I have
Oh,
a sad
woe is
diary.
me.
Phaedriel saying this under her breath.
Phaedriel 100% is saying this.
And before you read any further, I'll just make it easy. You can have a look at some of these because the abilities are at the end. But I'd like you, if you would bear with us, to read aloud the writing in blue so that everyone can hear it.
Absolutely. The whole lot of the writing in blue?
You can share it with your partner here if you wish.
That's all right.
Arthur.
I can do that. So Phaedriel of after going, oh, boo-hoo, I was in love. I'm the ancient. I'm the land. My beginnings are lost in the darkness of the past. I was the warrior. I was good and just. I thundered across the land like the wrath of a just god. But the war years and the killing years wore down my soul as the wind wears stone into sand. All goodness slipped from my life. I found my youth and strength gone, and all I had left was death. My army settled in the valley of Barovia and took power of the people in the name of a just God, but with none of the God's grace or justice. I called for my family, long unseated from their ancient thrones, and brought them here to settle in the castle Ravenloft. They came with a younger brother of mine, Sergei. He was handsome and useful. I hated him for both. From the families of the valley, one spirit shone above all others, a rare beauty who was called perfection, joy, and treasure. Her name was Tatiana, and I longed for her to be mine. I loved her with all my heart. I loved her for her youth. I loved her for her joy, but she spurned me. Old One was my name to her, elder and brother also. Her heart went to Sergei. They were betrothed, the date was set. With words she called me brother, but when I looked into her eyes they reflected another name, death. It was the death of the age that she saw in me. She loved her youth and enjoyed it, but I had squandered mine. The death she saw in me turned her from me, and so I came to hate death. My death. My hate was very strong. I would not be called death so soon. I made a pact with death, a pact of blood. On the day of the wedding, I killed Sergei, my brother. My pact was sealed with his blood. I found Tatiana weeping in the garden east of the chapel. She fled from me. She would not let me explain, and a great anger swelled within me. She had to understand the pact that I made for her. I pursued her. Finally, in despair, she flung herself from the walls of Ravenloft, and I watched everything I ever wanted fall from my grasp forever. It was 1,000 feet through the mists. No trace of her was ever found. Not even I know her final fate. Arrows from the castle guards pierced me to my soul. But I did not die, nor did I live. I became undead forever. I have studied much since then. Vampire is my new name. I still lust for life and youth, and I curse the living that took them from me. Even the sun is against me. It is the sun and its light that I fear most. But little else can harm me now. Even a stake through my heart does not kill me, though it holds me from movement.
But the sword, that cursed sword that Sergei bought, I must dispose of that awful tool. I fear and hate it as much as the sun.
And with a pause, there's something in your body itself as you feel this unwitting sense of exhilaration. You see, Arthur, on her face that like her words are becoming stronger as well as she's saying this. And Phaedriel, the thing about the sun and the sword to you seems to give you like this is the way to destroy him. Real focus as you come into the last stanza.
I have often hunted for Tatiana. I have even felt her within my grasp, but she escapes. She taunts me. She taunts me. What will it take to bend her love to me? I now reside far below Ravenloft. I live among the dead and sleep beneath the very stones of this hollow castle of despair. I shall seal shut the walls of the stairs that none shall disturb me. Oh, boo-hoo, a lost love. We need to go down.
And a sword that he really doesn't like. I'm so sorry, but we need to leave her and go.
We need to go.
I
As you're
understand. I lay her body on the bed and I slip a signet ring off of her finger and put it on my own.
you clasp that to you, that last memory that you'll be able to take with you, leaving her body to rest, knowing it is now, it is gone. Your memory is what you have of her. As this is happening here, Phaedriel, you get that power, feeling of focus to head down, and as you piece together as well, you know that you've picked up some focus of memory, that the readings that you had clearly hinted towards the crits for each of the items remaining. One last note for you, Phaedriel, before you go, you are now attuned to this book. You are now considered the bearer of Strahd's truth. You've now, it exceeds standard item attunement. It doesn't count to the standard attunement. You have an advantage on saving throws made to resist Strahd's spells and effects. And if you succeed on a saving throw against his charm, he takes 22 points or 4d10 psychic damage.
Nice.
As
it should be.
Cannot argue
you
with
feel
that.
this power over you, and Arthur, you sense there's this change that's come over her. You've all said you want to head. Are you all prepared? Is there anything else you wish to do?
We need to move fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really time for a quick nap, is it? Let's go.
Not really, no.
The time is ticking. You head out of here. Who's taking the lead? What's the order?
I'm first, of course.
Phaedriel immediately steps up. The book
I'm
is
following
heavy.
Phaedriel.
How you don't need to be holding it, actually. Or actually, you will need to be carrying it with you. You realise that you can bind it to you with a leather thong, basically, so you're carrying it over your back, maybe?
Yeah, I probably modify the back scabbard that I have for the crossbow, and I kind of ditch one of the daggers, connect the crossbow there. It's a little bit awkward, but then I can have the tome in the sort of the scabbard at the back, but just holding the crossbow.
Oh, as we're walking, Esmeralda, may I see your crossbow?
Of course.
Hand
Hand
Esmeralda.
it over. Oh,
Looks
sorry.
broken.
My broken.
I mean, I assume, to be fair,
My
Phaedriel
broken.
would assume that you were speaking to her because she also has a crossbow.
When did your name
Now?
become Esmeralda, Phaedriel?
Oh, I misheard.
Of course you did. Esmeralda, may I?
Yes, of course.
And as we're walking, I'd like to take some time to try and fix up the crossbow, using my tool proficiency if needed to put it all back together and get it functional again for her.
Thank you.
You maybe, if you go at a slow pace heading down the stairs, you'll be able to fix it as you're walking down the stairs over a few minutes. So I'd
Can
like
I
you to
pick him
roll a
up?
check.
So I carry him while he fixes the crossbow.
Do you allow her to pick you up?
I am slightly uncomfortable with the idea, but I would allow it because I'm really focusing on trying to get this thing fixed.
Then roll an athletics check, Phaedriel.
Piggyback.
Ooh.
No, Halfland
Well,
tossing.
actually, that's not bad. Athletics is 16.
You
Nice.
think over shoulders is probably best. So
This is comfy bit to sit on as well. Ah,
yeah,
Just put
actually
your
gives you a bit of
screws and
rest.
springs in the top of their hat while you work.
Uh-huh.
You have a
Let me
way to
just-
go move forward. On top, on Phaedriel's shoulders, we have Arthur.
Yep.
Behind them, as he's continually fixing those, who's next behind them? if you wish to walk together, you possibly could, Jennifer and Ez.
I would be sticking behind Fade.
Sounds fair.
Yeah,
And Ez?
I'll pull in the rear.
Okay. Are you still wielding the flaming sword at your hand?
Yeah, we'll keep that out for readiness and for elimination. It's bright to 40, dim 40 further, so
Okay.
keeping everything well illuminated.
Yes, and Arthur has his lantern out, of course, just kind of hanging on a handy-dandy little clip he has on his coat, so that's always some light around him.
Considering everything that you're carrying on you, weapons out, lanterns, other items that you're working on, keeping your focus out to make sure there isn't danger nearby, you all head out of this room with the first of these items. Farewell to a memorial to a friend. Taking focus to head downstairs. You head down into that giant circular stairwell, heading down a level into the rain of that bridge to get across to the other tower. Going through the rain at this point, letting it wash away any of the blood that you managed to soak up from your battles. You managed to get through to the tower and to the stairwell that you were in before. You make your way down. Can I get you to roll, Steve, a check? Probably sleight of hand for fixing his crossbow. Esmeralda's crossbow.
Yep, that'll be on tool proficiency, so my thing applies. That is a 16 plus another 3, so 19.
Good roll too, so I give that. It actually does it in a little bit of faster time. This is quite easy for you. You've done things like this before. By the time you've actually started heading down this stairwell, in fact, a little way down, you finish with this and can hand it to Esmeralda.
I am going to hand it to Esmeralda, but I'm going to see how long it takes for Fedra to notice that I'm no longer fixing things and just let her carry me.
Yeah, I love that.
You just hand it back to me like you're passing something to the kids in the back seat.
I'm just like continuing focused. Here's me. I'm carrying my team, literally carrying my team.
Okay, all right.
Also, can I just say, as we get to sort of the point where we look like we're about to head down into sort of the crypt area, I want to down my potion of clairvoyance and have like a little flame eye appear in front of us, and just go ahead around corners. So it only lasts for 10 minutes, but just as like an initial, it's going ahead, floating in the air, so we're not going to walk into anything out of surprise.
Okay. You've what does it look like?
I read my character sheet. Like a sort of a black light flame. So it's kind of like the Darksaber, because I'm a nerd in many different areas. And it's like a black sort of flame that kind of comes up, and every now and then it kind of twins. So there's like a flame and then twins and then flame and then twins, and it kind of goes ahead around corners.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. You have this eerie flame that starts to appear as well, moving around for you. What's the effect again? Sorry, the ability again that you've got that you're doing?
Yeah. So it's basically, it gives me the clairvoyance.
Oh, okay, cool.
And yeah, so basically I choose seeing because I want to see. So it's like an eye, my eyes, but because my eyes are flames, it's flames. And it's got a range of a mile, or an area familiar with me, or an obvious location. So around the corner ahead of me.
Can you move it? Is that right, or is it static?
Yes. Oh no. Visible sensor. I thought it moved.
I don't believe it does.
No, it doesn't move. Boo. Okay, I take it back. I thought it moved with me. Oh, I thought I'd have a little camera.
Little twist of
No,
frustration.
it's so
That's
good.
all right.
Your face for a second. But you
Well,
do.
that's
I
not the
pull it
potion.
out, look at it, go, oh yeah. Oh no.
Back up the bottle.
In any event,
Oh,
you manage to keep going downwards, down these spiraling stairs, into, as you've noticed, it gets decidedly also less noisy from the rain above, but also decidedly cooler as you go downstairs, like a natural coolness going into the stone of the ground below level. You eventually arrive at the same level you came in at, with the dining room, the grand entry where you saw Strahd for the first time, and continue down the stairs into the darkness below. It eventually arrives at a place below the surface. There's an eerie sense of cool and quiet down here at the crypts. Might just see if I can get that for you all as well. Let's have a look at that. as you appear. Let me just check to see what you're seeing. Into a new room. Quite cold. Distance, you can hear the sound of the rain, but it's definitely below ground. Possibly there's an old smell of old food, possibly down here. Maybe there was a larder or kitchen, maybe where the servants used to stay. You will see a place. Let me just grab that for you. A long, hollow sigh of wind breathes a semblance of life into this otherwise featureless staircase. By the time you reach the bottom of this, you see that there's a door in front of you. A solid wooden door in this case, again with those iron fittings, but this one clearly has seen much better days. It looks like marks of many kinds of ways that it has been pushed open and back and closed a number of times. That is the end of the stairwell as well. So this is the very lowest you've come. You don't know if you need to go lower or what you need to do. Other than anything else, the only way forward appears to be this stair.
We should keep going, no?
Yeah.
Do you hear anything on the other side of that door?
Phaedriel, you are the closest there, and also you have Arthur on your head.
I do, because I've definitely not realised he hadn't finished. It like completely slipped my mind that there was an end to this. It was like, okay, he's on my shoulders now. This is clearly what I'm doing now. Yeah, I'm going to listen, I suppose.
I will assist with that, actually.
As you lean forward to listen, Arthur also leans forward to keep balance. And you can either both roll perception and we just take the higher. That might be the easiest way to go.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do that.
Perception. I'm only a +1. Can I do Flash of Genius to give Thea plus a D4? That's a reaction for me.
What's Flash of Genius?
Oh, I love Flash of Genius.
Check that. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to add +4 to the roll. So you just get a 4 bonus.
Oh, I just get a 4. That's good. I need that.
I'll do my perception roll. That is a 17.
Your perception roll is better than mine, even with your Flash of Genius, which is a 14.
I tried to help.
You did try to help.
It's good of you. Arthur notes actually, he says, it seems to be a little more hollow over here. Listen over here. And so you move across to listen in. Quite hearing the same as him, but you do listen, realise it's very quiet. Still sounds of the storm above. Doesn't seem to be any other noise coming from beyond this door.
Okay, would I be able to check for traps from where I'm perched, or?
I'm putting you down. I've
Okay,
realised
fair
you're
enough.
clearly no longer fixing a crossbow.
Puts you down. I
Arthur.
think that's a good idea. And
Can I help you?
I take it you finished fixing the crossbow then.
Oh yes, I'm about halfway down the stairs.
Good.
Crossbow has been
Rat's
handed over
bolted into
Space,
place.
as
Well, you
Arthur.
offered. Anyway, I better go check this door for traps.
Yes, you better go check that door for traps.
Roll investigation.
Sure.
Yeah, I have expertise on this, I believe, as well.
Yes, so that would be another +3, so it's 14 math.
Math
14 total. Having a quick check over this, it looks like this is a pretty standard kind of doorway for entrance and exits, maybe by servants as well. You don't get any sense that any tampering with mechanics or anything has been added to this for any kind of traps.
Looks fine
And
to
it
me.
also appears to be open.
Oh.
As in unlocked. My
Not an
apologies.
adventuring party stymied by an unlocked door.
No.
I'm immensely suspicious. I want to check again for trap. No, I didn't.
I'm going to use my my Eldritch sight just to, I want to see if there's magic on the thing.
Okay.
Words, I apparently have
On the
forgotten
thing
how
of the
to use
stuff.
them. Yes,
Focus on the beyond.
my ability where I can use detect magic at will. I want to use that.
Little
Good role
flash
play,
that
huh?
eyes again that you notice from her, anyone who's up close, as she again focuses through. You get a sense beyond into what looks, you feel maybe a room beyond there. Same old sense of this powerful, ancient, old, enduring magic that's holding this place together and protecting it. There's something else beyond here, in the area beyond. Something old as well. There's a powerful sense of magic there. You feel a different kind, maybe abjuration, perhaps, you're not sure, but it's different to what you felt in this place.
I let the rest of the gang know, saying that there is something different beyond this store that I've not. I feel a thing I've not felt in a long time.
Well, we don't have time to
Star
mess
Wars.
around, so let's get through this door and check it.
After you.
Do you open it?
Thank you. I will open it.
Okay. You open this door into a bit of a shock of a different room than you expected to see here. Let's just see what you see. See, Jared
Darren seems pleased, and I'm a little bit worried.
It's
This-
the bone room.
incredibly bizarre, almost horrifying looking room. Dark stains cover the floor of this area with large oak tables, scarred and beaten, lay like scattered toys about the room. Their wood crushed and splintered. Replacing them are furnishings made entirely of human bones. The walls and the 20-foot high vaulted ceiling are a sickly yellow colour. Not because of the faded or time-worn plaster, but because they are adorned with bones and skulls arranged like morbidly decorative devices, giving the room a cathedral-like quality. 4 enormous mounds of bones occupy the corners of this ossuary, and garlands of skulls extend from these mounds to a chandelier of bones that hangs from the ceiling above a long table constructed of bones in the centre of the room. 10 chairs made of bones are festooned with decorative skulls surround the table, resting atop of which is an ornate bowl-shaped vessel made, you guessed it, of more bones. The doors to the north and the one you've come in from the south are sheathed in bone, but the steel-banded double doors in the centre east wall are not. And you notice an interesting image of the skull that's above this. It's a large one, looking like possibly a dragon's skull, hanging above the doors.
Okay.
Well, this is horrific. Nothing less than I would suspect of such a monster.
I do have to ask, why did you seem so pleased when we entered this room, Esmeralda?
Oh no, Esmeralda's devastated. Me as a dungeon master who freaking loves this room is giddy
There's a
with joy.
strange look over Esmeralda's face, almost as if a memory of this place has haunted her, or maybe there's a dazzle of insight. Is there anything in particular, Esmeralda, you wish to try and recall about this place?
Yeah, I would say that even though this is this overwhelming reveal of just such a macabre nature, this collection of trophies, but even more than that, to decorate with these remnants of once possibly lovely, bright, beautiful people, and a dragon skull just still stands out amongst all of it.
I think I'll get you to roll.
Yeah, a soft sort of trance-like state and a slow pace towards this as I slip into
A bit of a trance. Well, first of all,
bit of a vision.
it seems like the vision itself is something you're going to need to roll for a wisdom saving throw.
All
So
right.
if you want to do that first. But you can see that also Esmeralda's
Natural 20.
transfixed. Oh my god. She's transfixed on the skull, it seems, for a second. Does anyone else respond to this?
Do I pick up much on that? Can I do insight on Ez?
You can do. You notice there's something there. Natural 20. Woo!
Hey!
If you want to roll an insight check for Ez.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm still not. I've still got that kind of sibling rivalry with Ez, so I always keep an eye on her to see, you
Yep.
know, what's the deal.
Yep.
Insight, that is 24.
24. Okay. Because of that, you see that she's definitely focused on this and seems to have drifted off into a kind of reverie for a second. You think you've seen this before with her. She seems to, like a trance almost. And she is focused on the dragon, it seems, at the moment, the dragon's skull.
Keeping an eye on her, but letting her go.
we cut to as, with that save, an image comes to you, a memory of someone in this room, a vision of someone you're not sure who it is again. Maybe you're reliving somebody else's memory of being in here. And there's a strange, hunchbacked creature who is with you, kind of guiding you through this room as well, that in this memory seems familiar to you, but seems afraid of you at this point. Moving away, you head towards the corner of the room on the far northwestern side, and you reach up to where near the one of the mounds of bones is, and you find that there's actually a bone that's a little above in the shape of the design that it's come in, that has a slight off-color tint to it. You see a hand with what looks like some kind of armor across it here, cloak possibly over the top of it. Reach up, pull this, and a secret door opens beyond there. And suddenly, you're out of the vision.
And there's just a
Esmeralda?
pile of bones in front of me?
Yes. You look around the room and you think you know exactly where that happened, which is the east walls where the dragon skull is, and the skull itself seems familiar to you, like you've heard this you recognize is what has been known as a silver dragon. Dragons have not been seen in these lands as far as you recall, but your studies, you'll remember the shape of this. And you recall that Barovia once had a silver dragon that was an order bound to it fighting against Strahd. The vision was directing you to, instead, the northwest corner. Esmeralda seems to have come out of a reverie. What do you guys do? Does anyone do anything?
Esmeralda.
Yeah.
You see.
I was just thinking about silver dragons, and then I felt like I walked across to that corner there, and I think maybe there's more than the three ways out here.
Show us. Show us what you saw.
Well, I was sort of looks down where the hunched figure may have been, but there's obviously no one there. Shake it off real quick. Pace across the room. Stand back, I guess. And I might like just pull out a crowbar or like a heavy tool and just dig it in deep into the pile and wrench to try and clear this pile of bones.
You start clearing, and then you get the flash of the memory again, and you remember that actually the pile of bones wasn't in the way. You actually realize it actually was that bone that you can see now, just above your eye level, that you could possibly reach for.
I'll stash my crowbar, reach out with my free hand, and give it a little jiggle.
You see, almost like automated, as she reaches up to grab a bone on the wall as well, for some reason. Gives it a little jiggle there for a second, and then a couple of bones fall away, and this doorway that was clearly hidden very well in this place, none of you saw this as well, opens up to a dark area leading down stairs, in fact. What's that noise? Stairs, perhaps, leading down into the darkness below.
As the door opened, Vadriel had stepped in front of the other two and sort of put arms out in front of them. Kind of going, Esmeralda, what's down there?
Not too certain, but I think it descends downwards, and downwards where we're intending to go.
Well,
Might just be not a bellhop. What's the dumb waiter? Might be a
Definitely looks like stairs leading down. It definitely looks like stairs, quite solid ones actually.
might be a
about 10 feet
servant's
across.
passage. That's what I meant to say. Servant's
Vadriel
passage.
kind of looks at Esmeralda, for once not condescending, but just sort of like, okay, maybe you're value adding here. She says, well, why don't you light that sword up and lead the way?
I mean, she's lit. And waves it around gesturingly. I mean, I'll take lead if that's what you're suggesting.
I think you can do it.
I think I can. Follow me. As we
follow
descend down the
hole.
stairs.
Okay.
To the crypt we go. La 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 la.
You take careful steps, following behind the resolute Ez, stepping down into these steps below, noting that the light of this flame is lighting up a staircase of ancient stone that's worn smooth. Thick dust covers its steps, and the temperature and cobwebs, also choke the passage. Notice that there are very few, or literally the flame is burning away the cobwebs as you're moving forward. And you're noticing that the few footsteps you see here are also covered with dust. Clearly, this is not used often. It is also feeling that you feel the temperature drop quite considerably as you make your way down these stairs. You realize it's at quite a steep angle of 45 degrees as you're making your way down, so you're being very careful as you're stepping through this. But eventually, after a while, it leads to a large landing where it stops its direct descent down west that you were heading, and then makes a sudden turn with these stairs leading south and onwards. Do you continue?
Yes.
Yep.
Esmeralda doesn't. I do, but I think Ez probably will.
Keep pushing.
Just before you do, both. Let me
We
just
should
check.
have checked for traps.
Just stepping over these old flagstones of this landing as well, there's a sickly mist suddenly fills the stairway ahead of you. It coalesces into the form of a familiar figure. It's the vampire Strahd once again appearing before you. His eyes burning red with anger. You have worn out your welcome, he says. Whatever gods you believe in cannot aid you now. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh, I guess that's time up.
Yeah. Oh,
15, not bad.
8.
Is that time up, Ian, for me to tick over the thing?
It's not time up.
Hells yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Steve, you were 15, was it?
Indeed, I was.
Okay. Who was 16?
That would be Jennifer.
Jennifer.
That makes sense.
Cool.
Jennifer's pissed about her sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a sense of focus on her now. Jared, Thea, what'd you get?
9.
Okay. Then Tamara. Jennifer goes first here, seeing this figure of Strahd mocking you ahead of you. What do you do?
I'm gonna rush at him.
Okay. It's down a few stairs. You race down there as well. I'm going to get you to roll an acrobatics check to go there safely. It's a 10 to get there safely.
Nope. 8
Flash of Genius. Flash of Genius +4.
plus 4.
Moose.
Okay, sweet.
Quickly
Nice.
with this, just at the last moment, basically Arthur steadies you with a quick hand, and then you manage to make your way safely down the stairs, racing towards him. With what intent? What do you wish to do?
You see me raise my hand and produce flame, so you just see this big ball of flame in my hand, and I throw it at him, screaming, "You took my sister!"
Yeah.
The flame shoots straight towards. Is it a saving throw or an attack roll?
It's an attack roll. That's a 27 to hit.
Incredible roll. With the anger infused behind this, the focus intensifies as your direction for this flame heading straight towards his figure amongst this glowing green mist, and there's a smile to him as it passes straight through him, doing absolutely nothing at all. disappearing into the darkness below.
Damn it.
Do you have a bonus action, or is there anything else? Do you keep going down? You're about 5 feet away from him. Make that
Well,
10 feet.
if he's not there, then there's not much else I can do. I scream in anger.
You hear Jennifer scream out in anger at this at the end of your go.
Yep.
Arthur, you hear this, see this happen as well. What do you do?
Could I do an Arcana check to see if there is an illusion, if it's an illusion in front of us?
You've got clear evidence that something's not quite right here, so yes, please roll an Arcana check to detect if this is
23.
some kind of illusion. The way it reacted like this, as if nothing happened, and it seemed to pass through this seemingly physical figure of Strahd. This reminds you of illusions you've seen in the past and created, in fact. This is not real. This is not here as well.
Okay, in that case, I just wave a hand dismissively and say, he's not actually here, and just walk through him.
You start walking down the stairs and pass straight through him. He's not even looking at you, basically, just looking over the top of your short head as well as you just pass through him down the stairs. Jared?
We don't have time for this dark illusion magic.
Oh, he's definitely not here. That's an illusion. Just let's go. Continue
It
on.
taunts
Just
us
hold
without being bold enough as to actually clash swords. I feel insulted. And we'll proceed past the illusion, sort of shoulder check it as I walk through.
Good thing that was in the cantrip you burned there tomorrow.
Yeah.
You also, Jennifer, because you went first and you may still have some movement, you could continue downstairs conceivably with the rest of your movement if you wish.
Yep. Absolutely.
And Thea, it's your turn. Phaedriel's now had the chance to respond. Does she do anything or just continue?
Sorry. She's sort of going to take a moment and look at the illusion and say, "You lack courage to face us. You know you'll be destroyed," and walk through.
Has anyone got minor illusions at cantrip and just put a silly moustache on him or something?
You
You
could
know
if
what?
you-
I do actually.
Okay.
I do have minor illusion as a cantrip.
Dude.
As you all leave it behind, and basically a deep laughter fills the area as it's facing away from you. It seems to melt out of the air, like as if it was wax under a hot flame, and it dissipates into the earth. You continue down the cold corridor of this particular tunnel into the crypts below it, you believe. You realize as you're getting closer, as you go further down, there's a mist that started to form the air with the cold. It's started to obscure your vision a little bit, not so much at the moment, but it grows as you continue further downstairs. Eventually, you end up in a large room. There's a couple of ways from here. Let me just check to see where you are. Yes. Oh, yeah. So, you get in this room as well, and I just lost what I had there. My apologies, guys. But it has come up into a room. There's no door on this leading straight into this room. You just get a chance to walk straight in here. It is a large square room. The room's about 30 feet square, you believe, and rising to about 20 foot tall, flat ceiling above you. There's exits from here just to your left. You see some stairs that lead back up for a short way before turning around a corner just up here. A few old footprints leading up that way, and the mist is filling this area quite strongly. To the south of this room, you see also that there is another large door. This one's a bit more formal for sure, right at the other side of the room. But in between you, there is something you notice. There's a large brazier that you can see standing in the center of the room. Find that here for you. Let's have a look.
large brazier right here. Right about here.
Is that coming up for you?
It's coming up behind stuff for me.
Ah, that's no good. Let's bring it to the front. How about that?
Hey, pretty. I see a
This
brazier.
is very powerful, this light, easily filling this room. It is a tall white flame that is illuminating
Ooh.
this with a cold glow upon you, but it seems to produce no heat whatsoever. There are two in the side alcoves. There are two 9-foot tall iron statues of knights on horseback, poised to charge with swords drawn, stand in these deep alcoves, facing each other.
Do I recognize or get a sense of familiarity about this flame?
Roll an Arcana check or history.
I would if I could find a d20. We'll go Arcana. That is 21.
Okay. There's a very strange feeling you have when you look at this. Like you do know this, but you don't recall ever studying about this. It feels like you've seen this before. You know that you even know for a second, for some reason, there is a great magic about this. But you're not sure how it operates. How you know this, you don't know. And it seems to give you a sense of both longing to want to explore more magic, and there's a sense of anger and hatred that just suddenly wells up within you.
I share that. So this is familiar, but I don't know why. It's anger and hatred. Anyone else know what this is? We can't hear you, Steve.
You're on mute, Steve.
That would be why I can't be heard. I would like to also try Arcana, please.
Okay, roll for a check.
That is an 18.
Studying this carefully and closely, you do realize that there is magic about this and there are glides around here, but they seem to all have been scratched out or drawn over by chalk, it appears like, by someone who knows about magic and is trying to dispel it in some way. This actually looks like it has some form of conjuration magic, amongst others, but conjuration being the strongest. You would swear there's some form of kind of possible transportation magic that this is linked to. And there are two little bowls nearby which have sand of some kind in them as well. They're nearly empty at the moment. A bunch of it is on the floor as well, whole bits of piles of sand. You're not sure how that relates to it, but you think it does. In any event, it looks like someone has actually actively destroyed these symbols around here, and it may be inoperable.
So they are only written in chalk, though, right?
It looks like chalk, and it looks like some things have also been ripped out of the stone. There were some gems there as well amongst the glyphs. Some of the glyphs have actually been damaged, so they no longer represent the same symbols. Yeah, it looks like someone's done extensive work to disfigure, destroy whatever magic lies here.
I don't think this is operable. Someone's attempted to counterspell it, and there's some damage to the glyphs, and the sand I don't really understand it. As far as I can tell, this has been rendered inoperable for whatever action they were trying to take. It could be a gateway, and there might be other things, but I genuinely can't tell. I think we should move on. We don't have time.
Okay, do we think this is relevant to us now?
As you do this, Esmeralda, you've been watching and looking over the surroundings and protecting your group by checking to see if there's anything else that's of danger. You've noticed with your expert tracking skills that there are some fresher footprints that lead up the second stairway upwards and around. These look like within the last few days.
I'll point them out to them. Hey, y'all, I don't know how relative this is. Someone's been down here in the last few days. Do I maybe recognize a boot print or
I think we'll get you to roll here, and I'll get you to roll at advantage. Use
Survival with
strength.
advantage?
Survival with advantage.
That's a 22, Mr. Dungeon Master, sir.
Looking at there, you can see that there's at least 3 sets of footprints here.
Hmm.
And these ones, 2 of them look like basic booted footprints of one boots, one smaller than the other. I'm not sure exactly who they could be. But you recall definitely one of them. The third set very clearly reminds you the little scuff mark at the edges of the sides of the boot. You would swear these were Van Richten's footprints.
All right. I think we're on the right track. Tell me no if that's okay, but do I feel like the way that these imprints have been left, do they feel like they were being escorted, like bound and being pushed? Or do they feel like they've allowed themselves to put their full weight on this? They weren't being rushed.
Looks like they did a bit of an investigation around the room and then they made their way up here. It doesn't look like they were being forced or anything. There's no other footprints that are as recent as these ones that you can see.
Alright, I'm going to figure out where they came from, where they're headed, and suggest to everyone that we continue on this, where they left
Let's
off.
do that.
Take her focus, looking around the room, tracking these steps, realizing they came the same direction as you. You didn't notice them so much on the coming this way. However, they did head up. Following this, avoided the door in front of you and went straight up these stairs around the corner that leads east.
Alright, I'll follow the footsteps in the sand.
Okay.
Let's do it.
You head up the dusty steps into a corridor further along. Let's just get rid of that for now. I believe you should be just seeing the tunnel in front of you. As you continue along, let me grab that for you here. It's cold. The mist is quite thick here, quite cold as well as you walk along. It is just enough to see maybe about 20 feet in front of you. Beyond that, it starts to get too thick to see anything clearly. Beyond 20 feet, you'll have disadvantage to all perception checks, you realize, with vision. Taking the lead, what's the order again as you guys walk through?
I'll go in the lead again. Do I have disadvantage because of vision? Because I can see in darkness, both magical and normal.
That's darkness. That's when there's nothing obscuring. But because of the mist, unfortunately,
mist.
you're frustrated that you are tied in with everyone else with this particular moment. Who's behind Phaedriel immediately? You can walk next to each other or just in behind. As always, we have
Jennifer.
directly behind.
Yep.
Who's directly behind Jennifer?
Arthur.
And then at the back, we have is.
I love how we've kind of adopted a standard marching order.
We've got to have a marching order. It's so important. It's actually really important.
Stepping your way through this tunnel, which looks like it's cut to the pillar stone of Ravenloft itself. The surface is slick, and its ceiling is barely 6 feet high. The air is deathly cold, and it's a lingering fog limiting your visibility now, as I said, up to about 20 feet at most.
Uh-oh.
Some timing
make
if
your
I
way?
Well, that's an interesting sound. I wonder what that could mean.
As you make your way to the end of the corridor and find yourself opening out into a dark area, it looks like there are catacombs directly around you. These ceilings are arched, supported by wide, hollow columns that double as crypts. Cobwebs hang limp in the musty air. This thick fog seems to cling to the floor, which is covered in putrid waste, and there's an old, stale, fetid smell that's in this air. It seems the black ceiling above you is moving.
Looking around very quickly, I recall one of the sword that we're looking for was hidden in a catacomb, or a holy item was hidden in the catacombs. So is there any offshoots to this room or any piles of treasure specifically?
Great question. You see Arthur immediately get into investigation mode and start looking around from what he can see. Now, with the limited visibility, I'm going to get you to roll an investigation check at
Yeah,
disadvantage.
I am using my lantern to support my vision, of course.
Okay.
Investigation. It is a 21.
Noise.
Okay, that cancels out the disadvantage, so you do get to cut through it with this lantern, which is great. What you manage to see because of that, sorry, 2 secs, got that. You see that you are at the what looks like the edge of the catacombs ends. There's and do you point this out to everyone as you see it?
Yes.
You tell everyone that it looks to be that this ahead of you, leading east and then down south, is the catacombs going off into the darkness. You cannot see further than, I think the maximum for this, because of the fog,
60 feet.
60
Is my
feet.
maximum with the light, yep.
It really helps. This lantern is helping you guys see way more than you would be able to naturally. It does, you see there is moving, sort of like movement in the ceiling above. Natural perception for you, Esmeralda, you notice that it is swarms of bats that are hanging on the ceiling of this place here. The main thing, though, that you do note, Arthur, is that there is a separate, this wall itself that goes all the way along your north side, leading east, is broken by what looks like a portcullis leading into another area that looks much better taken care of. That's all you can see, because otherwise there are just crypts all the way down to the east and south of your view.
I relay that to the party and suggest we go to that location very, very quickly.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to use, again, detect magic just to get a sense if I can pick anything up outside of the background sense of magic, specifically looking for anything that contrasts. So
Okay.
it's all nasty abjuration stuff. I'm looking for something that feels clean, bright.
Okay. You focus on that as you stalk forward in the same order that you've been going through. Looking for magic in this area, you get that old sense again. Nothing really has changed from here. And then you come to the point where you turn the corner to have a look into that room in particular, which we will go to now. I believe that may have come up for you. Is that correct?
Still the catacombs.
Still the catacombs, foggy.
And I'll head there myself so we can sort that out for you all. You see, something should be appearing for you guys about now.
You see, it's too foggy.
Foggy.
Buddy, all I see
Turn
is
down the fog of war, damn it.
Oh, it's fog,
Someone turn down the
Go let
machine.
down.
Let's put that to the back.
Actually, it's
shall we?
funny. I love the smell of fog machine fog. I don't know.
Oh,
about
it's so.
anybody else,
Don't
but
get me
it's just-
started.
Yeah, I think it
love
brings back happy memories.
Oh, the happiest memories. The happiest memories. I was literally going there as well, Theo. I was like, got the button for the fog machine stuck down.
Yeah.
I see it now. It has updated to a
Ah,
tomb,
yeah.
and I remember from our initial reading that the powerful weapon was held in a grave and the brother of Strahd was holding it. I am going to throw caution to the wind and try and open that coffin as soon as I can.
Get it.
I'll go with that in just a sec. I'll give you the reading first of all of what you see, just so that you're aware. Let me get that there.
A sign that
So-
says, "Do not touch."
Do not touch,
Note this
please.
session.
Scratched in chalk all over it. No.
Not touchy.
What you do see is this room here, guys. You can already see, notice on the side walls of here, the symbol of the family of Bonzarovich. These white marble steps descend into a tomb that has a vaulted ceiling 30 feet overhead. You realize a portcullis has been moved away here. There's a stillness, like a calm amid the storm. Thea, you notice with your magic detection here, is a lightness to this room, like not in visual nature, but in your spirit that you feel as you walk into this room. The center of the tomb, there's a white marble slab that supports an intricately inlaid coffin. Chiseled into the slab is a name, Sergei Bonzovich. To the north of the coffin are 3 alcoves. With beautifully carved statue stands in each alcove. There's a stunning young man flanked by 2 angels watching over him. They look as polished, as new as day was placed there. There's an iron lever that protrudes from the south wall next to the tomb's entrance. Immediately after, you think this is to do with the portcullis there. But all of this suddenly gives you a sense of dread as there is a fluttering sound, a strong fluttering sound. And suddenly, bats start swarming behind you and through you, obscuring your vision, straight past you into this room and flooding around this room. Arthur, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm throwing caution to the wind, and I'm going to attempt to open that coffin, yelling, "Help, let's get this open."
All right, then.
Whoop.
You race over to the coffin. You do this. Does anyone go to help him?
Immediately follow
Yep.
to help. Sort of like, "Nope, I'm
Absolutely.
fine."
As you reach across over to help him as well. Ez, are you helping as well, or what are you
Yeah.
doing?
Everyone's helping.
Okay, cool. Everyone races across there, pushing caution into the wind, and you easily take the slab, heavy as it is. The 4 of you managing to pull it across. And inside, you see that there's an aura of golden light emanating from here. You see that Sergei is there, lying, as if in life, pale, dead for sure, but seemingly preserved by what holiness or ancient magic that may linger upon him, looking like he could have been asleep in this casket. You notice that there's this aura of golden light seems to be somehow emanating from what looks like a hilt that is resting in his hand, just where his hands are joined at the front of him here. The hilt of this blade has no actual, the hilt of this sword, also the sword has no blade in it, it seems, but there is a light seemingly coming from this here. As the bats continue to flurry around you, and it seems to be quite distracting at this point. What do you do?
I'll
If
keep
no one
my
else intends
flame
to-
sword high and just like keep sweeping it over everything, trying to give us a little bubble of friggin' calm and clarity.
I'm going to go straight in and take the sword. We need to get something in hand to defeat Strahd.
Yeah.
As
Well, the
soon
hilt at least.
as you grab this sword, you feel a sense of lightness come across you as well. With this,
Doctor?
as you note this immediately, a sense of memory, not just history, but memory as if you're remembering this yourself is coming across you. And you get a bit of an image of what this could be. I'm just going to share this with you all now. A beautifully carved hilt carved with symbols of religious significance. A blade born within it, it seems, to wield against evil foes. You feel it once held a power of comparable exquisiteness, and yet there's a sense of greater power within. You know immediately this was once possessed by Sergei. In his original form, it had a platinum hilt and guard and a thin crystal blade as strong as steel. However, a wizard was employed by Strahd to destroy it, as he wanted to rid the world of his memory of his brother. The hilt was lost. The wizard lied to Strahd, saying it was also destroyed. And yet right now you know its powers, if you will it to come to being, will form in a blaze of light.
I absolutely will that.
Do you wish it to come to light?
I do.
And within a moment, you are now attuned to this blade as a powerful beam of light now comes up from this. It is wielded as easy as one of your short swords, yet it is seemingly as long as a long sword here for you. And as that light coalesces, Esmeralda, you notice something coalescing as well. In the shadows, a figure has appeared. And he says,
This jackass.
"Time is up." Everyone roll initiative.
You. Let's get it. Natural 20. Let's fucking go.
Oh,
Let's fucking
nice.
go. Let's get it.
22. Dirty.
Oh, man.
13.
Wow. Okay. What total
I'm-
do you have, Jared? By the way.
24.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
Lord.
believe a natural 20 would still go first, though.
Hmm.
Yeah, give that. Sorry, what did you get, Tamara? 14?
13.
13? And Thea?
12.
12?
This dice
Okay.
is too good. I love this.
It's a good dice.
I love it.
That's a good dice.
Yeah, good. Good boy. Goodest boy.
All right then. Jared,
Yo.
Esmeralda will go first at this point here.
Hell yeah.
What does she do as this kicks off right
How do you rule drinking of potions as an action?
now? Bonus action.
Bonus action. Bonus action. Drink a potion of invulnerability.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. Yeah.
Bonus of
Give the sword
vulnerability.
to the right
What does that
person.
do exactly?
Makes me immune to bludgeoning, slashing, piercing, all damage. All the
Okay.
damage.
All of
Resistance
the damage.
to all damage. For
All
1
damage.
minute.
Is that right?
Yep. Yeah,
1 minute,
resistance all
okay.
damage. 1 minute.
All right, this is round 1. So that means this is the first round that it'll be.
Yeah. 1 of 10, baby. Then with my action,
Yep.
Jackson. I've got my flame tongue rapier in my hand. Wow, music just kicked off.
Yeah, that
Let's-
kicked off.
Mm-hmm.
Could that be boss
Adjust-
music? I feel.
Adjust that real quick. I've got my flame tongue rapier in my other hand. Gonna be 2
Mhm.
clean attacks with
Mhm.
that as a bonus action. That's
The flame tongue
26.
appears. The swarming bats around you at the moment as well is frustrating for you, but in combat, as you race towards him, you manage to attack. No disadvantage there. 26, was it?
Yeah.
That's a hit as your rapier slashes into him for the first time. What damage do you do?
That is. Oops. Why can't I click on the button? It's gonna be 5 weapon damage, and 2d6 is gonna make that 10 flame damage on top of the 5, so 15.
15 total. Very nice. The flame there, it seemed to
Mm.
automatically snuff out with him. It doesn't go on fire like on other places as well. But the damage is dealt to him. More of a pierce to his side, not a huge one, but it still has hurt him. Do you have another attack?
I do. We're gonna pop that guy over there. That's gonna be a miss. That's only a 9, unfortunately.
He easily dodges out of the way, or actually, we should say, supernaturally fast dodges out of the way of this with his vampiric speed. So, unfortunately, you miss him on that time. Is there anything else you can do?
That's my bonus. That's my thing. I could move, but that would be foolish. That's me, Mr. Dungeon Master. Thank you.
No worries. Currently, you've raced up towards him. He was about, because it's quite a large room, as I mentioned before, he's about 20 feet away. So you raced up to him to attack him at this point.
Okay.
As we then move across to Steve. You're also by the center of the room. These guys are attacking by the side at the moment. What do you do?
Just adding the sunblade to my.
Oh, yes. Then while you
so it
do,
can make it easier.
something else happens just before you do this, then. I'm going to do this right now.
Uh-oh.
As you are attacking, first of all, with this Esmeralda, he looks at you with the fangs bared in front of him, saying, "That was nice. Good hit. But you know it's not needed right now, is it? Work with me. And you need to make a saving throw. Have you saved against this before?
No.
No, didn't he save earlier?
Oh,
that-
yeah, I did, yeah.
Okay. It's not you, then my apologies, because he would go with somebody else.
Yeah, I was going
As
to
he looks
say.
across the room, he says this across to Arthur, who's about to have a go here, and
Oh,
says,
here we go.
"Young one, your detective here. You can help find him. Come with me. I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw."
Does the sunblade cause any interesting interactions with that?
You realize that he's definitely looking at the Sunblade off on the side while he's talking to you with a little bit of concern, but there's no actual extra bonus
That's
against
fair.
this.
I'll give that a try. That is a 7. Let's
I
see. Can
believe
I Flash of
somebody-
Genius myself?
Did somebody give you inspiration earlier? Is that right?
Someone did, yes. So I will try and re-roll that if I may.
You will. I believe we got one from the chat. Thank you, chat, as well. This is
Awesome. Thank you,
Chat
chat.
is
Save
coming
me,
in
save me.
Fingers crossed. Roll
Alright,
that
give that
second
a
roll.
try. I know. I will use Flash of
It
Genius
just
myself.
says-
+4.
Uh-huh.
So that puts me up to 11.
Yeah,
Does
that's
anyone
not
have
going to be enough.
guidance or anything?
unfortunately.
Nope.
I
And
have
as that
guidance.
happens, his voice, as he says this as well, for you remember your detective. He is here somewhere and you do need to help him. So maybe it's not best to attack him. You are charmed. You are not able to attack him.
Oh shit.
That's there. Next would be your go. What do you do?
Well, I really do need to find the detective, so I'm just going to start searching the walls and really looking behind the statues and examining the statues. Could there be something particularly interesting? Is there a secret room here, Strahd? I would love to investigate those.
You call that out and you have a look amongst the statues straight away to see if there's any secrets. You can roll an investigation check as part of this to have a look around.
Sure,
As the
that's a
rest of you
13.
see Arthur leaving this, pulling the sword down as he keeps starting to look through these things.
Is he putting it
For
down?
some reason-
No, I'm keeping the sword in hand.
It's in his hand. He's not holding it up in front of him. He's looking through the walls as he's doing this as well.
Okay.
Cool.
That's
Which direction
unfortunate.
do you go to? Do you go?
I
There's
think
north,
the central
south, east,
statue
west.
is probably the thing to check.
All right, you head up towards the central statue up in the north, and you start checking around there. I'll make it you to look amongst all of those ones up the north in that time, quickly. What did you roll?
13.
13. You realise that with that time, you'd need more time to check through all of them. The central statue does not appear to have anything extra here. You know you could probably keep searching. And you
I
could
think
use
I probably should,
Stroud's help,
yes.
and everyone else's help would really help now. So you call
Yes,
that.
that would be nice if you lot could help me, but I will continue to do this. You just do whatever you're doing. And I'm going to keep searching with my bonus action as well.
All right. As you are doing this as well, a smile forms on Strahd's face as now we get... He looks at Ez, who's just attacked him, and is not very happy with what you've just done there. He does a wave of his hand to the side, and the portcullis that was there closes shut. You notice that that the lever itself was quite heavy, may take a bit of pull to actually pull it back down, but in this case, that's locked in. And as that also happens, he then calls for you. Arthur, he says, "Come to me. I'll be able to help you from here." And you feel that compulsion, and it's up to you what you wish to do. He says, "Come with me, and I'll be able to take you to Van Richten." That is the end of their go, as we go to... My apologies. It's now actually his round. That was his lair move.
I was gonna say
This is what legendary
Yeah.
creatures
that's a
do.
legendary action move.
Scary.
He then sees you in front of him and says,
Yeah.
"Van Richten, be proud of you," and goes to grab you. I need you to roll an opposed check.
Not yet. He's not. Natural 20.
Oh my
Hey, that's
God!
I
nice.
fucking love this dice. I swear.
Here we go.
Can I have some of that?
Yes.
He
Bang.
rolled a 14, which is definitely
Bang.
not enough. With just sheer focus on
Just
your
some
training,
illumination. Ooh.
natural instincts coupled with your expertise in training, you manage to avoid the grasp of the vampire as he tries to attack you. Of course, he gets a second attack.
Bring it.
He does do another claw attack. Oh, actually, sorry, it's a grab.
Another grab.
Yeah,
Another check.
go for it.
Luck's run out.
Ah.
That's a one.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
Are you sure
Wow,
you're rolling a dice that
okay.
has the numbers between 1 and 20? Or it
Yeah,
just
yeah,
has
yeah,
1
yeah.
and 20?
Wait, you're not just flipping. You guys aren't just flipping coins?
Flipping coins.
Yeah,
I thought we
yeah.
just flip coins and see how well we do.
Esmeralda, with that first one, your confidence was quite strong, and as he
Too
then
strong.
quickly, with super speed, tries to grab you again, you realise your footing isn't as good as it was. I need you to roll another dexterity saving throw.
He fainted on me. Not as in like fainted in my arms. He dropped the fake. What check for who now?
Dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. That's going to be an 18, DM.
That's good enough. Basically, at this point, you do not drop your blade as that happens. You are grappled, though. That ends that go for him. Now we come to Tamara. It's your turn. What do you do?
I'm figuring that the Sunblade is going to be our best chance against Strahd. So I'm going to go up to Arthur, and I am going to cast Protection from Evil and Good.
How does it manifest?
I pull out a vial of holy water and some powdered silver and iron and mix them and throw it at him.
Okay.
And I've got my hands on his shoulders and give him
What is
protection
that?
from evil and good.
Just slap him in the face with a handful of holy water and silver.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let me help you.
And until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elemental, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, the target has advantage on any new saving throw against the relevant effect.
Nice.
So good.
At the beginning of your next round, you'll get an advantage on a new saving throw against this charm. So you feel this kind of wave come over you as this happens, Arthur, as Jennifer's magic, healing magic, comes across to you, protection as well. Jennifer, is there anything else you wish to do? Was that a bonus or an action to do that spell?
That was an action.
Okay, is there anything else you wish to do?
I can't cast another spell as a bonus action, so that's it.
Okay. At the end of your turn, the legendary Strahd has another go. Given that you are now grappled, and this is his second legendary action, he takes 2 of them. So that's the end of his legendary actions this turn, to try and bite you.
Well, that's no fun.
I am a class of 13. I'm a class of 13.
What's your armor class?
19.
You struggle with all your might to keep him away from you and these fangs as well, from biting into you. Remembering everything you possibly can, and you fight him off this round to ensure he does not.
Luckily,
that happens,
silver neck protector.
Yeah.
we jump
Course,
across to Thea, who feels incredibly confident at the moment. The information from the tome seemingly to help you. What do you do?
Right. I have tome stuff. I think that's just protection. Well, Tamara did what I was going to do, which is great. I can do a thing. It's gonna hurt Esmeralda though.
I can take it.
Probably gonna hurt. It's probably gonna hurt Strahd and the bats more.
I have resistance, so I'm not too worried. If it's gonna be a cool thing, do the cool thing.
It's a cool thing. All right, for my bonus action, Form of Dread. So my eyes light up again, skin goes kind of a dark color, horns grow a little bit. I get a bunch of extra hit points. Should have written it before. 7 plus that's 13. So I've got a bunch of that. And then, so that's my bonus. And then for my action, I am going to cast Sickening Radiance. So as this Form of Dread forms, I start to glow, and the skin kind of has a black light, like ultraviolet light. This is an area of attack, effect. So I'm going to sort of above Strahd. So it's a radius of 30, I think. Yeah.
From you or from a point?
No, from a point I choose.
Okay.
So I choose to try. I'm going to place it so it avoids getting the doctor and Jennifer. So high enough so it gets the bats, so it gets Strahd, and unfortunately so it gets Ez. It is so center. So that's where the center of the. I can't remember how big the room is, but it's as much of the room that doesn't get me and those two, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes, it does.
And it's it's sort of like my skin kind of glows, and then it goes up in there, and it starts to glow. And any creature that starts its turn or moves into the spell's area for the first time must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 4d10 of radiant damage.
Ew.
Ouch.
Okay. That's nuts.
DC what?
Con save.
DC.
So-
what's the DC? There?
17.
Yeah,
17.
Suddenly
14.
you see her take this form again. It's quite creepy, in fact, as she kind of like moves actually down a notch, basically from standing as fully upright as possible. There's a confidence and an aura that is even greater than hers, and suddenly, Thea, you feel a voice emanate from you this time. You notice that all of you, anyone in particularly passive perception here for Ez, who's still fighting this off, notices this too. Her skin seems to have gone completely pale. It's almost sunken away to reveal kind of more like a skull-like face, the pits of darkness in her eyes, the fire and flames there. And it almost seems like that there is this crown that has appeared around her head. As her body is also looking more skeletal, it almost seems these robes have appeared superimposed of this broadly red symbols of arcane symbols that have come across her body as well. Thea, you do not recognize, I should say, your character does not recognize what's going on here, as you feel like this is a voice that's come from both your nightmares and your wildest dreams. The voice comes out of you as if cold of the grave, saying, Strahd, your end is nigh. It is time for you to be destroyed and release us all from this prison. And it is not Phaedriel's voice that is saying this right now.
Oop.
Phaedriel,
Freaked
do what
out.
you do. What happens?
So it's that's all. That's just the spell. Is the sickening radiance.
What's the effect of it? Sorry.
Yeah. So it is a con save for everybody in the area, including the bats. DC 17, or they take 4d10 damage.
If they save, do they take damage?
No. Unfortunately. So if they save, they don't take damage.
Okay.
No half
Strahd
damage,
makes
so-
an incredibly bad saving throw. How much damage does
Yay.
he take?
31.
Of
Radiant
what kind
damage.
of damage? Radiant?
Radiant damage.
This sickly radiance comes over him, and he's like, he roars in pain, and the bats scream and cry out around him. They fail their save, and many of them drop from the sky. All around from that area, bodies of bats are now on the ground from this as well, burnt from this radiance, this horrible, painful, sickly radiance. How much damage was it total?
31 radiant damage.
Okay.
Oh wait, was that
not
plus
happy
anything?
about
No, it was
this.
just 4d10. That's actually
Is-
pretty good on 4d10.
That's
Very
pretty
good.
damn good, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that radiant damage that you said
that was
as well?
radiant damage, yes.
Okay, that's not good. All right then.
Or is
Um,
it?
Or is it?
So let me just
But
check something for you.
yeah.
Cool. Okay. He's taken
And
out-
suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh, really?
Nasty.
That's
Yep.
nuts.
Oy.
Jared,
And they
Ez
glow.
must make a save as well.
Yes,
You-
Ez must make
I
a save.
failed. So I take
Failed. Sorry,
half
Ez.
31 halved is 15. You take 15 radiant damage
Yeah.
because of your vulnerability. Thank God.
Yep.
And you're also 1 level of exhaustion.
1 level of exhaustion, and you're
Minus
glowing
one
of
a little bit.
yours.
You and Strahd are now both glowing a sickly green. I feel like though that this revelation about Phaedriel's patron is a little bit shocking her world right now.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think you might be
not
right.
not
Mhm.
what I thought my patron was. What is that
Uh,
mechanic again?
I would like you first to roll a history or arcana check to see if you recognize who this could be. Um,
Alright.
all
Off
of
the top my
you
head.
have had studied various creatures. This is some form of undead for sure that she has a patron of. All of you can roll Arcana or History checks. And
30, 20.
Esmeralda, you get advantage.
Thank you.
16.
15, I want to say.
17.
Oh,
17. Okay.
15.
15.
dirty 20.
Who was the only... Did you get 20? Did anyone else get 20 or above?
Mm-mm.
No, okay. Did everyone else get 15 or above?
Yeah.
I think you did, actually, yeah.
Mm.
Okay, right. You see this powerful patron. Esmeralda, you're not quite sure exactly who it can be, but with all of you in your studies, you've heard of powerful mages who have gone beyond life and have actually taken over and become more powerful by continuing their existence to study magic. They have become undead, known as liches. They have incredible power. There's few who apparently also can take on and give their powers out to others, call them as servants to their side. You're not sure who it could be. There's a glimmer, and I will give it to you now, Esmeralda, that there is something about this that is familiar and is bugging you, that you're not sure what it is, particularly the crown itself.
Mm.
But Thea, your knowledge, and also having walked through Darkon for many years, you recall the old king of Darkon was the ancient wizard Azalin. And from your studies of him, you know he had crossed Strahd in the past and taught him magic. And then they fell about as complete enemies. And with fear, sudden dread, you realise this may be your patron.
Ah.
And as that happens, we move on to the next action. Is there anything else you do with your go?
That is my bonus and my action.
You are, with this revelation, and need to make a wisdom saving throw, as this is, I'd say, fear that you are now being affected by.
Oh, yeah.
That is 21.
You almost are shaken by this. You've managed to pull your resolve together, thinking, no, I can get out of this. I've got to have everything worse than this, surely, even though that's lingering in the back of your mind at this whole time of what the hell do you do now that you have signed away some of yourself to this patron. As we start a new round, Steve, Arthur, roll at a saving throw with advantage against
Alright,
this crown.
I've got one more Flash of Genius left as well.
Yes.
That is a 10 and a 5. I'm going to use my Wood Flash of Genius help at a 14.
Anybody in chat, we really could use some inspiration right now.
Anybody.
Any of you give him
Yes.
inspiration?
Can I give him my inspiration?
How do you give it to him? What do you call out to say?
Well,
You are right next to him.
I'm still right next to him, so I've just put my hand on his shoulder and go, you need to do this. You need to snap out of it.
Right next to him. Maybe even shake him, whatever it is, to focus on this as well. Arthur, you
Snap
feel
out
this
of
for a
it.
second. Wonderful work, Jennifer, because you get another chance, one more roll to hopefully save against this. Good luck.
Alright, but let's do this. 18.
Hey!
Hey, thank you, chat. Thank you.
Jennifer's voice is what shakes you out. Remembering what she went through pulls you out of your reverie, and what she's dealt with has brought you focus. And as you look at her and quickly shake out of this, you felt Strahd's grip was on your mind. You know that this has happened before with vampires, and now you know you've come through it.
You son of a bitch. I ignite the Sunblade and charge him.
Get
A
him.
light blasts through this room. The bats move away from this at this point here as you charge towards Strahd, and you see him with a moment of a flinch of some kind, maybe fear. The sunlight hits him as he raises his arms against this. What do? You attack with this?
I am attacking with him, yes. So it is a +5 to hit total.
Yes,
That is only a
you
7 to
get an
hit.
extra +2. It's a +2 weapon.
Yep, so that is a 7 to hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean,
First
you're
one
only small.
does not hit. Unfortunately, it does not hit at that point here. That's with the extra +2, of course. There's that there.
Correct.
But the
Just having a
blinding bright
check.
light.
I do have 2-weapon fighting. Can I use my short sword for an alternate attack?
You can use your other short sword for an alternate attack right now. Go for it.
That is a 17 to hit.
17 to hit is very good. Let me just check if it's enough. You bite into him with your second weapon, even though you missed with the first one, and you do hurt him. What do you do?
That is 8 piercing damage, magical.
Okay, then. That bites deep into him as well. He cries out, but it seems he is clearly more focused on the light of this weapon.
Yes, I'm going to be keeping the blade up and extended at him to really get that sunlight really deep in those pores, you know? That does end my turn, alas. Not exactly what I wanted, but a good start.
Fair call.
I hate to be this person. Sickening Radiance lasts until I dismiss it. So can we say that our good doctor is underneath the light, swinging at him, so he has not stepped into the light? Because I did want him coming down from the sun, and he is very short.
Arthur, I want you to roll a dexterity saving throw to be staying out of the light. No, not a saving throw, sorry. An acrobatics check to stay out of the light. Stay out of the light!
Stay out of the light!
Let's do it. I feel inspired. That is an 18.
You managed to stay under the last bit of the radiance of the light, and just enough so that your weapon can hit Strahd as well.
Stabbing him in the legs and feet. Take that, you bastard!
That's why he's like so well. He's trying to like dodge. Yeah.
Wonderful.
And that will end my turn. I'm keeping the sunblade up so the radiance still hopefully harms him.
Okay. You do that. As it comes to a legendary action of Strahd, what he does is he does not like this light at all. He automatically lets go both of you as well from there and moves out of the way with this ridiculous speed that just goes beyond your knowledge of how it's possible, moving easily to the other side of the room. He is now out of the radiance of this light. And that's the end of that special thing he can do as a legendary creature. As we then move to... Jared, did you have your go?
Not yet. Not this round.
You were actually meant to go first.
Oh, right. Sorry. My bad.
That's okay. I think we both got excited by this.
Is what it is.
This is Ez. You are there. What do you do? Do you want to make it that you went before? Do you want to keep going as it was? Cause
No, let's just keep it as it was. Easy.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Fun choices. Many. Okay. So I have exhaustion.
Yes. -1 to all rolls. D20 rolls, that is.
I'm just weighing up whether I bonus action Hunter's Mark him or quaff my other potion that will clean that up.
You need to make another Constitution
Time's
saving
ticking
throw.
Roll
I
a Constitution saving throw at the stop of the round.
I have not dismissed
Sorry.
the light.
Sorry, in opposition to that, would she have dropped to the floor once released by
Good
Strahd?
point,
And thus
yeah.
be released?
Yeah, if she was dropped by Strahd, she would have fallen out of the light and not be in for her turn.
Well, let go of. No,
Yeah.
so you were still actually fighting him, so you're still standing. If you want, you can, at the beginning of your round, you're still actually in that radiance, if it's still going. So,
Going.
roll the Constitution check.
Yeah.
Saving throw.
Sorry.
Told you.
This is the tough
So
things as
good.
well, guys. I like that you're playing it as well, but this is huge. Fingers crossed.
It's a 16.
I believe.
Not enough.
The Lash of Genius. It's my last one. Last
Yes.
And you're right next to him.
Yes.
You're right next to her.
Thank
You're
you.
right next to her.
Okay.
Quickly, as you pull her
Grab her leg.
down. Well done.
Let me edit.
you
What's
Strahd.
happening?
And avoid the light and do not take any more damage from that.
Okay.
You are now out of the light, crouching down. So you shall go. What do you do?
All right. I'm going to bonus action to...
Everyone else get ready for your goes when it comes up.
Hunter's Mark him.
Okay. You focus that narrow vision as well and your weapons right into your hands or whatever you've got ready to go. That's a bonus.
And then as an action, I guess just, Flame Tongue Rapier him.
move first to him to get across the
Yeah.
room. And they're
Yeah.
getting these bats out of the way wherever you can as you get ready to pierce him. Go for it. Roll your first attack.
Let's get this. That was nearly a crit. It ended up being a 9 on the first one.
That's a miss.
Then do another one. These chat icons get in the way. That's an 18 on the second.
Jeez. You see as attacking, first one misses just, but the second one catches Strahd. Can you roll your damage?
Sure. That is 10 points on the dice.
Mhm.
Then I'm going to roll a single d6 to mark my Hunter's Mark damage. That is 4 Hunter's Mark damage, and then 2d6 as the fire.
Flame
6 on the
and
fire.
piercing damage as well here. So you did 20 damage in total. That's amazing. Basically cutting through into him as you are now up close with him. Anything else you can do? I think that's pretty much it.
That's me spend.
That's it. As Ez finishes this as well, he does not like that this is happening right now. And he quickly just like flicks his finger as well and whispers a word. At this point, there is something shadowy that appears. At least it seems to try to appear next to you, Esmeralda. I need you to roll a charisma saving throw as you feel something almost pulling at your, like at your soul, perhaps. Actually, your your actual energy itself.
That is gonna be it's only an 11.
Okay. You realize something has been stripped away from your essence of some kind. As you're looking this on the floor with the light of your flame and that light behind you, but mainly your flame nearby, you realize that the shadowy, flickering flame of your light is lighting on the shadow beneath you. But your shadow is moving of its own accord, and it leaps up out of the shadow and seems to try to grab at you.
This better not be an actual freaking shadow, I swear to God. Okay.
The arm reaches towards you, hitting an armor class of 14.
Let's get him bounce right off, baby.
So nothing else happens as it tries to attack you, but it is still there, ready, waiting, ready to grab at you again. That is the in-between, and now it comes to Strahd's actual turn. Does not like what's been happening here. He's going to attack you again. He gets his 2 attacks. First of all, let's have a look. Grabs at you again with his arm to try and grapple. Can you roll an opposed athletics or acrobatics check?
Sure. Oof. That is not ideal. Acrobatics plus 4. That's an 11.
It's an 11.
At least I'm consistent.
There is that. That is true. As he grabs Esmeralda and draws her close again, and saying, "I will not miss this time," and he bites you. At least he tries.
You'll try. He's gonna do it.
This is very odd. Let's have a look at this. Okay. You are bitten and take 16 points of damage. Ouch. You are now reduced. Your hit point maximum is also reduced by 16 hit points. What does that bring your maximum down to?
So, would you say I take the maximum hit point reduction based on the amount of damage I take, which is only 8, thanks to my potion?
Absolutely. Yes, that's right.
So that will take my total maximum down to 59.
Okay. He's frustrated by your invulnerability, as it also does not help him heal the wounds around him to help him feel better. However, that's enough for now. Then he, as he has grappled you, moves you further away with his movement as well, dragging you across and his strength
You cheeky
towards the
bastard.
far wall. That is his go as we move across to Tamara. What does Jennifer do? As you are probably about 15 feet away from him, halfway through the room. Yeah.
Arthur, what's better, your strength or dex?
Dex.
Okay.
You know instinctively he is not strong and he relies on his dexterous nature.
Okay, I am going to cast. I'm dropping protection from evil and good and casting enhance ability on you.
Okay.
To increase your dex. So you have an advantage on dex checks, and don't take damage from falling.
That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Honestly, I was thinking you were just considering throwing me at Strahd, but that works too.
I'm thinking of that. I'm thinking of ways to do that.
Toss the halfling.
That's from
I'm
above.
just trying to
Yeah.
think of how to
Has anyone
boost
got
you a bit.
catapult?
No, but I do have a broom of flying.
Yeah, that could be a
Oh,
thing.
yeah. You have one as well.
I do.
And that's my action, and I can't cast another spell as a bonus action, so that is going to be my action.
Okay, that's your action there. Excellent. Then we move across to another. Yes, he can do another of his legendary actions at this point here. Because he's done this, and he's also still got you in his arms right now, Esmeralda. He bites you again.
Yeah, fucking try it.
Would you say he's a necromancer?
Yeah.
Dear. Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, boo.
Everyone
Thank
takes
you.
like
I'm here all
Boo.
night. I'm here all night. Thank you. Thank you.
2d6 psychic damage.
He hits armor class of 15. I believe that's not enough.
That's not enough.
You are not bitten.
Slippery
You are
little
fighting him off to try and
Stay
stay out
away.
of his blade.
Stay
That is
away.
his spare go there as we cut across to Thea to wrap up the round, apparently.
Okay, so for my bonus action, I'm going
Eat
to
the halfling. Eat
cast.
the halfling.
I want to eat the halfling, but I want to do something else first,
Fair,
and then I want to
fair.
eat the halfling. So I'm going to cast Spirit Shroud with my bonus, which means that Sickening Radiance goes, because it's another concentration, so it's gone. Spirit Shroud is I'm surrounded by the spirits of the undead, which I think is narratively
Rising
thematic.
Amazing.
They all sort of come out.
These ghostly forms.
And then I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast at Strahd.
Is the Spirit Shroud a bonus? Is that right? Sorry.
Spirit Shroud is a bonus.
Lovely.
yes.
Okay, so you have these spirits whirling around you as you reach
Yeah.
forward and Eldritch Blasts
Blast
shoot towards
Strahd.
Strahd.
That is a 24
Mm-hmm.
and a
That's a hit.
14. I think only the 24 is going
One
to hit.
hit. Yes, roll
Yep.
the damage for that one.
Cool. So that is one. Why do I keep losing my d10s?
Get ready for a new round.
Sorry,
Jared,
lost my dice.
you'll be up
Okay,
first.
that is a d10. All right, so it does only 1 point of force damage, but it then also does 1d, because of the spirits, 1d8 of radiant as well.
Oh, excellent. Okay, as
It
they
does
join
5 on the
to-
dice, so 5 points of radiance damage on the dice,
Okay, no worries.
as well as the spirits kind of like ride the Eldritch Blast.
To swirl
towards
around
Strahd.
him.
Yeah.
Oh,
All of those.
Yeehaw! Yeah,
As
That's
they
my
attack.
bonus. That is my attack. That's me.
Do you stay where you are at the moment? You're right in the center of the room.
I do stay where I am.
Okay, that's the end of your turn as we begin a new round with Esmeralda in his grasp. Ez, what do you do? Get ready, everyone else, for your goes. Is this coming up here? And it's a bit desperate.
In a
halfling,
grapple,
eat
I don't
the
think
halfling.
I'm incapacitated or anything, so I can still attack him, but it would be an action to counter his grapple, wouldn't it?
It is a attack. You can have, because if you've got multiple attacks, you use one of them as a way to remove
Yeah.
from grapple if you wish.
Alright. I'm
You
gonna
can still
try and
attack.
do that. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that.
Remove grapple first?
Yeah, let's just try and put some distance between me and him. I'm not interested in this intimacy right here. This
I
necromancy.
wonder why.
This is
Uh,
unwanted physical contact.
as
Yes.
an acrobatics check, that comes to a 14.
12 is not good enough. You rip forth from his grasp at this point here. That's your first of an attack. You can still move before you attack, or you can attack and then move if you wish.
If I move, it's probably going to be an attack of opportunity.
That is true.
I'm having good feeling with this flaming sword anyway. This rapier is just doing work.
Yeah.
It's doing work. So let's just get one of those cheeky buggers in there.
As you move away from him, you give a quick lash with the rapier one more time. What do you hit?
14, so it's no bueno.
It misses him, unfortunately, at this point. Do you move away from him?
I'm going to chill. And I might just also, in my offhand, as a free action, draw my hand axe, and I'll have that ready for next time.
You are prepared for your next attack as you face off against him. As that happens here, he says, "I don't think so," and moves towards you to grab you again.
Oh.
You just can't get enough of this.
This is a pretty cool dance we're doing here, not going to lie.
Yeah. It's 23 you need to beat.
Holy. I can do this.
You can do this.
I can do this. I can't do that when I roll a 1.
Oh, no!
No.
I am...
Strahd still has a level of exhaustion.
Roll a dexterity check again. Sorry, saving throw.
Another one.
No.
Not the
You
one.
have no flash is left. You're on your own.
22 on that one. That one was easy.
22?
Yeah.
You keep hold of your blade again as it almost...
You're goddamn right.
Well, that you have
got that wrist strap for safety.
Like a Wii, you've got a wrist.
It's like a Wii.
Then to Stephen, it's your turn. What do you do?
Just wanted to get a DM ruling on this. Would enhanced ability allow me for advantage on my attack since I'm using a dex weapon?
I think it's only checks. I don't think
That's
it's
fair. Just wanted to check. Alright, I am going to run towards Strahd, remembering there is 15 foot of bright sunlight and an additional... Sorry, I will check the weapon again. 15 foot radius and dim light for an additional 15 foot. So as long as I'm within 30, he's under the effects of sunlight.
You see him automatically go like this again, like from the light.
And I'm going to hope for the best and swing with the Sunblade again. This is a dex weapon, so I'm +3 with that.
Yep. And do you have the extra +2 as well?
Yeah, so it'd be +5 total, yep.
Yep.
That is a 21 to hit.
The Sunblade hits him right for the first time in this battle. Would you like to roll the damage that it does here? And it's an extra 1d8 radiant damage.
1d8, indeed.
Nice.
So that was 10 damage radiant, plus 4 damage radiant, and then plus the extra... Wait, is that the extra one? It is, yes. So that is 14 radiant total.
Jeez, okay. He hisses in pain from this as well as it hits him, and the light is, you can see burn marks starting to appear on his skin from the sunlight that is radiating from this. What's next?
Just checking to see I've got a bonus action I can use. It
You
does
use your
not.
other weapon, because you did have your other short sword.
That is correct. I will attack with the short sword +2, which is a +5 to hit for 24.
Okay.
Boom.
That is a
And
hit.
That is 10 piercing damage magical.
Okay, full damage on that one as well. Arthur has raced up beside Esmeralda and is like, "Not today!" As these attacks are slashing at Strahd, who is now feeling a little bit desperate at this point. We kick across to Strahd having one more go. This is on his legendary actions here. He then does what he did before. Doesn't like this here. Quickly lets go of both of you to flee to the other side of the room, 30 feet away. So
That's what I thought.
He didn't take any opportunity attacks with that. He's moved back to the area where the Sickening Radiance was, but no longer is. That is his go. Then it comes to... Is that right? That was your go. That was
Yeah,
his.
that was his legendary.
At this point, two things happen. A little shadow reaches up to attack Esmeralda at this point.
Would that shadow be under the effect of my sunlight as well?
It would be, which means it takes damage. Would you like, actually, I believe I've got the damage, what it takes here. Oh no, it's not damage, but it has disadvantage on attack rolls, which is lucky because it was a crit. So we are going to see on the second attack.
Yeah, well.
Lucky.
Armor class of 15. That's a miss.
Yeah.
Esmeralda, thank God. Oh, you're muted at the moment, Jared, by the way. Esmeralda is relieved to have that sunlight nearby because of this shadow, which is nearly driven away by the sunlight. However, that
Hardly
means
see it.
thing that happens, let me just have a look, is he then brings up another hand and calls upon something else. This one to attack the one who is nearby looking like death. I believe that
dear.
would be you, Thea.
That's me.
That would be Phaedriel. As a shadowy spectral apparition appears, reaching out from the ground beneath you, it looks like, and now appearing in the room.
Ew. She picks
Armor
up
class of 21.
Oh, that is going to hit, unfortunately.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
That is a 14.
Okay. You take 9 damage,
Ouch.
and thankfully manage to resist that your hit points being also maximum drained down the same amount. However, that is now lingering near you at this point,
Ew.
as Strahd now also manages to get his go. That was his left.
I also need to see if Yes, I keep my spirit shroud up.
Okay, you keep the spirit shroud up.
Yeah.
Good. You're actually whereabouts? So you're at the center of the room. Okay.
Yep.
Strahd then sees that you are all away from him at this point. Does not particularly like you being near him, and looks particularly with this look of absolute hatred towards Phaedriel at this point.
Dear.
Not even worrying about the sunlight, and saying, "Your time is over, Lich. Be gone!" And casts a spell over towards all of you. With this, he is casting. Let me find the spell for you all. Need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Fireball.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
All of it.
Hold the
Fireball
phone.
is
Holy
fireball.
He does not
Fireball.
care about the bats who all get incinerated by this fireball.
22.
Saves. Good saves there,
22.
guys.
20.
Both of you got
On a nat
22.
20. Yeah.
22.
You got 22 as well, Thea.
Yeah, I got
That's
22 as well.
three of you.
18 plus
3 of
4.
you. Jared, what did you get?
Crazy.
22.
Hey!
320.
Are
Yay.
you kidding me?
And a natural.
You're all 22.
Nice.
I don't
Yep.
think we get damage for that. That's how that works, right? 1 in 1200 chance.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
We're calling you the 22s, guys. That's your group name because you all roll a 22 save against a fireball, which did 60 damage.
Fireball.
You all take
Ouch.
30. Jared, you take half that because of your invulnerability. You're
Is it quarter damage for that impossible roll we just all pulled? Or?
I wish I could give that to you. It's incredible roll. That's nuts. But it's all 22. That is
Yeah,
nuts.
that's
Oh my God.
crazy. So, and we've all got a different dex modifier as well. Like,
You are all in tune with each other, which is phenomenal. And you managed to take what's a quick hit point count across the group?
29.
29. We're doing it
19.
again. No, no
Okay.
way.
It's looking
Whoop.
tough. All right then.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Okay.
That is the end of his go. Next, we come to Tamara. What do you do?
Cast a quick cure wounds on myself.
Probably a good idea, actually. That's a very good idea. How much do you heal?
1d8 plus 3, so that's 9.
Good roll, actually. So you're on 12 now, I believe. Is that right?
11.
11. Oh, God. Okay. Double digits. Excellent. Okay.
And then
Anything
my
else you can
bonus
do?
action. I would know necrotic damage would not do anything to him, would it?
I would give it that you know he probably is resistant to it.
Yeah. I'm going to hex him anyway.
Because you're just over it. You're just over it with him.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay. How do you hex him? What do you say?
So you see, again, the black enshrouding my hands, and I just throw it at him
Yeah.
so that it starts swirling all around him. And I said, "You took my sister, and I'm going to take your life."
Ooh, okay. With resonance in the depth of her voice and of her sorrow and revenge bent is all for you to hear. Is that the end of your go?
Yeah.
As she's preparing for her next attack, he has no more legendary actions this round as we move to Thea. Your
Okay.
form of dread is clearly freaking you out with him out with
Yes.
he's got hatred towards it.
Fair enough.
And you feel some other emotion stirring up in you that you don't think is yours as well. Clearly wanting to kill it.
Ooh, well, I think so. He's on the other side of the room from us, right?
Yeah, so the room itself, let me just confirm the size so we can just get a clear idea of space. Just getting that now. Here we are. The room is large. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 foot across.
50 foot across. Perfect.
You're in the center, which is about then for 25 feet.
Yeah.
He's at one side, Ez and Arthur are down the other. Jennifer's near you to the north, about 10 feet away.
Okay. So spread out enough that I can.
Sorry. Also, with Hex, he has disadvantage on. I'm going to choose dexterity.
Okay, cool. Disadvantage of dexterity. Good to know.
You don't want to choose con?
Dexterity saves or
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, we'll do con saves.
is it saves?
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Ability
okay.
checks.
Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Dex,
Con then.
Dex then. Yeah,
Okay.
dex checks. Yep.
Good to know. As we come back to Thea, what happens?
So basically, I can, if there was, say, a 30-foot radius sphere, I could cast that around him and not get my companions.
You could easily push it on that side, so he's in it, and it avoids all of you. Yeah.
That is absolutely what I'm doing. So my last spell slot, imbued by the power of this patron, who I'm still not comfortable who that is, but a light sort of comes out, and similar to the way that she casts her Eldritch Blast, but it's sort of like rolls it off the hand. A little ball rolls off the hand and gets bigger and bigger as it reaches the other side of the room, and then it expands out into a sickening, sickly yellow, sort of off-white bone color. But I need a con save, 17, please.
What's the name of this effect?
Sickening Radiance.
Oh, it's the same one again?
It's the same one again, yeah.
No, he doesn't like that, but
No.
I'll just make sure he's saving throw. He rolled 16 and he adds 4. That's 20.
He saves, unfortunately.
He avoids the radius.
But I can keep it up. So he avoids it now, but he is still in the light. And if he starts his turn, in the light starts his turn, so he can't run away. He's still going to take the damage if he starts his turn.
Yes.
In the light.
On his turn.
On his turn. He's a legendary action.
You might. I know that's what they suck. So it's all right. But at least it's up there, holding that space. Okay, you've got that. Is that your go?
So that is my. I can't do anything for a bonus, I don't think. No, because all of them are spells. Nope. That's it.
You see Phaedriel like this lingering glare over towards you. He prepares her next attack, but we kick back to the top of the round, and before we do, flurries of bats start coming back into the room at this point. He's flying around each of you as well. and they all start trying to slash at you and bite at you.
Do they fly
because
through the light?
They do
Same
fly
question.
Yeah.
They do fly through the light itself because you did it on the side.
I did it
That's where
to
he
not get
is.
us, but as much
Yes.
of the rest of the room. Yeah.
It's 50 foot across, so it's basically, I don't think it's covering the one big doorway that you guys have come in through.
Cool.
So they fly through towards all of you.
Yeah.
Each of you gets one attack on you from the swarm.
Ooh.
Does the Sunblade Radiance affect them at all?
No,
I'm going to keep asking that question.
That's always do. I think it's a great thing. That was on you, Arthur. This is on Esmeralda, AC 13. This is on Jennifer. It's an 8. God, they're poor at these attacks. And this is a 7. So they're all flying around you.
Get out of
They're
here.
not doing very much to you at all.
wait,
What a
wait.
nuisance.
It's like
However,
mosquitoes.
Any perception checks basically are at disadvantage now because they're all everywhere basically.
Yeah.
That is them separate from everything else. That was the end of the round. As we then go to Jared. You start the turn. Jared, what are you doing?
All right, how far away is this boy, this guy?
You ran across the room to go after him. He moved 30 feet across. So you can move
30
up
feet.
30 feet.
All right. I don't know if I want to get right up and dirty anymore. We are going to move 20 feet. I'm going to chuck a, I wish I could say chuck a cheeky jabby. But
Are you going
no.
to stay near the center of the room? Or are you going towards the edge?
I
Center is
just want
close.
to move. Yeah, I suppose the center of the room. I just want to get a little bit closer to him.
Okay.
If possible, while avoiding any other shenanigans. I want to throw.
Phaedriel, and you're about 10 feet away.
Yeah. Okay. I want to throw my hand axe at him.
Yep. Give it a roll.
Just give him a thwack. It's a flat 10. Not great.
Clatters to the floor.
And I'll
Into the aura of sickening radiance over there.
draw my hand crossbow. And I'll pop off a shot.
Okay. You pop off a shot towards him. Give it a go.
It's a 17.
That is a hit. How much damage do you do?
Beautiful.
Is it magical?
It's a +1, baby. So yes.
Okay. Damage.
That is 7 with the weapon and 1d6 hunter's mark. Another 3, so 10 altogether.
Okay. And is that the end of your go?
I can't really do anything else. Bonus action? No. That'll do.
Okay.
I've got a free bonus action. I'll quaff that potion and get rid of my exhaustion.
Very good. So you no longer have that -1 to checks as well. That's very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. As you do that, he then has one legendary action that he uses to move further back, and he's now way against the wall outside of the radius. He's gone up towards the north wall into the very corner. And which he doesn't really like. Is that where he's going to go? No, actually, he moves down towards where the doorway is. Yeah, down the end of the doorway. That's his go. That's him as we move to Stephen.
Alright, so is he close enough for me to reach if I were to try and attack him?
Not right now, but you could use your move and you would breach him.
How far away is the portcullis he's heading for?
Right now, actually, because he's right at the portcullis, so that means for you, it's 25 feet away, right on the edge of your movement.
Alright, cool. I am going to run up and attack him with the Sunblade, because that's doing alright for me at this stage.
The sunlight reaches him again, which he does not like. Would you like to roll an attack?
Yes, I will roll an attack. That is 22 to hit.
Nice.
That is a hit. Would you like to roll damage as it bites into him? The
I
sun.
would love to roll damage. That is 20 radiant.
Oh my god! How the hell? This is
I mean,
huge.
roll the good rolls, you know?
You see him almost buckle under the damage of this weapon. He does not like this at all. It is very bad for him. So he's not happy with that. Is there anything else you could do?
Yes, I could do the dual attack, but does Tamara still need healing?
Yes.
He looked very bad.
Very
with
much so.
Instead of pressing the attack, I reach into my coat, into the bag of holding that's hidden in there, and pull out a small blowgun and launch a dart at Tamara. That is healing word, and I'll cast that at second level. So
Excellent.
that is
2d4.
2d4 of healing.
Do you want to do
2d4.
that?
Oh, sorry, 2d4 plus 4. That is
Nice.
total of 8 healing. Not a great roll, I'm afraid, but 8 points of healing.
Oh, better than nothing.
Mhm. Excellent.
That
he
is my
realizes
turn.
that's your go. We do have one spot where he can actually have a go to. Doesn't like doing this, but he's going to have to move out of the radiance of your light. So he does move over to the eastern wall, away from both
Is
of these.
that where Thea's light is, or is it the opposite wall?
She's on the western wall. So that means
Okay.
he's moved to the opposite side, out of your light, out of opportunity attack range. That was the legendary action.
That's fair.
At that point, a shadow reaches out to try and
Ah.
strike at Esmeralda.
Bring it.
She's not in the light at the moment as well. So it's AC 14, but that is a miss, I believe.
Yep. Get out
You
of
are also in the light as well. Adriel, as a spectre reaches towards you and hits arm class of 15.
I have got an AC 17.
It
Nice.
does not hit you either, so you guys are okay there. At that same time, one other thing does happen. As he makes another flick of his hand at this point, looking over towards. Have a look at who he is. Well, clearly the guy who's attacking him at the moment he doesn't like, and that would have been our light bearer. But the light's not helping things there. So he looks over to Jennifer. And you an action. You see that there is something reaching out of the ground towards you, Jennifer, as a spectral figure appears to try and strike. Armor class of 16.
That hits.
Mm.
As it hits you, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Six.
Your maximum hit points have now been reduced by 8, and your hit points are now down by 8. What are you currently on?
My maximum hit points is 46, so that'll come down to 38.
Mm-hmm.
And my current HP is 19, so that'll come down to 11.
Okay.
Good thing you got that healing word.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at this point, because that's the legendary and the lair action now that's happened, he gets his go. He does not like this again. He reaches and looks over across at the wielder of the Sunblade. He says, "You must be calm. Death take you." And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yikes.
How'd you go?
Was that me? Sorry.
This is for, sorry, I'm taking 2. Arthur. Steve, can you roll a Constitution saving throw? As he's pointing at you.
I have advantage against spells. Is this a spell?
This is a spell.
Excellent. So that is a 23, and I'll roll the other one just for fun. I'll take the 23, thank you.
I think that's probably a good idea. With this, let me just double check what it says. All right then. You do take half damage from this necrotic energy that starts sucking away at your life. You take 20 necrotic points of damage.
Dang.
Ouch, I'm down to 9 hit points.
Ooh.
That was his action as he does this. He also gets to move. He has moved, actually, he's moved there as well. Let me just double check on is that. No. And that's the end of his go. As we move across to the next person, Tamara, what do you do?
I'm going to cast Acid Arrow at 3rd level at him.
Okay then. You automatically bring out your hand as this greenish aura appears around it and fling across towards him. Would you like to roll an attack roll?
Yep. That is a 23 to hit.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, nice.
Strikes him mightily right in the chest. Would you like to roll the damage?
Yeah, that is 13 acid damage,
Mhm.
and he is still hexed at the moment. So he will also take 1 necrotic damage.
13 acid damage, was it? 13?
Yes.
Okay, cool. It is burning through him. You see bone coming out from him underneath as well. He is not in a way. The noble armor and clothing he was wearing is burning away from him as well. He cries out in pain, no, like this. Is that the end of your go?
Bonus action going to healing word myself.
Nice.
And so I take 2d4 plus 3 healing, which is 8. Good. And that's my turn.
Okay. And that, I believe, then cuts across to Thea, as he's not doing any other actions there.
Yeah, nice.
As your dreadful form is there looking at him, what do you do?
So, with question, if I was to pull out my broom of flying and yeet it towards the halfling with the sunblade, would that count as an action or a bonus action?
That's a pretty forceful thing to do. That would be an action, I would say.
Okay. I think I might have to do that though, because the halfling's too slow right now. Yeah. Drinking a potion's a bonus action, isn't it?
It is.
Hey, okay, yeah. Let's yeet the broom of flying at the halfling.
Throws it across to the
Fly.
halfling. I'm
You
going to
now
get you
have
to roll an actual, I think it's a strength athletics check. Can you roll that right now to see if you get it to the right position?
Sure.
Yeah.
That is a 14.
This is sorry, Thea
for me.
referring to
Sorry, my bad.
That
Phaedra.
is a 14 from me as well.
Oh, perfect. In
Yeah.
sync again as you throw it over and it lands at your feet. Oh, actually, whoop, and hovering just
Whoop,
above.
at your feet and then just like between your legs.
So it's there. And then bonus action, what potion are you drinking?
I'm going to have my potion of greater healing
So
that I
a
happen
great
to
idea.
have.
How much?
Yeah.
does it heal?
So I'm going to quaff that. So I need, what is it? It's 4d4 plus 4.
Okay. Total?
14.
Heal that. 14 is the number
Nice.
of the round. Okay. So you
14
managed to
is
keep
the
that up.
number of the night. So,
I thought it was 22.
yes.
This round is brought to you by the
14,
number
yeah.
14.
Your group, definitely your group.
Yes, let me say I've used that.
She quickly quaffs this potion there as well, feeling the healing juices supporting her life again as we kick back to the top of the round with Esmeralda on the other side of the room. What do you do?
Okay. I don't feel like I need to heal just yet.
You're not going to reach him in one round because he did a double move.
How far away is
Heal
he?
me, that would be appreciated.
Over 30?
50.
Can,
Okay.
but he can't move into any part of the room that is filled with a sickening radiance without taking the damage, and that's
Which is
still
that?
there. So it's the half room.
Southwest
Yeah.
corner, not a half
Okay.
room, because you guys are
Okay.
at the top.
Yeah.
on this.
Okay,
So you
so he's
Okay.
50
over there.
feet away.
Yeah.
What would you say the closest I could get while being in that radiance?
Oh, not that far. We're talking like in the center of the room because it had to be away from
Me.
Thea. She's in the center of the room, so that's 25 feet away.
Okay.
Not even, actually. Yeah, you'd be 25 feet away at least, probably 30
Okay.
actually.
Let's say 30.
They said we wouldn't need to use trigonometry when we left school.
I mean that's basic Pythagorean, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah.
not D&D unless you're bringing out the maths. All right.
Learning.
So,
Woo!
so if we're saying are we locking in 30 there, DM?
30. Yep.
Cool. All right. I will simply shoot. Okay. We need heals.
Throw some heals my way, I would like that very
I
much.
don't have
Time's
heals.
ticking.
I have a
Give you like 15
potion.
seconds.
I have a potion I can give you, but I don't want to throw it.
That's
Can I walk? Can I be near him or walk past him on my way to optimal?
You're not far. You guys were close to each other as well.
All right.
Actually, he moved. That's right. So you'd have to move at least 15 feet to get to him.
All right. I don't want to be so greedy as to say, could my bonus action be him drinking the potion? Because that seems...
I do have a healing
Oh.
word available still,
Pull
so
it down his throat. Oh.
Yeah.
I'll give it as a reaction.
I'll
that he
like
can
pop.
do it as a reaction.
I'll like pop the cork and like hand it to him. I'll do that as
He's-
my bonus.
You'll have to move towards him 15
Yeah.
feet, remember?
I'll move
So you
towards
don't-
him.
I'll burn my reaction for that. Yeah, that's fine.
And then what
Grab
range
that.
does that leave me with?
Start pouring it, you're like, "Whoa," and you get that healing. Would you like to roll that healing for him?
Sure.
And then-
4d4. And then what range does that leave me on to
Then
Strahd?
away from him, 25 feet.
Okay. That is 12 plus 4, 16 points of healing on that potion.
Very good. Yes.
And then we'll go with two shots with a hand crossbow.
First shot, as your helpful friend here, Arthur, has fixed your crossbow as you fire it towards
Thanks
Strahd.
for the piggyback.
That is 24 on the first shot. We will
That is a hit.
damage. 10 on the weapon. 3 for Hunter's Mark for a total of 13 on the first shot.
He looks bad from this as well. It looks like it's grabbing right on the top of the chest.
Second shot is going to swing wide with only an 11.
Unfortunately, it misses there as well. Is that your go?
That's me.
Okay. At this point, he's not liking what's going on here. What did he do? It's always a good question. What did he do?
What
was
would
that
that guy do? What would
How,
Strahd do?
how bad is he looking?
He's looking very bad. He's got
Pretty
Like,
evil
you
guy.
have to give it a score out of like
It's
1 to
brilliant
250.
I'm like one to bloodied.
When we're looking just in a range of 1 to 10, it's 1 or 2. He is
Okay.
and
Okay.
he seems like he's looking desperate at the
We
moment.
got him on the run.
Come across. He at this point can see that you're nearby as well. He's up the end there. He's going to stay out where he is because it's as far as he can get as well. That's it. There's nothing he does. It's your turn, Stephen. What do you do?
Oof.
I'm going to use the broom to zip my way across the room and attack him.
Okay, then
Get it?
get
Full
on.
throated broad, die,
Hit him.
you bastard! And I'm going to give this a go.
Now,
I'm gonna roll terribly. Watch me work.
wait. With consistency, this is the first time you've ridden this broom. So I'm going to get you to roll what was it, an acrobatics, I think? Or was it a spellcraft ability? I think it was
I think
spellcraft.
it was spell
Yeah.
ability.
Yeah, it was like
No.
a
You roll a
card or
spell
something,
attack. Basically, just roll the spell attack bonus, see how you go.
Spell attack. What's my spell
It's not
attack?
hard.
It is plus
Yeah.
7, so I'll just roll it as Arcana because my spell attack is
Yeah.
plus 7 as well.
Perfect.
17.
Here's how this works. He flies directly straight towards Strahd with his sword blazing above him as he reaches out to strike at Strahd.
Alright, give me a drum roll.
Go.
23!
Hey.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Sword bites deep.
Go,
And just for
go,
fun,
go.
13 radiant damage.
Nice.
Should stake him with the broom.
And with
Oh, that would be
Just
so
cleave the
Right.
end off the broom while you're riding.
how does Arthur Sedgwick defeat Strahd?
The tiny
is-
halfling rockets across the room at full speed on his broomsticks, and as he swings past, the sword separates Strahd's head from his neck, blade straight through the heart from behind as he passes.
There's a bellow and a cry that comes out from him at this point, but his lifeless head tumbles across the floor at this point. Blood pours from his body across the floor and around you as it basically implodes as well in this utter waste of gore in front. The light itself seems to be burning this away from the ground, even as it hits it. And you soon see it starts to disappear over the next few moments.
We didn't die, hooray!
Yet.
Yes,
calm.
that's true. It's true.
Settles across the room. And a figure that you didn't realize was there, or maybe it only just appeared, you're not sure, standing in that northern alcove of a young man. Right next to the actual statue of this, almost similar, but it seems like there's almost you can see through this, transparent almost, standing forward, looking clearly related to Strahd, but younger, and reminds you of the body you saw inside the actual chair, coffin in front of you. There's a light that is coming to this room as he just looks at you after he sees this. And he just nods and smiles. And he suddenly starts to dissipate and fall away. The light on the sword slowly goes dim. The power's still there. But you manage to release a spirit of evil from this land. As you feel the lightness come across you all, what do you do when you realize you've actually done this?
I'm
Take a
going to cast
deep
my
breath.
healing word on myself to restore some health there. He pulls out a small syringe and just jams that into his leg to get some healing happening. Spells. And I'm just going to make sure that Strahd's body, has that completely disappeared, or do I have to keep stabbing it just to make sure?
You see, it has basically been dissolving with the light, burning up. It's like not as in a misty form or anything. You know it's being burned away. The last remnants of it here, even its bones, have started crumbling into a kind of paste and a dust that dissipates in the light of your sword. The light of your sword is dimmer now, but it has clearly destroyed the body that was once there.
What is it? Whatever's left, I'd still like to stab it.
Yes,
Fair.
Jennifer races over.
Stamp on the ashes.
Her weapon straight away.
I think Phaedriel lets her form of dread drop, and it sort of sinks back, her somewhat altered, and she's got a look about her that is not as cocky confidence anymore. And that sort of wall that was like, I am so much better than everybody else, I'm carrying this party, is not there so much. And sort of looks around at everybody and says, well, we've done the job. We still have friends to find. Let's go.
I mean,
I think this is yours, and I'll hand the broom back.
Ez is gonna like stride up to you like there was gonna be this like lecture of like, what is that? Who are you? What are you tampering with? But like, as they pace forward, they just see this look, this bravado, this real person, like this all this bravado and everything drop, and then they finally see this like authentic person who's being vulnerable and are being like far more authentic than they've been in the time that I've known them. And I'll sort of drop the shoulders instead of raising a blade like I wanted to, just raise a kind hand and put it on your shoulder. You're right, we're not done. But we are going to do it together. Let's go find our friends.
Let's go together.
Where's this heavy-ass lever?
Do this and say those last words. You notice this as well. Actually, the others don't quite notice this just yet, but you, Esmeralda, do as you give that last note to Phaedriel. Realize something's changed about her. Skin seems a little more pale from before.
Sorry, just need 2 minutes, I'll be back.
Go for it.
And also, the head where her horns are as well. There's a couple of other kind of like horns that are now protruding out a bit like around her head, almost like a crown that seems to have started to appear there, reminding you of the image that you saw superimposed upon her before.
Not going to point anything out or make her self-conscious. Let's just get through this first, and then we'll have a talk later about what the hell is that.
Noting it.
Whatever it was, it helped us. Let's move on for now, shall we?
Very well put.
Mm-hmm.
You all steel yourselves, pull together, grab your weapons. With a breathe of sigh of relief, the evil left behind you, what lays ahead in these crypts and tunnels below, perhaps this ally, the other things that can help you, and your friends may still be out there. You all step forward back into the crypts. And that's where we end our story for today.
And the mist
Yee.
consumes us once more. Yeah.
This goes around our footsteps.
Survived.
Well done,
Fun.
everyone. Well
It was a
done. That
bit touch and go
was
there.
so fucking good.
Yeah.
That was awesome. There was some amazing stuff. The 22s, 22 score. That's it.
22 squad.
22.
22.
That's gotta be
Club 22.
Club
Club
22.
22. Okay.
That was
that
it
was
wasn't
excellent.
even a glitch because I was rolling dice. Like,
I was
Yep.
I was rolling physical
Yeah.
dice
Yep.
as well.
Yep. Yep. That
Crazy.
just was meant to be. Guys, you want to call out any particular highlights that you enjoyed from the session? And guys, thank for anyone who's out there watching still at this point after 7 hours.
Sticking with us.
We've done well.
Guys, anyone want to call out anything just before we wrap? It's been a long
Mac
Uh,
has
time.
watched
absolutely.
the entire thing with us.
Shout out to the chat who's been sticking with us all day. You guys have been
Yeah.
incredible. It's been so
You
good
guys
to
have been
like
amazing.
have everyone hanging around, everyone who's been tuned in for the whole 7 hours, or even any seconds or
Any
minutes of
length of
it.
time.
Thank you so much. Shout out to Semi right at the beginning with all the gifted subs. That was amazing. Thank you everyone who gave us inspiration. I don't think we could have survived
You would
without
not have
it.
survived without it.
No, I
But
would not have.
yeah, if we're doing stars and wishes as I've mentioned on the show, and
Yeah.
Tamara, your character drive at the beginning that brought us to that incredibly powerful story moment, that was probably my favorite moment of the session. So a star to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
really love that I got to have some character development with that.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's
It was
very
good.
cool.
But yeah, it was an amazing session. Thank you so much, Ian.
Yeah. Thank
Our
you, Ian.
pleasure.
That was amazing. I know how much work you put into this game.
Mm-hmm.
And
And it
I
showed.
really appreciate it. Yeah, it totally showed. And I hope you had fun too.
I had a blast. Guys, you were fantastic. Please know, and everyone out there as well, that the card reading is all random. I don't
That
know
was
what
random. I was
Yeah, that was
shocked when he said, "Oh no, we," and I'm like, "Hang on, Ian, are you doing
Yeah.
this random?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Nah, never have I ever." So once again, for everyone, we did a live
beautiful.
reading that was randomizing where all of these key locations and items were. So Ian took that and produced a procedurally generated dungeon for us, basically.
I did the challenge of
In
being
a
able
way.
to interpret cards was fun for me because I do really
Yeah.
like that. I love the interpretation of card readings anyway. I think it's a wonderful ability and an art.
Such a cool
indeed.
tool.
It's
But
such
it's
a cool tool.
there's at least a dozen locations overall that it can draw to, but I don't know where it's going to be. So how it plays out, you guys did well. Thank you for showing that, guys. Get it if you can. Just
shout out to the illustrator, Chuck Lukacs.
Yeah.
Never
fantastic.
even knew that. Shout out to you, Chuck Lukacs.
And this is
Yeah.
actually
Absolute
from
top
the
notch.
original second edition one as well, which has some beautiful images as well, like
So
these,
good.
which I've been using. And look, thanks to all the artists and everyone involved, writers. Thank you to you guys. The characterization you brought to your characters, and you managed to find out what happened to Gwendolyn and what happened there, and this tragedy behind her situation, what ended up with her.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened to Rudolph and Richten. You don't know what happened to Alana
Mhm.
Gray. There was also the paladin who was going along with them, the dwarf you met. That was with her.
That was
with-
cool.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
And
Yeah, I think I'm with Lord Eric's on this one. Tamara screaming at the image of Strahd, just diving for it. That was spot on right there.
Just sending it. Yeah.
Hey, what else was I gonna do?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
good timing. And
No, that was awesome.
It was fantastic, guys. Thank you.
Oh, I
Thanks.
wanted to ask as well, Ian, was there something interesting behind that painting that I love so much?
The painting definitely had an enchantment on it. There was nothing hidden behind it, but at least in this adventure. So, yeah, nothing that you could see there. There were a lot of other
That's fantastic.
secrets. But I think the fun part about this is it's replayable, which means you may learn things about the place, but you don't learn everything, and it could change as well. So it will change. Thank you. I had a blast. Thank you. it was huge. It was mega.
It was great.
was
Another
great.
wonderful
much fun.
7-hour epic. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thanks again for your hard work, Ian. That was fantastic.
No, guys, it was a pleasure. And thank you, everyone, for sticking with us, whoever did, and whoever watches this. We hope you get a lot out of this. Strahd is such a wonderful game to play. Ravenloft, the original adventure, if you can cut it down to a one-shot, it's a really great way to actually get a chance to play it through without having to commit to a huge campaign if you don't have that time. But more than anything, I love my fellow Collecticon GMs. Guys, we're going to be back in Penrith in 24th of November, just a few weeks' time.
24th,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone in Sydney side, come down and see us in Penrith, and we'll be there. Thank you, everyone. Jared, I might pass over you to wrap up if it comes to it. And thanks.
Sure.
Mwah.
Yeah, tune in next week. I believe we're going to be talking at our regularly scheduled viewing time, broadcasting time, viewing for you guys on Thursday night. We are lining up Austin, who you may remember was a guest who talked about armored combat. What is it like to do the medieval equivalent of MMA? What are the rules? What are the aspects? How expensive is that hobby? All of that can be found in that episode. But after we've wrapped that episode, we were talking with Austin, and it was discovered that I am not the only dungeon master with a passion for Curse of Strahd, believe it or not. He had lots of amazing ideas, really cool things. So not only did Ian and I talk about this session in a pre-ramble earlier in the week, but this coming Thursday, Austin will be guesting once again, and we're going to be diving into all the aspects and all the cool stuff that you can do with this setting. So stay tuned for that. Thank you once again to everyone who's joined me this afternoon and evening. If you guys haven't already, we do have a Discord as well. If you want to check that out, I'll flick a link somewhere. But yeah, come to Collecticon. If you're in Sydney, even if you're not, travel. Make it happen. It's worth your while. I mean, it's a small
Fly over
local
here.
convention. Fly over here. It's a small local intimate convention, but we also do other bigger conventions around Sydney. So if you're at a big con and you find D&D, chances are we're involved somehow. So thanks everyone for tuning in.
Good looking and great DMs attending those events.
We have the best
I've
looking
heard that, I've
DMs
heard
in
that,
all of Sydney. It's
It's
unmatched. It's really our hallmark, one would say. But that has been the Social Pillar as a cozy Halloween one shot. Thank you everyone
That was
for tuning in.
awesome.
And that's it. Thanks everyone.
That's it.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Be good. Take care.
Be good.
Bye.
Call your mum. Bye.